Chapter 635. The speaker was a middle-aged man that Li Wangyu didn't recognize. Today was a festive day, and the officials didn't need to wear court robes when entering the palace. Li Wangyu couldn't tell the rank of this middle-aged man. "Who are you?" Li Wangyu narrowed his eyes and asked in dissatisfaction. What did it have to do with him talking to the three little ones? The middle-aged man arrogantly replied, "Yu Jining, the son of the crown prince's concubine." The reason he had stepped out to provoke Li Wangyu was naturally because of jealousy. He was jealous that Li Wangyu was able to become a county official at such a young age. He was jealous of Li Wangyu's close relationship with the crown prince. As the son of the crown prince's concubine, he felt that he should be the one close to the crown prince. Naturally, he couldn't stand seeing Li Wangyu and Li Qingxian being so close. Li Wangyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The son of the crown prince's concubine was a fourth-rank official. He was a subordinate of the Eastern Palace and was a high-ranking official that assisted Li Qingxian. In the words of later generations, he was the head of the crown prince's office and had a lot of power. It could be said that he was Li Wangyu's colleague and had the same responsibility of teaching the crown prince. The difference was that although the son of the crown prince's concubine had the responsibility of teaching the crown prince, he wasn't the crown prince's teacher. On the other hand, Li Wangyu was the teacher that the crown prince, Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie had kowtowed to him. The last teacher referred to by the ancients referred to Li Wangyu's relationship with Li Qingxian and the others. The son of the crown prince's concubine wasn't included in this category of teacher. To be honest, only the crown prince's grand tutor, crown prince's grand tutor, and crown prince's grand guardian could be considered the crown prince's true teachers. However, the three teachers had no real position. Pai Lupi had once joked that he would make Li Wangyu the crown prince's grand tutor, scaring Li Wangyu to death. What kind of joke was this? He was only 16, and after the new year, he would only be 17. How could he dare to accept this reward? The title of the crown prince's three master teachers was an honor that only secondary rank 1 bigwigs had. If he really agreed to Pai Lupi's request, it would be strange if he didn't get scolded to death by the bigwigs in the royal court. Fortunately, Pai Lupi was only joking. He also knew that it was impossible. Thus, although Li Qingxian and the others had taken Li Wangyu as their teacher, and Li Wangyu was nominally the imperial teacher, this was a personal relationship, and not the official relationship recognized by the imperial court. Li Wangyu had read about this crown prince Yu Jining in the history books. He was the son of the crown prince's concubine. According to the historical records, this person could be considered a loyal subject. When Li Qingxian was arrogant, extravagant, and indulgent, Yu Jining had always admonished him. He had even written 20 volumes of admonition to admonish him. At the time, Pai Lupi had been overjoyed. Not only had he rewarded him with gold and silk, he had also promoted him to the position of crown prince. Later on, his mother had passed away, and Yu Jining had to resign to observe mourning. However, Pai Lupi had stolen his love, and he had been reinstated. The new book of Tang also recorded that because Li Qingxian was angry at this person, he had sent an assassin to kill him. In the end, the assassin could not bear to do it, and Yu Jining had escaped with his life. When Li Wangyu had read the history books, he had felt that this Yu Jining was actually not a good person. Deep down, he was just a person who had deceived the public to gain fame. Otherwise, as the crown prince's left concubine, and as the crown prince's subordinate, not only did he not give advice to Li Qingxian, he even used the excuse of extravagance and indulgence to gain Pai Lupi's favor. He put on the appearance of a straightforward subject and did his best to persuade Li Qingxian. The 20 volumes of admonition were even more laughable. When Li Qingxian was the crown prince, he was only addicted to singing and dancing, and his life was a bit extravagant. As the crown prince's subordinate, he actually wrote 20 volumes of admonition. In Li Wangyu's view, how was this admonition? It was clearly writing black material for Li Qingxian, reporting him to Pai Lupi. When Yu Jining's mother passed away, it could be seen that this person was infatuated with his position. Pai Lupi only had to persuade him a bit, and he happily returned to the crown prince's position. It could be seen from this. As for the new book of Tang, where the crown prince sent an assassin, in Li Wangyou's view, it was even more ridiculous. The grand crown prince of the Tang dynasty sent 2 assassins to kill an old man, and there was actually a situation where the assassins could not bear to do it. How much of a failure was this Li Qingxian? Moreover, this kind of extremely secretive matter could be openly written into the history books. Wasn't this purely a joke? In Li Wangyou's view, this kind of thing was simply a scholar pouring dirty water on Li Qingxian. In fact, Li Qingxian did not make any big mistakes back then. He just lived a bit extravagantly. With his status, was this even a problem? In Li Wangyou's view, Li Qingxian's tragedy was basically forced out by the crown prince's subordinates and Pai Lupi. Thinking about a rebellious youth who could not do anything he liked, and who kept saying that he was muddle-headed, licentious, and extravagant every day, no matter how good his temperament was, he probably could not take it, right? Moreover, after interacting with the 3 little ones, Li Wangyou felt that Li Qingxian and Li Tai's temperaments were actually very good, and he liked them very much. Otherwise, why would he be willing to take such a big risk and stubbornly perform an appendix operation on Li Qingxian to save his life? Now that he heard that the person who had interrupted his conversation with the 3 little ones was the crown prince's concubine-born son, Yu Jining, Li Wangyou had even less of a good impression of him. I'm talking to Qingxian, Qingke, and Chang'e. It's none of your business. Li Wangyou directly cursed after understanding who was on the other side. Yu Jining couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, he flew into a rage. He was so angry that his fingers trembled. He pointed at Li Wangyou and said angrily, "County Count Hu, how dare you speak such obscenities? How dare you be so arrogant?" Yu Jining was angry, but Li Wangyou completely ignored him. He took the 3 little ones' hands and walked into the great hall. When he passed by Yu Jining, Li Wangyou tossed out, "Bastard." His words made Yu Jining so angry that he felt like he was about to explode. He didn't care that he was in the great hall and directly roared, "County Count Hu, how dare you humiliate me?" This commotion naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the great hall. They all looked over, wanting to see what was going on. Li Wangyou turned his head and said with a smile, "Yu's bastard son, you're mistaken. I didn't humiliate you. I simply couldn't be bothered with you. With your appearance, don't come out and show off. You don't care, but if you affect the appearance of Chang'e, then you're in the wrong." Many of the surrounding officials couldn't help but burst into laughter at his vicious words. Although they didn't quite understand what he meant by the appearance of the city, everyone could roughly understand the meaning. When Yu Jining heard the laughter of his colleagues around him, his face turned even redder. He pointed at Li Wangyou and repeated, "Don't be a son of man, don't be a son of man." Pai Lupi and Empress Jiangsun were chatting on the royal steps. After noticing the commotion, he couldn't help but smile at his wife. "Guanyin maid, what do you think that bastard Zio is doing now?" Empress Jiangsun also smiled. "Zio doesn't have a bad temper. Perhaps someone provoked him again. Erlang, don't let him suffer." Pai Lupi couldn't help but roll his eyes. "He suffers? Guanyin maid, you underestimate him too much. Since I've known him, I've never seen him suffer." "Hee, Erlang, you're right. I don't know how Zio was born with such an exquisite mind. I feel that there's nothing in the world that he doesn't know. By the way, Erlang, is there any progress on the mirror workshop that Zio mentioned to you last time? I'm still waiting for the silver mirror." Empress Jiangsun covered her mouth and chuckled. She thought of the mirror again. Since Li Wangyou presented the mirror on Pai Lupi's birthday, it caused a stir in the harem. Whether it was Empress Jiangsun or concubine Yang, after seeing the silver mirror in the main hall, they couldn't move. Now, the concubines in the harem wanted to go to Pai Lupi's bedroom to pay their respects when they had nothing to do. On the surface, they wanted to pay their respects, but in fact, they wanted to look at the mirror. Hearing his wife's words, Pai Lupi could only give me a look, indicating that he should summon Li Wangyou. Chapter 636. Seeing Mi Tuo come over to greet him, Li Wangyou was too lazy to continue paying attention to Yu Jining. He led the 3 little ones to the front of the steps. Pai Lupi was just about to walk down the steps with Empress Zhangsun when Yu Jining squeezed through the officials and fell to his knees with a plop. Your Majesty, I want to accuse County Count Hu of disrespecting the law, disrespecting the ways of ruler and official, and disrespecting the Crown Prince. This is truly treason. Yu Jining had been scolded by Li Wangyu until he lost his head. He ran directly to Pai Lupi to complain. However, he didn't think about it. Crown Prince Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie had kowtowed and offered tea in front of Pai Lupi and Princess Zhangsun. How could the relationship between the two sides be stirred up by his words? Pai Lupi didn't even raise his eyelids. His tone carried some impatience as he asked, Yu Jining, what do you mean? Your Majesty, County Count Hu came to the Great Hall and saw His Highness the Crown Prince. He didn't salute and greet him. He even disgracefully slapped the Crown Prince's head. This is disrespect. At this moment, Pai Lupi was thinking the same thing as Li Wangyu. He didn't say anything. What does it have to do with you? However, as the ruler, he naturally couldn't be like Li Wangyu. He could only nod and say, I understand. Yu Jining didn't realize Pai Lupi's impatience and continued to chatter. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince is the heir apparent and the ruler of the officials. County Count Hu is like. Before he finished speaking, Pai Lupi slapped the armrest of the throne heavily. I said, I understand. You may leave. Yu Jining was stunned and stopped talking. His old face was red, but he could only bow to Li Er in an extremely aggrieved manner and leave silently. However, the gaze he used to look at Li Wangyu was still filled with resentment. Li Wangyu had been laughing and watching Yu Jining make a fool of himself. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with this person. In his view, this Crown Prince's concubine-born was pedantic to the extreme. He didn't know what Pai Lupi was thinking to choose such a subordinate of the Eastern Palace for his son. Recently, Pai Lupi had been dissatisfied with Yu Jining, Crown Prince's concubine-born. The reason was that comparing goods would result in throwing them away, and comparing people would only infuriate them. They were both in charge of the Crown Prince's education, but the difference between the Crown Prince's concubine-born son and Li Wangyu was too great. Originally, Pai Lupi had great expectations for the Crown Prince's concubine-born son, Yu Jining, Du Jingluan, and the others. He had even specifically instructed them, when you teach the Crown Prince, you must often talk about the problems of the common people. The Crown Prince lives deep in the palace, and the common people live a difficult life. You must often share your thoughts with him. Every time you see something wrong, you must advise him to the extreme so that it will be beneficial. However, Yu Jining and the others only knew how to talk big. After teaching Li Qingxian for 2 years, other than constantly complaining to Pai Lupi about Li Qingxian's small mistakes, they only nagged like Tang sang. However, Li Wangyu was different. Not only did he send Li Qingxian, Li Tai, and the others to Dingzhou village to have them interact with people of the same age, he was also good at guiding the 3 children to think about problems. Now, Pai Lupi felt that his 3 children had not only become polite, but also virtuous. Every time he thought about how he had forced Li Wangyu to accept the 3 children as his disciples, Pai Lupi felt very proud. Comparing the two, he naturally became less and less satisfied with the subordinates of the Eastern Palace. Pai Lupi did not feel that Li Wangyu had done anything wrong by treating Li Qingxian and the others this way. After all, he himself was not born in the orthodox royal family, and did not care much about etiquette. That was why the Confucians of later generations said that the Tang dynasty was dirty. It meant that the Tang dynasty was too liberal in matters of etiquette and ethics. After sending Yu Jining away, Pai Lupi called Li Wangyu to his side. Zio, your aunt wants to ask you about the mirror workshop. She is still waiting for the mirror to be used. Empress Zhangsun unhappily rolled her eyes at her husband who had betrayed her. She smiled at Li Wangyu and said, Zio, that silver mirror is indeed rare. Not only do I like it, but all the concubines in the palace are also looking forward to it. Erlang is also stingy and is unwilling to give it to me, so I can only count on you. Concubine Yang also smiled and came over. Zio, don't forget to give me one of your mirrors. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Aunts, don't be anxious. Recently, because of the new year, the progress has been a bit slow. However, there is a ready-made place for the mirror workshop. It is in the valley of the Jade Star Palace. After the Lantern Festival, in less than 10 days, this nephew will definitely send the mirror to the palace. He was not speaking nonsense. Nowadays, the valley where the Jade Star Palace was located had almost become the industrial base of the Tang dynasty. The coining workshop and the military equipment workshop were both there. Every day, there was constant noise and black smoke. After Pai Lupi went to inspect it once, he was so angry that he stomped his feet and shouted that he had been fooled. A good imperial palace could be considered to be abandoned. With such an environment, he would not live here even if he was beaten to death. As for the mirror workshop, Li Wangyu naturally arranged for it to be located here. There was a blast furnace to smelt copper, and it was convenient to use hydraulic forging hammers to forge the mirror surface. Most importantly, using silver amalgam to cast the mirror would produce mercury poison during the production process. It was naturally suitable to throw it in this valley far away from the residential area. This mirror workshop was the same as before. The imperial family owned 60% of the shares, Li Wangyu owned 40%, and the sales were naturally handled by his beautiful superior. Now, the production process and methods were handed over to the supervising craftsmen sent by Pai Lupi. After the Lantern Festival, they would officially begin the production. Empress Zhongsun and Consort Yang were very satisfied with Li Wangyu's reply. The Lantern Festival's imperial banquet was naturally very relaxed. There was endless wine, musicians played music, and palace maids danced. It was lively and cheerful. When it was time to light the lanterns, Pai Lupi helped his wife stand up. Everyone, it's time to admire the lanterns again. I wonder which one of my beloved officials thinks that their lanterns will win first place. Pai Lupi asked the officials with a smile. Before the others could speak, they heard Qing Yaojin's hoarse voice shout, "It's hard to say for others, but the lanterns in Li Zio's residence will definitely win first place." This old fellow even purposely emphasized the two words first name. His words caused all the officials and nobles in the hall to roar with laughter. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose in embarrassment. This old man really wasn't a good person. Pai Lupi, Empress Zhongsun, Consort Yang, and the others were confused by the officials' laughter. What? What's so special about the lanterns in Zio's residence? Yes, Your Majesty. Zio's lanterns are quite special, Fang Xianling explained from the side, but he couldn't help but laugh. Even though he was on good terms with Li Wangyu, he couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Lai Hat's extremely simple lanterns. Even Zhongsun Wuji cupped his hands toward Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, Zio's lanterns for the Lantern Festival this year are really, quite unique. These words naturally caused all the officials in the hall to laugh. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun looked at each other and felt that the crowd's laughter was very strange. He simply said, "In that case, let's go take a look. We are also very curious about what kind of lanterns Zio will make." He and Empress Zhongsun led a few concubines out of the hall. Chapter 637. Although it was the Spring Lantern Festival, they had to be careful of candles in the palace. Therefore, all the lanterns were placed in the imperial city. Between the Taiji Palace and the imperial city, there was a wide street. This was also for the safety of the Taiji Palace. Therefore, the side of the imperial city that was close to the Taiji Palace had a road that was 100 meters wide. At this moment, all kinds of lanterns were brought over by the officials and nobles. They lined up in a long line and filled the road between the Anfu Gate and Yanxi Gate. Pai Lupi led Empress Zhongsun, the imperial concubines, and the officials and nobles out of the Taiji Palace's Qingtian Gate and saw the lanterns sent over by the various residences. At this moment, the lanterns had already been lit up by the servants of the various residences. The oil lamps on the lanterns emitted all kinds of bright lights in the night sky. Pai Lupi wasn't in a hurry. He pointed at the lanterns with Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang and commented on which residence's lanterns were more exquisite and ingenious. There were devil's lanterns, screen lanterns, pagoda lanterns, carriage lanterns, jade lanterns, beaded lanterns, sheepskin lanterns, and so on. For the Spring Lantern Festival, all the residences had put in a lot of effort. The craftsmen who made the lanterns ingeniously used beast horns, feathers, and silk to make the lanterns into the shapes of lotus flowers, peonies, chrysanthemums, and so on. The lanterns were colorful and varied in shape, containing different auspicious meanings. Good. This year's lanterns are indeed exquisite. Compared to the previous years, they are more exciting. Pai Lupi nodded and praised. Zhangsun Wuji at the side immediately said, Your Majesty, this is naturally because our Tang dynasty is prosperous and the people are safe. Therefore, there are many skilled craftsmen. Now that our Tang dynasty has the aura of prosperity, it is all because of Your Majesty's contribution. What you said does make some sense. Pai Lupi accepted Zhangsun Wuji's flattery without blushing. It was obvious that today was the Spring Lantern Festival, and his mood was very good. Li Wangyu secretly gave Zhangsun Wuji a thumbs up. As expected of the imperial brother-in-law. His bootlicking skills were amazing. His words to Pai Lupi were just like how Uncle Yu was supporting Uncle Guo on stage. Everyone enjoyed the lanterns along the way, chatting and laughing, and it was very lively. When they reached a lantern, Pai Lupi couldn't help but stop and frown. Empress Zhangsun and Consort Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Whose manor had sent these lanterns? Why were they so special? Needless to say, the lantern placed in front of Pai Lupi was naturally the marquee that Li Wangyu had ordered people to bring in. The only difference was that the servants had already lit up the oil lamps in the other house's lanterns, but the lanterns in his house were still dark and had yet to be lit. This was naturally what Li Wangyu had instructed Niu Wu and the others to not be in a hurry to light the oil lamps. He wanted to personally light the oil lamps in front of Pai Lupi to give everyone a surprise. Pai Lupi didn't know what he was thinking. He frowned and looked at the extremely simple lantern for a while, and then thought of the laughter of the officials in the main hall. He couldn't help but laugh. If I didn't guess wrongly, this lantern must have been brought into the palace by you, Zio, right? It's indeed very special. Come, tell me, what's the deal with this lantern of yours? Li Wangyu chuckled and stepped forward. He bowed and said, Uncle has good eyesight. You can see it with one look. That's right, this is the lantern that I specially made for you. This lantern took a lot of effort from me. There's only one in the whole world. Uncle, take a look. Isn't my lantern the winner today? Pai Lupi, Empress Zhangsun, and concubine Yang looked at each other. They thought, could it be that this kid's lantern has some secret? He wasn't in a hurry to speak. He walked around the lantern and looked it up and down several times. However, he couldn't see anything special about it. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an extremely simple and ordinary lantern. Other than the fact that it was slightly bigger, he couldn't see anything strange about it. The officials were originally making fun of Li Wangyu's lantern, but when they heard him say the same thing in front of Pai Lupi, they couldn't help but feel doubtful. Could it be that this ordinary lantern really had some secret that they couldn't see through? However, no matter how the officials gathered around and studied it, it was just an ordinary lantern that couldn't be any more ordinary. Zhangsun Wuji suddenly clapped his hands. Zio's meaning is that you're using this lantern as a metaphor for our Tang dynasty. Just like this simple and elegant lantern, it looks simple and plain, but it's like a piece of white paper that Your Majesty can draw a poetic and picturesque picture scroll with ink. His words made the sweat on Li Wangyu's forehead almost drip down. Imperial brother-in-law, are you really a comedian in crosstalk? The hole in your brain is really too big for your flattery. Before Li Wangyu could shake his head, the officials at the side all nodded and praised, that's right. It seems that this is what County Earl Hu meant. County Earl Hu, you're using a trick. The champion of this year's lantern competition can't be given to you because of this, Bastard, why do you also have so many tricks up your sleeve? You're beating around the bush. You're really annoying. Qing Yaojin also scolded jokingly, however, with just this, you can forget about taking the champion of this year's lantern competition. Although Pai Lupi didn't say anything, he secretly nodded and smiled. In his opinion, this nephew of his should be what Zhangsun Wuji had guessed. Among the officials, there were quite a few who secretly admired Li Wangyu and felt that this county earl who really knew how to flatter. Other people meticulously made lanterns, but he wanted to do the opposite. He made an ordinary lantern and was able to attract the emperor's praise. He was really amazing. Li Wangyu's face darkened, but he could only mumble, that, little nephew, it should be like this. However, uncle, this lantern can only be seen after it's lit up. Why don't you let little nephew light this lantern and let uncle and the officials take a look? After receiving Pai Lupi's permission, Li Wangyu hurriedly went forward and, with the help of the palace's eunuchs, blew on the lighter and carefully lit the oil lamp inside the lantern. When the lantern was lit up, Pai Lupi and the officials once again carefully examined it, but it was still very ordinary. However, through the white gauze lampshade, they seemed to be able to faintly see something inside the lantern. However, they couldn't see it clearly. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. Pai Lupi didn't understand and asked, Ziyu, what are you trying to do? Hee, uncle, you will know when you see it. I dare say that this lantern is the only one in the world. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. The oil lamp in the flower lantern had just been lit. Due to the size of the flower lantern, it would take some time for the hot air to rotate. The flame of the oil lamp would heat up the air. Everyone looked at it for a while, but there was no reaction. They couldn't help but frown, thinking, what is Li Wangyu trying to do? Before the others could say anything, the crown prince's concubine's son, Yu Jining, stood out again. Your Majesty, County Earl who is obviously deliberately mystifying and deceiving Your Majesty. He stopped halfway and stared at the lantern with his eyes wide open. Chapter 638. Under everyone's astonished gazes, they saw that within the lantern, there was an object that slowly started to spin. Within the lantern, the light from the oil lamp projected the object's shadow onto the plain white gauze lampshade, reflecting an image. When the crosstalk comedian Zhang Sun Wuji saw the image clearly, he gasped, SSS, this is His Majesty. Wahahaha, not only is there His Majesty, there's also Laozi's image. Old Yuchi is also in there. Second brother, there's also you. Qing Yaojin shouted towards Qin Xiong. Through the white gauze, the continuously spinning image was reflected. It was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi, as well as a group of generals and dukes. They were all riding on horses, waving the weapons in their hands, looking like they were charging on the battlefield. The image of the marquee lantern was similar to the shadow play in the future. It shone through the lampshade, projecting the image onto the screen. Li Wangyu asked the craftsman to make the marquee lantern. Inside the marquee lantern, there were 12 images carved on cowhide that were constantly spinning. With the push of the hot air, it achieved the effect of shadow riding unhindered. It looked like Pai Lupi and a group of dukes were galloping on their horses, repeatedly appearing and disappearing, urging their horses to chase after each other, changing the scene. When this scene fell into the eyes of Pai Lupi and the other officials, it immediately shocked everyone present. For a moment, no one said anything. They all stared stupidly at the endlessly spinning image of the lantern. After a long while, Pai Lupi let out a long breath and sighed, this lantern is really a work of art. Ziyu, I don't know how you created such a heavenly item. It's really uncanny and unbelievable. The crown prince's left concubine's son, Yu Jining, who wanted to complain just now had his old face flushed red, as if he was suddenly slapped by someone. He didn't dare to say anything else and quietly retreated, afraid of causing more trouble. Pai Lupi glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and was too lazy to bother with this person. The crowd of officials and nobles surrounded the lanterns that Li Wangyu presented, each of them praising it endlessly. Wahaha, didn't I just say that Li Zio is the winner of today's lantern festival? What do you think? Don't you think I, old Sheng, have a discerning eye? Qing Yaojin suddenly opened his mouth and laughed loudly. He had a look of, I knew this would happen. Everyone who saw this wanted to give this shameless old man a kick. King said that in Taiji Palace. But was that what you meant when you said those words? Li Wangyu also silently rolled his eyes. With regards to Qing Yaojin's thick skin, he also had a deep understanding and was not surprised. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm for the merry-go-round, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of a folk story about the merry-go-round. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Uncle, everyone, I have the first half of a couplet here. Would Uncle and everyone be interested in matching the second half?" The Lantern Festival, riddles guessing, and matching couplets were all things that the Tang people loved. Hearing him say this, everyone naturally smiled and nodded. Li Wangyu lightly coughed and pointed at the merry-go-round. "My first half is merry-go-round lantern. The lantern moves the horse. The lantern extinguishes, the horse stops." Li Er smiled when he heard that and said, "Good point. Zio's first half is very ingenious." Just as Pai Lupi finished speaking, Wang Renyu stepped forward and said with disdain, "I thought that Count Huxian would come up with something absolute, but it seems like it's just a so-so. What's so difficult about this? Listen to this old man's second half. Shake the heavens, the drum shakes the heavens, the drum stops the heavens to rest." Jing Yuanshou also twirled his beard and smiled. "It is indeed very simple. Cry the phoenix flute, the flute cries the flute sings the phoenix's harmony." The crown prince's concubine-born son, Yu Jining, immediately came over. "I've long heard that Count Huxian's talent is outstanding, but this first half is just a so-so. I also have a second half. Snow falls in the sky falls in the sky is clear, the snow reflects the sky." Count Huxian's couplet is really too simple. Li Wangyu didn't expect that he would be mocked for his casual couplet. Even Pai Lupi's expression became somewhat ugly. He had just been exaggerating the ingenuity of Li Wangyu's first half, and these three people had jumped out to slap him in the face. It was really annoying. This first half was not difficult. The reason Li Wangyu thought of this first half was because he thought of Wang Engxi's folktale. Later generations said that Wang Engxi went to the capital to take the imperial exam and coincidentally met a certain official looking for a husband for his daughter. The first half of the couplet was pasted on the merry-go-round lantern. Wang Engxi did not immediately think of a way to match the second half. When they arrived at the examination hall, the head examiner wanted to test Wang Engxi. He pointed at the flying tiger banner in front of the hall and said, "Flying tiger banner, banner flying tiger, banner rolling tiger hiding body." Wang Engxi's mind was very lucky. He immediately thought of the first half of the couplet from the official's family. Without thinking, he matched it with merry-go-round lantern, lantern galloping horse, lantern extinguishing horse, lantern stopping horse. His fluency shocked the head examiner. Afterwards, Wang Engxi used the head examiner's couplet to match the official's family's couplet and married the official's family's young miss. Of course, this was only a folktale and could not be taken seriously. Of course, Wang Engxi would not be unable to match such a simple couplet. Li Wangyu had said the first half of the couplet to match the situation and to amuse Pai Lupi and the officials. He did not think that he would be mocked by Wang Renyu and the others. How could he endure this? His eyes turned and he said with a smile, "It seems that Duke Wang, Duke Zheng are also knowledgeable people. That is very good. I do have a few couplets here, but I have never thought of a second half. I think that for Duke Wang, Duke Zheng, and this Wuxia Xianxia's son, it should be very simple. Would Duke Wang, Duke Zheng, and Wuxia Xianxia's son be willing to teach me a thing or two?" Wang Renyu stroked his beard and smiled proudly. Couplets are just a small path, just words for a game. However, since today is the Shanyuan festival, I will not be stingy with teaching Count Hu. Yes, couplets are just words for a game, what is so difficult about it? Count Hu, just say it, I can teach you. Jing Yuanshou was not polite. Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile even brighter. That is good. Duke Wang, Duke Zheng, please teach me. My first couplet is Smoke Lock's Willow Pond. Just as he finished speaking, Yu Jining jumped out again. What is so difficult about this? I'll give you a pair of lanterns. Yu Jining's words stopped abruptly halfway through. The blood slowly drained from his face. He opened his mouth for a while, but no sound came out. Only now did Yu Jining realize that the first half of the couplet was not easy to match. Li Wangyu laughed inside. How could this couplet be so simple? The first half of the couplet had 5 characters embedded in each character, and the concept was very wondrous. Smoke Lock's Willow Pond was an absolute first half of the couplet. Over the years, countless scholars had tried to match it, but none of them had a good couplet. Many people in the future even thought that this was the first absolute in the world. Not only had Yu Jining figured out the first half of the couplet and the difficulty it contained, the other officials present, including Pai Lupi, had also figured out the meaning. They couldn't help but furrow their brows. 5 characters. Not only did they have a concept, each character had the 5 elements as water. This was too difficult. Without waiting for everyone to figure it out, Li Wangyu continued, I have a second first half of the couplet. Duke Wang, Duke Zheng, please teach. This first half is. Chapter 639. When Li Wangyu said the second couplet, Yu Jining's face turned even paler. The faces of Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and company turned even uglier. It was another absolute. All the characters in the first half of the couplet had the same pronunciation. In addition, the words yen and yen were both verbs, meaning that the smoke from the chimney would follow the eaves to smoke the eyes of the swallow. Together, they formed a story. This homophonic couplet was naturally hard to match. The officials all looked at one another, wondering how this county earl managed to come up with such a couplet. Weren't they deliberately making things difficult for him? Even Yu Shinan, Kong Yingda, and the other Confucian scholars had no idea what to do. Li Wangyu did not wait for the crowd to react, but opened his mouth again and said, my third couplet, the first line is lonely cold windows, empty widows. Everyone was speechless again. Why were the couplets Count Huxian came up with so many difficult couplets? These 7 words were all part of a side division. Furthermore, they had such an artistic conception. How was one supposed to deal with them? The more Li Wangyu spoke, the more spirited he became. In his previous life, his grandfather had forced him to learn ancient texts. He felt that these ancient texts were definitely very interesting, and thus he had memorized many of them. I have another couplet here, long, long, long. Please enlighten me, Duke Wang and Duke Sheng. This was a multi-tone couplet. One word, with different pronunciations, combined to form a couplet. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others' faces were already pale, and their eyes were glazed over. What the hell were these couplets? Why would there be such an inexplicable couplet? The officials were also dumbfounded. Since when were they so absolute that they could do wholesale? Their gazes towards Wang Renyu and the others were filled with sympathy and mockery. Li Wangyu, the county count of Huxian, was well known throughout the court. Why did they still provoke and ridicule him? Wasn't that the same as asking for a slap in the face? After Li Wangyu said these couplets, everyone thought about it carefully and felt that it was impossible to match them. It was too difficult. Regarding this, Li Wangyu naturally snickered in his heart. Wasn't this nonsense? Although it wasn't that no one could match it, there were still people who came up with an appropriate second verse in the later generations. However, the reason why these couplets were known as the absolute couplets throughout the ages was because they were extremely difficult to comprehend. He did not believe that Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, Yu Jining, and the other officials would be able to come up with a second verse in such a short time. In fact, they might even be dominated by the terror of these first lines for the rest of their lives. Now, not only were Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou, the 2 heads of aristocratic families, pale, but even the hundreds of officials from aristocratic families were the same. How could the one who was humiliated by Li Wangyu be Wang Renyu? The faces of these aristocratic families were also slapped swollen by Li Wangyu's couplets. For a moment, no one said anything. Fang Xianling and the other big shots were happy to watch the show, but the aristocratic family officials did not know what to say. In the end, it was Pai Lupi who helped Wang Renyu and Zheng Yuanshou out of this predicament. He laughed and said, Ziyu is truly worthy of being called a genius. We cannot match a single one of these couplets. You have made us very embarrassed, haha. Pai Lupi's self-mocking words immediately relaxed the atmosphere. The officials also laughed and said, it's not just your majesty. We are also ashamed. We cannot match a single one of these couplets. TSK, this old man's eyes have been opened today. This old man always thought that this couplet was just a game, but I never thought that it would make Hu Xianbo so embarrassed. I am ashamed. Fortunately, the spring examinations do not test couplets. Otherwise, if Hu Xianbo was the examiner who set the questions, wouldn't none of the examinees be able to get in? The officials laughed at themselves and brushed this matter aside. No one mentioned the couplets again, giving Wang Renyu and Jing Yuanshou a way out. Li Er looked at the merry-go-round lantern that was still spinning and asked, Zio, does your lantern have a name? Li Wangyu shrugged and said, Uncle, did you forget? Didn't I say it in the couplet just now? Lantern, 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 horse, lantern, lantern, horse stop. This lantern is called a lantern, also called a lantern. As long as the candle in the lantern is not extinguished, the pattern will continue to spin. Lantern? It is very appropriate. Pai Lupi looked at Empress Zhongsun and Consort Yang. We think that today's lantern should be Zio's lantern. What do you think? Yes, Erlang is right. Zio's lantern is even more exquisite. What's even more peculiar is that it can make the pattern in the lantern spin without any human effort. I have never seen such a lantern. The lantern is the best of the lanterns today. It is well deserved. Empress Zhongsun nodded. The officials did not have any objections. Such a unique lantern naturally left everyone speechless. After admiring the various lanterns that the officials had sent into the palace, Pai Lupi ordered people to move the lanterns to Vermilion Bird Avenue in Cheng and for the people to enjoy. Today was the Shangyuan festival, so Pai Lupi did not keep the officials any longer. Everyone bowed to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun and left the Taiji Palace, returning to their own manners. At this time, the city of Cheng was already brightly lit. All kinds of lanterns and streamers had appeared on the streets and everywhere was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The streets were full of pedestrians. Men and women in Cheng under the beautiful light, were looking for the face that moved them. The young ladies brought their maids and maidservants to play around with blushing faces. The polite young men kept a distance from the beauties and brushed past them in search of their 500 years of marriage. That night, spring came early. Many shoes and socks were squeezed off on the street, and many tender skin were touched by those hands. For the Tangs, the Shangyuan festival was not stingy with Valentine's Day. To be precise, in the Tang dynasty, the Shangyuan festival was Valentine's Day. In the old plays, there were countless stories about lovers meeting on the Lantern Festival or reuniting with each other. In The Riddle of the Spring Lantern, Yuan Yan and Ning Yang were engaged on the night of the Lantern Festival. In The Two Capitals, Princess Lekong of Nanshan and her husband Su Diyan were reunited on the night of the Lantern Festival. Ouyang Xiu's poem, Last Year on the Lantern Festival, the lanterns in the flower market were as bright as day. The moon was above the willow branches. This year on the Lantern Festival, the moon and lanterns were the same. I didn't see the person last year, and tears filled my sleeves. It also described the regret and sadness of the woman who didn't see the person she liked on the day of the Lantern Festival. In the city of Cheng, men and women exchanged glances and tried to test each other's feelings. People, who were controlled by hormones, were collectively caught up in this large-scale outdoor blind date. As the saying went, looking for her thousands of times in the crowd, suddenly looking back, she was still there, in the waning light of the lantern. Wasn't this the style of the Lantern Festival? Li Wangyu rode on horseback, surrounded and protected by Niu Wu and his troops, slowly passing through the crowd. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be intoxicated. Finally, the group returned to the house in Kaihua Square. His beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Seeing that he had finally returned, the three women complained that he was too slow and immediately pulled him out to enjoy the lanterns. Li Wangyu naturally agreed to it. Not avoiding the eyes of others, he laughed, holding his beautiful boss's hand in his left hand and Aphrodite's hand in his right hand. Behind him, Perrin, who was pouting because Lang Jun didn't pull her, followed by Niu Wu and the others. Then, under the protection of Niu Wu and the others, they merged into the crowd at night. Watching lanterns, performing tricks, welcoming Aunt Z, and dancing. This night in Chang'an was like a dream, a carnival feast. Chapter 640. For Chang'an city, which had a curfew for 362 out of the 365 days of the year, the 3 days of the Spring Lantern Festival were extremely precious. Therefore, these 3 days were the hottest and wildest days in Chang'an city. Li Wangyu and his group, under the protection of the central platoon, followed the crowd and headed towards the Easter market. Since the curfew was lifted during the Spring Lantern Festival, the merchants naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to make money. The East Market and West Market were also open for business throughout the night for these 3 days. No matter which dynasty it was, the commercial center was naturally the most attractive place, and the East Market and West Market naturally became the most lively places in Chang'an city during the Spring Lantern Festival. Even Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, who had transmigrated from the future, had never experienced such a bustle. Along the way, Su Changqing seemed to have turned into a young girl like Perrin, constantly pointing at the various snacks sold by the roadside vendors and acting like a spoiled child, asking Li Wangyu to buy them. Speaking of which, the snacks sold in the Tang dynasty were indeed plentiful, including all kinds of piping hot pastries, glutinous rice balls, boiled water drinks, meat porridge, silk baskets, fried cakes, candied haws, sugar figurines. But whether it was his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, or Perrin, they were all actually narrow-minded. They ordered Li Wangyu to run around and buy all kinds of snacks, but they stopped after tasting them. In the end, Niu Wu and his troop benefited from these snacks. Because there were simply too many people roaming at night, even though it was winter, Li Wangyu was sweating profusely in the crowd. Niu Wu had wanted to help his Lang Jun out when he saw that it was hard on him, but Li Wangyu flatly refused. On such a festival, squeezing through the crowd and helping the girls buy things was where the fun was. If any guy in the future had the chance to accompany his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin on the streets, he would probably be willing to run around until his legs broke. Looking at the mature and alluring Su Changqing, the sexy and charming Aphrodite, and the shy and shy Perrin, Li Wangyu could not help but think of the comic, The 3 Cat-Eyed Sisters, that he had read in his previous life. For many people born in the 90s, the bad side of the animation was a childhood memory for many people. The 3 sisters' sexy and explosive figures were the ultimate temptation in many boys' dreams. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, had inexplicably transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, yet he could have these 3. He really didn't know if he had saved the universe in his previous life in exchange for this. Thinking of this, the corners of Li Wangyu's mouth could not help but curl up. The villainous heavens treated him well. They played, laughed, and fooled around, until the second half of the night, but the number of people on the streets still didn't decrease. At this moment, Li Wangyu finally felt that his legs were no longer his own. Looking at the 3 girls who were still in high spirits, Li Wangyu could not help but sigh in admiration. Sure enough, when it came to shopping, men would never be able to beat women. He pointed to a restaurant not far away and said in a pleading tone, "Ladies, let's take a break. We really can't walk anymore. There's a restaurant over there. Let's go have a midnight snack, drink some wine, and take a rest." His beautiful boss naturally smiled and nodded in agreement, and the group headed to the restaurant. Since it was the Lantern Festival, these restaurants in the city were naturally open all night. However, when Li Wangyu and the others arrived at the entrance of this restaurant, they found that there were many people dressed like scholars gathered in front of the restaurant. There were also many young ladies with their maids, but they did not go in. They just wandered around the entrance of the restaurant, as if looking at the lanterns hanging in front of the door. Li Wangyu found it very strange. What were these people doing? What were they doing loitering around the entrance of the restaurant instead of going in to eat and drink? There were a lot of lanterns in front of the restaurant, hundreds of them, but they were all very ordinary. What was there to look at? He was too lazy to think about it. He led the group of people to the entrance of the restaurant. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by the waiter, the doctor. Sir, I'm really sorry. Today, you can't enter the restaurant at will. You have to meet the conditions. Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this. There were conditions for eating and drinking? The doctor pointed to the hundreds of lanterns hanging in front of the restaurant. Sir, today is the Lantern Festival. My boss said that only those who can guess the riddles of the lanterns can enter. All the expenses will be treated by the restaurant's boss. There are many people in your residence. If you want to enter the restaurant, everyone has to guess the riddles. After being reminded by him, Li Wangyu and the others noticed that each lantern hanging outside the restaurant had a red piece of paper tied to it. It seemed that the riddles of the lanterns were written on it. No wonder there were so many people gathered in front of the restaurant, but they did not go in. The owner of this restaurant was quite interesting. Today, he was treating the guests for free, and the only requirement was to guess the riddles. This was interesting. Li Wangyu laughed. Since that's the case, let's just guess the riddles. What's so difficult about that? His voice was a little loud, but it caused the few scholars beside him to be dissatisfied. Xiaolang, Kun, don't talk big. These riddles today are very difficult. Can't you see that we're all racking our brains here? There are so many people in your residence. It's better to change to another restaurant. Today, apart from Li Wangyu, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, Perrin, the two brothers Niu Yong and Niu Wu, as well as 4 other bodyguards in the residence, there were a total of 10 people. According to the requirements of the restaurant, they had to guess 10 riddles before they could enter. Clearly, these riddles were not simple. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people gathered in front of the restaurant. Li Wangyu didn't get angry at the Confucian scholars' questions and only chuckled. Was guessing the riddles very difficult? Perhaps it was not easy for the Tangs. After all, there were no books like the complete collection of lantern riddles for sale in the Tang dynasty, and no one had specifically summarized how to guess the riddles. But for Li Wangyu, who had been reading a thick book of a complete collection of lantern riddles since childhood, it was not that difficult. Li Wangyu held his beautiful boss's hand and strolled under the lantern, looking around. Pillow chat after 5:00 a.m., type 1 word. Li Wangyu thought for a moment, then pointed at the lantern and smiled at Su Changqing. Quickly take it down. I've guessed it. His beautiful boss naturally smiled and nodded. She reached out to take the paper hanging under the lantern, but suddenly an arm stretched out from the side and snatched the lantern riddles away before she could. Li Wangyu could not help but fly into a rage. He turned his head and glared, wanting to see who was so arrogant, but he could not help but be stunned. Uncle, aunts, what are you doing here? The one who snatched the riddle was none other than the smiling Empress Zhongsun. Beside her stood Pai Lupi and Yang Fei. The 3 of them were dressed in casual clothes and were obviously traveling incognito. Li Wangyu looked behind Pai Lupi and saw dozens of palace guards in casual clothes hiding in the crowd to protect him. He had seen a few of them several times and was very familiar with them. His beautiful boss hurriedly pulled Aphrodite and Perrin to greet Pai Lupi and the others. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand. No need to be so polite. Today is a festive day, and your 2 aunts and I are also here to join in the fun. Empress Zhongsun smiled and waved the lantern riddles in her hand. Changqing, you don't have a problem with this, do you? The beautiful boss naturally knew that Empress Zhongsun was joking with her. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Of course I don't have a problem, but you'll have to ask Wang Yu for the answer. I don't know. Empress Zhongsun turned to look at Li Wangyu, waiting for him to give the answer. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose with an embarrassed smile. What else could he say? Naturally, he smiled and replied, ants, Zhen Bian, can be understood as the side of the character, Zhen, which is derived from Zhen. Wu Yang is Mao, which is derived from Mao. Chatting past Wu Yang can be understood as the character, chatting has passed Wu Mao, leaving behind air. Therefore, the riddle is the character Da. Empress Zhongsun nodded in satisfaction and took the riddle to the doctor with a smile. Sure enough, she exchanged it for a small wooden tablet, which was the proof to enter the restaurant today. Pai Lupi was not in a hurry. He strolled around with his hands behind his back, looking for the riddle, wanting to solve it himself. Li Wangyu naturally did not disturb him and looked for the riddle himself. Now that there were even more people who wanted to enter the restaurant, he had to make more guesses. Chapter 641. For Li Wangyu, these riddles were actually not difficult. Most of the riddles in the Tang dynasty were guessing riddles. In fact, there was a pattern to follow. At least compared to the puzzling brain teasers of the later generations, the riddles were much simpler for those who had studied them. The later generations even summed up the method of guessing the riddles into 20 rules, such as the correct deduction method, the reverse deduction method, the increase of characters, the damage of characters, and so on. Li Wangyu walked to the next lantern and looked up. The riddle hanging under the lantern was, flying swallow in the sky, fighting a character of the Qin dynasty. He thought for a moment and immediately tore off the riddle. However, he was not in a hurry to find the doctor to verify it. Instead, he continued to wander among the lanterns and guess the riddles. For every riddle that he guessed the answer to, he gently tore the riddle from the lantern and held it in his hand. He was ready to go to the doctor in the restaurant later to check the answer. However, his actions were very strange in the eyes of the bystanders. The Confucian scholars who had spoken before became more and more dissatisfied when they saw Li Wangyu taking off the riddles as if he was playing around. Someone could not help but say, "Mr. Xiaolang, if you don't guess the riddle, don't take off the riddles like this. How can we guess the riddles when you are so mischievous?" That's right. If everyone was like you, tearing off the riddles regardless of whether they guessed it correctly or not, how can others guess it? Mr. Xiaolang is so mischievous. Aren't you letting down the kindness of the owner of this restaurant? Faced with the accusations of several Confucian scholars, Li Wangyu could not help but be stunned. He guessed his own riddles. What did it have to do with these people? Was their sense of justice so overflowing to this extent? Why don't you go and save the earth? When he looked around and saw many beautiful young women around him, who were covering their mouths and chuckling, pointing at them, he immediately understood. It seemed that these guys were obsessed. It was like a male peacock in heat spreading his tail in front of a female peacock. He needed to show his feathers to seek pleasure. Unfortunately, he had become a prop for these male peacocks to show off their feathers. Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh, and he laughed very happily. "Everyone, how do you know that I am fooling around? Why can't I already guess the answer to these riddles?" His words caused the few Confucian scholars to laugh coldly. What kind of joke is this? How can you, Mr. Xiaolang, guess these riddles? As far as I know, these lantern riddles were all written by the owner of this restaurant. He spent a lot of money to invite the great scholars of the present age to write them for the sake of enjoying the Lantern Festival today. If you don't abide by the rules like this, wouldn't you be letting down the master's good intentions? That's right. Looking at your appearance, Xiaolang, Kun, you're also a scholar. How can you be so disgraceful? You are also traveling with your womenfolk. Don't be so reckless and disgrace the face of the scholars of the Tang dynasty. Humph, ignorant and incompetent. Do you think these lantern riddles are a game used in elementary school? Seeing that many people around them were looking at them, these people raised their voices more and more, and even seemed to be defending the integrity of the scholars of the Tang dynasty. Li Er, Empress Zhangsun, concubine Yang, and their beautiful boss naturally noticed the commotion on Li Wangyu's side. However, when they understood the words of the few Confucian scholars, they all had smiles in the corners of their eyes, as if they were ready to watch a good show. Even Niu Yong and Niu Wu wanted to come over and scold those ignorant Confucian scholars, but they were stopped by Pai Lupi's eyes. There were actually Confucian scholars who dared to scold Li Wangyu for being ignorant and incompetent. In Pai Lupi's eyes, it was really interesting. Now Li Wangyu's reputation in the scholars of Chang and could become more and more famous. Not to mention the poems sung by the prostitutes in Pingkong Square, the several essays of epigraph of my shack were enough to make his name immortalized. If it were not for the fact that Li Wangyu was too young and had not yet reached the age of 20, he might really be respected as a great scholar in the literary world. Even so, now there were often scholars in Chang, and who rushed to the Lai Hut of Dingzhou village in Hu County, wanting to submit their poems and essays and ask Li Wangyu for advice. For these fans who came to him, Li Wangyu politely declined and ignored them. What a joke! He just plagiarized some poems and essays, which could be used to show off, but if he wanted to give advice, he would be asking for humiliation. Although Li Wangyu had been forced by his grandfather to learn ancient poetry since he was a child, if they really wanted to talk about it, the scholars of the Tang dynasty who had been immersed in essays, poems, laws, decrees, and moai since childhood could easily defeat him. How could Li Wangyu ask for humiliation by giving advice on poems and essays? Wouldn't that be exposing his own shortcomings? He had been rejected too many times. Now there was a rumor in Cheng, and that Li Wangyu, the Earl of Hu County, was unreasonable and quite arrogant. Regarding this, Li Wangyu could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Was this the after effect of being a plagiarist? In short, all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, including Pai Lupi, sincerely admired Li Wangyu's talent and learning. Even the aristocratic families like the 5 surnames and 7 looks had to pinch their noses and admit this. Therefore, today in the Taiji Palace, when Wang Rinyu and Jing Yuanshou heard Li Wangyu say the couplet, they couldn't wait to show off and give him a blow. However, they didn't expect that even a small trick like couplet would be defeated by Li Wangyu. It was very embarrassing. Li Wangyu naturally didn't disappoint Pai Lupi. After hearing the words of the scholars, he directly waved the thick stack of riddles in his hand and said, Since you all think I'm fooling around, then let's see if I'm right. After he finished speaking, he walked to the doctor at the entrance of the restaurant, picked up the riddles in his hand, and handed them over. Excuse me, I want to guess the riddles. This riddle is to wake up naturally at 5:00 and type one word. It's very simple. The combination of xing and yu is the word wake, so the answer is naturally xing. Is it correct? The doctor took the riddles and checked them in the book in his hand before nodding with a smile. That's right. Congratulations, Lang Jun, you've guessed correctly. Seeing that Li Wangyu had guessed correctly, the faces of the scholars couldn't help but turn ugly. One of them coldly snorted. Maybe he just happened to guess correctly. I don't believe that he has guessed the answers to so many riddles. That's right. It's just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. It's just one riddle. It's not like we didn't guess it. Just now, we also guessed 2 riddles. It's not that rare. There were 4 or 5 scholars in this group, and they only guessed 2 riddles. Naturally, it wasn't enough, so they kept guessing outside the restaurant. The doctor handed Li Wangyu a small wooden tablet as proof that he had answered the riddles correctly. Li Wangyu waved his hand. There's no rush. We'll calculate it together later. I still have a lot of riddles to guess. He picked up another riddle. Paint it white and it's black. Type one word. Paint the word 7 with white and it becomes the word soap. The word soap is black, so the answer to this riddle is 7. Doctor, is it correct? Congratulations, Lang Jun, you've guessed it again. The doctor's words made the faces of the scholars suddenly turn ugly. They looked at each other a few times, and their hearts were filled with uncertainty. Could it be that this young man had really guessed all the riddles in his hand? Chapter 642. As the saying goes, 8 or 9 out of 10 things don't go your way in life. The few Confucian scholars at the entrance of the restaurant were feeling this way. They originally wanted to use this as a pretext to show off their feathers in front of these young ladies who they had never met before, but they didn't expect that they would be the ones to show off their cowardice. Who would have thought that the young man in front of them would be so terrifying? He took out the riddles in his hand and said the answers one by one without getting a single one correct. These Confucian scholars were shocked, angry, and ashamed. Had all their years of living been in the belly of a dog? These riddles, which were extremely difficult in their eyes, were as easy as child's play to this young man. They were pitiful. After spending so much effort, they were only able to guess 2 riddles. Compared to the 2, they were simply beaten. The Confucian scholars didn't dare to say anything more. They knew that they had lost today. The few of them looked at each other and snuck out. They squeezed into the crowd of night roamers and disappeared. Li Wangyu glanced at the Confucian scholars from the corner of his eye. He was too lazy to say anything. With his current status, he naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it with these people. His actions just now were only because these people's words were too unpleasant, so he wanted to teach them a small lesson. Li Wangyu had about a dozen riddles in his hand. He said the answers to all of them in one breath, which also frightened the doctor in the restaurant. After the main house hung up these riddles today, who knew how many literati had come to try? Those who were able to guess the riddles correctly and enter the restaurant to enjoy free food and wine were only a few dozen people. Li Wangyu was the first person to treat these riddles as a child's game. According to the rules set by the owner of the restaurant, Li Wangyu could bring a dozen people into the restaurant. No one had thought of this before, so the doctor didn't dare to act on his own. Secretly wiping the sweat from his forehead, the doctor hurriedly apologized to Li Wangyu and ran into the restaurant to find the manager to deal with it. Not long after, the manager of the restaurant, who had been informed by the doctor, hurried over. He politely welcomed Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi, and the others into the restaurant. He carefully led them to a private room on the third floor. The view from the elegant room on the third floor of the restaurant was quite good. Opening the window facing the street, one could see the colorful Chang and city, which was very lively. Empress Zhangsun, concubine Yang, their beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin were all very satisfied. Everyone then called for the doctor to bring over some drinks and dishes that they were good at. At this time, the shopkeeper gently knocked on the door of the elegant room and said carefully, "Sir, my master would like to invite you for a chat. Would you be willing?" Li Wangyu was a little interested in the owner of this restaurant. The owner who could come up with this riddles for free meals was also a wonderful person. He was worth getting to know. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi was also interested. He got up and walked out of the elegant room with him, intending to meet the owner of this restaurant. The shopkeeper respectfully led the two of them to another elegant room on the third floor. When the door was pushed open, before Li Wangyu could see the scene inside the room, he heard a burst of laughter coming from inside. This old man knew it. In this world, only you, Li Zio, can solve so many riddles in one go. Li Wangyu looked up and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that they were all acquaintances. The one who laughed was the Imperial College's chancellor, Kong Ingda. There were a few people beside him, including the Minister of Rights, Lu Quan, Li Wangyu's old friend, Yu Shinan, and an old man that Li Wangyu didn't recognize. Kong Ingda made fun of Li Wangyu before noticing Pai Lupi behind him. He hurriedly bowed. Pai Lupi smiled. "Sir, why are you so polite?" I just ran into Zio downstairs. I didn't expect you to be in this restaurant." Speaking of which, they had actually just met a few hours ago in Taiji Palace. They didn't expect to run into each other again when they came out for a night tour of Chang'an. Kong Ingda smiled. "I'm ashamed to say this, but this restaurant is my family's property. Therefore, I invited Sir Yu and the others to come here to admire the lanterns." Li Wangyu suddenly realized that Kong Ingda was the owner of this restaurant. No wonder he came up with the idea of guessing the lantern riddles and eating for free. As the 31st descendant of Confucius, Kong Ingda naturally had many properties in his residence. This restaurant was just one of the many small properties. Pai Lupi looked at the old man that Li Wangyu didn't recognize in surprise. He respectfully bowed to the old man. "Teacher Wenji, you've finally returned to Chang'an. Shimen has been waiting for you for a long time. If we didn't run into Teacher Wenji today, I'm afraid that you wouldn't want to see Shimen, right? Is teacher still blaming Shimen?" Pai Lupi's words shocked Li Wangyu. He couldn't figure out who this skinny old man was. How could he make Pai Lupi speak to him like a disciple? "Your Majesty is too serious." Old me is already old. I'm weak and sickly. I don't deserve such treatment from your Majesty. I came back to Chang'an to visit an old friend. As for the matter of becoming an official, your Majesty, please don't mention it again. I'm 82 this year. I'm really useless." The old man shook his head and smiled. Pai Lupi saw that the old man refused so firmly. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head. He planned to slowly persuade the old man. In short, since the old man had returned to Chang'an, he naturally didn't plan to let him go. Yu Shinan smiled and said, "Brother Wenji, you're not in good health." "Huh, you haven't been in Chang'an for a long time. I'm afraid you don't know this young man. His surname is Li and his name is Wang Yu. His courtesy name is Zio. His Majesty has granted him the title of County Count of the founding of the country." Li Zio was a miraculous doctor. Even the Crown Prince's intestinal abscess was cured by him, and old Daoist Sunday Master Zhao's lung disease was also cured by Zio. "Your small ailments are nothing." Haha. Yu Shinan turned his head and smiled at Li Wangyu. He introduced, "Zio, come and meet Master Li. Master Li's name is Gang and his courtesy name is Wenji. He's a great Confucian scholar." Li Wangyu's eyes involuntarily lit up when he heard that. So, this old man was Li Gang. No wonder Pai Lupi had such an attitude. Li Gang was a famous minister of the Sui and Tang dynasties. During the reign of Emperor Wen of Sui, he served as the Crown Prince's chamberlain and taught Crown Prince Yang Yong. After the Sui and Tang dynasties were established, Li Gang was appointed by Li Yuan as the Crown Prince's grand guardian and taught Crown Prince Li Jianxing. After the Xuanwu Gate incident and Li Jianxing's death, Li Gang resigned and returned to his hometown. In history, Li Gang returned in the 4th year of Zhongguan and was appointed by Pai Lupi as Crown Prince Li Qingxian's grand tutor. However, Li Gang was old and sickly. He passed away in the 5th year of Zhongguan. As a great Confucian scholar who taught 3 crown princes, Li Gang was unparalleled. Even retired Emperor Li Yuan, out of respect for Li Gang, never called him by his name. Pai Lupi, in front of this old man, could only greet him as a disciple and call him Shiman. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Li Gang. "So it's Teacher Wenji." Zio has long heard of Teacher's great name but has never seen Teacher's face. "Today, I finally get to see Teacher." Li Gang twirled his beard and laughed. "Ha, County Count Huxian is too polite. This old man has long heard of your great name. This old man loved your 3 kingdoms so much that I couldn't put it down. As for the poems you wrote, this old man was even more amazed. With such a young man in my Tang dynasty, there is no need to worry about prosperity. Teacher Wenji is too kind. Teacher should just call me Zio." Li Gang's expression suddenly became serious and a trace of anger appeared on his face. "County Count Huxian, today you have embarrassed this old man. Tell me, how are you going to explain this to this old man?" The old man's sudden change in expression stunned Li Wangyu. What was going on? Today was the first time he had seen this old man. How did he say that he had embarrassed him? Could it be that the few Confucian scholars downstairs were close to Li Gang? Chapter 643. Li Wangyu didn't know how to respond to Li Gang's words. Even Pai Lupi was confused. He didn't understand how his nephew had offended Li Gang. Even Yu Shinan, Kong Yingda, and Lu Quan were confused. They didn't understand why their old friend had suddenly turned hostile. Just as they were about to mediate, they saw Li Gang suddenly laugh like a naughty child. The mischievous expression on his face was like that of a child who had successfully pulled off a prank. "Ha, Zio, don't panic. This old man was just joking with you. Today's lantern riddles in Brother Chong Yuan's restaurant were all this old man's proudest works. I didn't expect that Zio would treat it as a game. It's really annoying. Zio, tell me, how should you compensate this old man for his loss?" Li Gang laughed very happily. There was no trace of embarrassment on his face. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this old man's words. Sure enough, old children were always like this. He didn't expect that such a great scholar like Li Gang would be so humorous. Pai Lupi also reacted. He shook his head and smiled wryly. Teacher Wenji still loves to joke. I thought this scoundrel had really done something to annoy Teacher Wenji. Li Gang clapped his hands and laughed. Zio, hurry up and tell me how you're going to compensate this old man. Otherwise, this old man will have Brother Chongyuan drive you out. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. This old man was already 82 years old, but he still loved to joke around. He was really drunk. However, looking at Li Gang, who was laughing happily like a child, Li Wangyu's eyes turned and a mischievous idea popped into his head. Heh heh, since Teacher Wenji says so, then it's my fault. Since that's the case, how about I compensate teacher with a few lantern riddles? Li Wangyu laughed very mischievously. Li Gang shook his head repeatedly. No, this old man has nothing to do and likes to study lantern riddles. There really isn't anything new. This compensation won't do. That's not true. Teacher Wenji must have never heard of my lantern riddles and may not be able to guess them. Li Wangyu's smile became even more brilliant. Li Gang's interest was piqued. Oh. Ziyu, why are you so sure? This old man isn't afraid to tell you that this old man has been studying lantern riddles for more than 10 years. When I have nothing better to do, I like to study them as a game. You'd better think carefully. If I can answer your riddle, it won't count. Of course. If Teacher Wenji doesn't believe me, why don't we make a bet? I will give you 10 riddles. If you can guess 3 of them correctly, then you win. I wonder if Mr. has seen the portrait in Duke Yu's mansion? If I lose, I will draw a painting for you as an apology. What do you think? Hearing this, Li Gang's old eyes lit up. He had a good relationship with Yu Shinan. During Yu Shinan's birthday banquet, Li Wangyu had given him a sketch of Yu Shinan as a congratulatory gift. Naturally, he had seen it and liked it very much. Now that he heard that Li Wangyu actually wanted to bet with him, how could the old man not agree? Huh, Ziyu, you're really willing to go all out. It seems that if this old man loses, you must have some ulterior motive. Let's hear it. What will happen if this old man loses? Li Gang was also shrewd with age. He saw through Li Wangyu's plan with a single glance. Li Wangyu smiled. If Teacher Wenji loses, I will take the liberty of asking you to teach the Crown Prince. I wonder if Teacher and His Majesty will allow this? Pai Lupi heard this and immediately nodded. Li Wangyu's words were simply spoken to the bottom of his heart. How could he have any reason to disagree? He looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of encouragement and praise. Although Li Qingxian and Li Tai had both acknowledged Li Wangyu as their master, this didn't conflict with Li Gang being one of the Crown Prince's 3 tutors. Pai Lupi had previously planned to do this. However, Li Gang had become somewhat dejected because of the matter with the Crown Prince, Li Jianxing. As a result, he wasn't willing to accept the edict. He only said that he was too old to teach the Crown Prince. Li Wangyu naturally knew what Pai Lupi was thinking. Wasn't this nonsense? In history, Pai Lupi had coaxed and pestered Li Gang to become the Crown Prince's imperial tutor in the 4th year of Zhengguan's reign. Unfortunately, Li Gang was already old and passed away a year later due to illness. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu decided that if there was an opportunity, he would have Sun Simiao help Li Gang recuperate. Although he had just met the old man, Li Wangyu felt that they were very congenial. Naturally, he didn't want this humorous and witty scholar to pass away 2 years later due to illness. Li Gang's old eyes stared at Li Wangyu for a while. Then, he twirled his beard and smiled. All right, since you've said so, then it's settled. Give me your questions. I don't believe that there are any lantern riddles in this world that I can't even guess 3 questions. Kong Yingda also smiled. Zio, I'm afraid that you've miscalculated. Brother Wenji's greatest hobby, aside from poetry and essays, is to study lantern riddles. If you make this bet with Brother Wenji, I'm afraid that you'll lose 9 times out of 10. Yu Shinan and Lu Quan also looked as if they were watching a good show. However, it was clear that the 2 old men didn't think that Li Wangyu could beat Li Gang. Hearing this, Pai Lupi frowned. He was hoping that if Li Wangyu won, he would be able to trick Li Gang into becoming a teacher in Qingxian. Li Wangyu smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet as well? How about this? If I'm lucky enough to beat Teacher Wenji, each of you will write a piece of calligraphy for me. How about that? Everyone present was famous in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu was naturally more than happy to swindle some calligraphy from these big shots and take it back home as a family heirloom. Currently, he had built a special collection room in his castle to store these big shots calligraphy. This included Yu Shernan's Ode to the Gallant, Wang Shiji's calligraphy that he swindled from Chai Lingguo, and his disciple Yan Liben's calligraphy. Kong Yingda and Lu Quan looked at each other. They didn't understand where Li Wangyu's confidence came from. However, they also smiled. All right, since Zio wants to play a game with us, then it's settled. However, if you lose, what will you do? Will you give each of us a portrait like Brother Bashi's? Of course. Li Wangyu nodded without hesitation. Pai Lupi also became interested. If that's the case, then we will also participate. We will also bet that Teacher Wenji will be able to answer your riddle correctly. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. He thought, Pai Lupi, whose side are you on? I'm helping your son trick his teacher into going home, and you're actually betting that I will lose? This is truly infuriating. However, on second thought, Pai Lupi's flying white calligraphy was also famous in the future. Coupled with his imperial status, it would also be a good collector's item. If that was the case, then it wouldn't be a loss. Then it's settled. I will ask 10 riddles. If Teacher Wenji can answer 3 correctly, then it will be my loss. If Uncle and you lose, you can't go back on your word. Of course. Just give me the question. Li Gang's interest was piqued, and he urged. Li Wangyu coughed lightly and pretended to think. He paced back and forth in the room before saying, the first question. Chapter 644. Li Wangyu said, for the first question, ask. There is a word that everyone will mistake. Type it. In the private room, Pai Lupi, Li Gang, and the others lowered their heads and pondered. What word would everyone mistake? Thinking about it, it should be a very rare English character. Li Gang frowned and thought for a while. He raised his head and asked, is it the word woman? This word is pronounced "ru" in Woman Returns. Gu kills the swine for his woman. Many scholars will make a mistake. Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. No. Kong Yingda rode in the air with his hand as he said, Brother Wenji, there are many Tongfa words, but not everyone will make a mistake. In my opinion, it should be the word Yao. There is a wrong meaning. Zio, did I get it right? Li Wangyu still shook his head. No. Pai Lupi, Yu Shernan, and Lu Quan also frowned. They pondered for a while but could not come up with an answer. Zio, this is not right, that is not right. What word is it? Tell us. If we don't agree with the answer, it will not count. Li Gang stopped guessing and asked Li Wangyu for the answer. Li Wangyu said, Teacher Wenji, the answer is wrong. Look, isn't everyone making a mistake? His words instantly dumbfounded everyone. What? Was it this mistake? Mistake. Zio, why is it this mistake? Sure enough, everyone makes a mistake. Zio, you are really unexpected. I didn't think of such a simple answer. Li Gang slapped his head. So it was a word trap. It's my fault. I didn't think Zio would play such a trick. We lose this question. Zio, come up with another question. Li Wangyu laughed inwardly. What he thought of was the brain teaser of the future. The Tang people had never seen such a way of answering a question that required them to leave their original way of thinking and think from a different angle. A brain teaser naturally meant that the brain had to turn around to answer the question. However, this turn was not easy. In fact, this was where the fun of brain teasers lay. Every time he heard the answer, he would be enlightened, and then he would be annoyed that he couldn't think of such a simple answer. Since he dared to propose a bet with Li Gang and the others, he was naturally certain that they would not be able to guess the answer. Li Wangyu said, okay, this is the second question. Ask, in a year, which month has 28 days? In the elegant room, everyone was very cautious. Li Gang pondered for a while before replying, February. There are only 28 days in February. Kang Yingda stopped him. Wait, Brother Wenji, that's not right. Haha, I know, this brat is digging a hole for us again. There are 29 days in February of a leap year, so the answer should be that there are 28 days in February of a normal year. Pai Lupi and the others immediately clapped their hands and cheered. Haha, Confucius is indeed wise. Otherwise, we would have been tricked by this kid again. Li Wangyu was not the least bit disheartened. He only shook his head and said, No, you are wrong again. Kang Yingda was anxious. How can you be wrong? There are 29 days in February of a leap year, and 28 days in a normal year. What's wrong with that? Li Wangyu shrugged. Confucius, there are 28 days in every month. Ah. This is really true. There are 28 days in every month. We were tricked by Zio again. So it's this 28 days. This answer is so simple. Why didn't we think of it just now? Li Gang also wrung his hands and sighed, but some confidence returned to his face. Zio, I lost this question. You can continue with the questions. I already know what to do, so I definitely won't be tricked by you again. Pai Lupi and the others also nodded repeatedly. They felt that Li Wangyu's questions were not difficult. It was just a momentary surprise. Li Wangyu chuckled in his heart. This brain-twisting trick was not that simple. He coughed lightly and said, The third question is, what can Teacher Wenji do? What can I do? What can all of you do? One person can do it, but two people cannot do it together. What is this? In the private room, everyone began to think hard. They felt like they were about to catch on to something, but after some thought, they felt that something was wrong. I know, Yu Shinan suddenly said, going to the toilet is indecent. Naturally, it can't be done together. The others' eyes lit up. They felt that although this answer was indecent, it was the truth. Li Gang laughed loudly and clapped his hands. Zio's question is indeed indecent. But we should have answered it correctly, right? Of course. Zio, you have to accept your loss. Pai Lupi also laughed. Li Wangyu still shook his head. No. How is that possible? Could it be a bath? Zio, could it be that you did it on purpose? What's wrong with this answer? Li Wangyu said, I wouldn't dare to lie to Uncle and all of you. If you don't believe me, I'll tell you the answer later. You can see if it's correct. Everyone could only think again. Now, they understood that Li Wangyu's questions were all unexpected. They needed to think about it from a different perspective. However, how could it be so easy to change one's habits of thought? After thinking about it for a while, no one had a clue. They could only admit defeat. After all, this was only the third question. There were still 7 questions, so there was no need to rush. Zio, tell us the answer. I admit defeat. I can't guess the answer. Li Wangyu smiled. Teacher Wenji, Uncle, and all of you, it's a dream. Of course, everyone can have this dream, but it can't be done together. Yu Shinan was drinking from his wine cup. When he heard this answer, he couldn't help but spit out all the wine. Lu Quan, who was beside him, couldn't dodge in time and was sprayed with wine. Lu Quan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Yu Shinan. Brother Bo Shi, how much do you have against me? Sorry. I couldn't help it. Zio's answer made me laugh. Yu Shinan hurriedly helped his old friend wipe the wine off and explained with a laugh. Li Gang was so annoyed that he kept hitting his head with his hand. Why didn't I think of it? Dream, isn't it just a dream? Pai Lupi was also annoyed that he didn't think of such a simple answer. Zio, continue. I don't believe I can't guess the answer. Li Gang said, rubbing his hands together. Kang Yingda and the others were also waiting for Li Wangyu to come up with a question. Everyone had forgotten that Li Wangyu had promised them that he would answer the question alone. Now, it was Pai Lupi and the others who were united in their determination to compete with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu didn't care. He shrugged. Question 4, what's the middle of Chang'an? It's Vermilion Bird Avenue. No, this kid's trap can't be so simple. I know, the middle of Chang'an is the common people. No, uncle, everyone, the middle of Chang'an is naturally the word N. Ah. It's the middle of Chang'an? Is that even possible? This question deserves a toast. Zio, you're too evil. In the private room, everyone laughed again. Then, they couldn't help but applaud. Zio, continue. I don't believe I can't get a single question wrong. Li Gang raised his head and drank a cup of wine, laughing loudly. This feeling of racking his brains and finally having the answer right in front of him was too torturous. Chapter 645. Seeing that the big shots were so excited, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders and continue with the questions. Uncle, everyone, the fifth question is, iron and copper will rust if placed outside. What about gold? Everyone had become very cautious. Lu Quan asked, will this gold also rust? It shouldn't, right? When have I ever heard of gold rusting? Pai Lupi laughed, I know about this. There are many gold objects in the palace that need to be polished by craftsmen. I once asked out of curiosity and learned that gold will rust as well. Therefore, it needs to be polished frequently. Yu Shinan clapped his hands and applauded, that's true. I also know that gold will rust. Li Gang was about to answer when he lowered his head and thought for a while. He felt that Li Wangyu's questions wouldn't be so simple. But no matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't figure it out. He could only answer, Zio, gold will rust. This question can't be wrong. Li Wangyu shook his head again, no. How can it be wrong? Tell us, won't gold rust? Li Wangyu laughed mischievously, Uncle, everyone, I didn't ask you if gold will rust. The correct answer is that iron and copper will rust if placed outside, but gold will be stolen. Ah. What? Zio, didn't you ask if gold will rust? Sigh, we fell for Zio's trick again. This iron will rust is clearly a trick to mislead us into thinking if gold will rust. Isn't that right? If gold is placed outside, it will be stolen. Everyone was annoyed that they had fallen for Li Zio's trick again. How annoying. Every time they heard the answer, they felt that it was very simple. But they didn't think of it at all. Everyone felt that these questions were very simple, but when it came to the next question, they still couldn't answer it correctly. Zio, continue. I don't believe that I'll get it wrong today. At this time, Pai Lupi, Li Gang, Yu Shinan, and the others didn't care about winning or losing. The most important thing was that they had to answer a question correctly to save their face. Otherwise, if he couldn't even answer a single question out of the 10, it would be too embarrassing. Question 6. What won't get wet after falling into water? Question 7. There is an item that you can use your left hand to hold, but not your right hand. What is it? Question 8. What is it that gets bigger and bigger when you cut it with scissors? Question 9. Ask. Question 10. There were a total of 10 riddles, but none of the people present could answer a single one. Li Gang, Pai Lupi, and the others looked at each other in dismay. The emperor of the Tang dynasty and several top scholars of the Tang dynasty were really hit hard by Li Wangyu's strange questions. Kang Ningda's face was flushed red. He suddenly stood up and went to the table in the private room. He picked up a brush and wrote down the 10 questions Li Wangyu had given him, as well as the answers. Then, he called for the manager of the restaurant. Go, remove all the riddles outside and replace them with these 10 questions. Those who can answer them correctly can come in. The manager didn't understand. After looking down at the riddles and the answers on the paper, he couldn't help but have a very interesting expression. Yes. The manager didn't dare to ask more. He followed Kang Ningda's order and ordered the doctors in the restaurant. Li Gang, Yu Shinan, and Lu Quan pointed at Kang Ningda and laughed. Chong Yuan, are you not going to entertain guests today? Some people could answer those riddles, but I don't believe anyone can answer Ziyu's 10 questions correctly. Humph, what does that have to do with me? I didn't come up with these questions. Kong Yingda raised his head and drank a cup of wine gloomily. Today, he was really depressed because of those 10 damn questions. Since he was unhappy, he would make those scholars who were traveling at night feel depressed as well. If they wanted to enter the restaurant and enjoy the wine for free tonight, they had to answer those damn questions first. It had to be said that because Kong Yingda was unhappy, he threw out those 10 questions, which really tortured the scholars in Chang'an. During the 3 days of the Lantern Festival, the restaurant of the Kong family almost didn't receive any guests after the 10 questions were put up. The more difficult it was for people to answer these 10 questions, the more competitive the countless scholars in Chang'an became. During the Lantern Festival, many scholars gathered in front of the restaurant of the Kong family, wanting to guess the answers to the questions. For a time, whether or not they could answer the riddles of the lantern and get the right to enjoy the wine for free became a secret competition between the scholars in Chang'an. If others couldn't answer, it would be a great honor if they could answer correctly. But even great scholars like Li Gang, Yu Shinan, and Kong Yingda couldn't do anything about the brain teasers of the later generations, let alone these scholars. After trying various answers but being judged wrong by the restaurant, these scholars couldn't take it anymore. They surrounded the entrance of the restaurant and demanded an explanation. In their view, the restaurant was deliberately making things difficult for them. In this regard, the manager of the restaurant asked Kong Yingda for instructions and came out to appease the crowd. He said that after the Lantern Festival, the answers to the 10 riddles would be posted. If the crowd was still dissatisfied by then, the restaurant would take responsibility. Seeing the manager of the restaurant so determined, the anger in the hearts of the scholars was temporarily suppressed. The 10 questions of the Lantern Festival in the 3rd year of the Tang dynasty's Xinguan era became a nightmare for the scholars in Chang'an. Even the officials of the imperial court were interested in the 10 riddles of the Kong family restaurant. However, the officials cared about their reputation and were afraid of being embarrassed if they answered wrong. They secretly sent their servants to the restaurant with the answers they came up with, but they all returned empty-handed. After the Lantern Festival, when the 10 questions were posted, everyone was dumbfounded. The answers were actually like this? So simple. What was even more wicked was that when the answers were posted, Kong Yingda specifically said that the 10 riddles were all written by Li Zio, the county count of Huxian. This news immediately caused an uproar among the scholars in Chang'an. The scholars who were tormented by the riddles, in addition to admiration, couldn't help but gnash their teeth in hatred of Li Wangyu. How did this Count of Huxian, who was famous throughout Chang'an, come up with such a ridiculous question? There were even some busybodies who simply called Li Wangyu the Baize County Count. Baize was an ancient divine beast. It was said that it knew astronomy, geography, and trifles. Through it, it could see the future. Giving Li Wangyu such a nickname was not only to praise Li Wangyu's knowledge, but also to express their resentment. They also secretly cursed him for not being human and compared him to a divine beast. This elegant nickname was in line with the crowd's thoughts. It didn't take long for Li Wangyu to be called the Baize County Count, in private in Chang'an. When Li Wangyu learned of this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he wasn't angry. Baize was Baize. In any case, it was still a divine beast. Moreover, Baize had a high status and was a symbol of auspiciousness. Baize County Count sounded much better than County Count of Huxian. These were all things for later. At this time, in the elegant room of the Kong family restaurant, Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi and the other big shots very proudly. "Uncle, everyone, I've won now. If you're willing to bet, you must accept your loss. Please leave behind some calligraphy for me." He pointed at the several tables. Naturally, there were good brushes and ink in the elegant room. However, Li Gang shook his head. No, no. Chapter 646. Li Wangyu asked in astonishment, "Teacher Wenji, what's wrong with that? Don't tell me you intend to renege on your debt?" Li Gang twirled his beard and smiled. "Of course we won't renege on our debt, but we can't just write it casually. There has to be a method." Yu Shinan immediately understood Li Gang's meaning. He clapped his hands and smiled. "That's right, Brother Wenji is right. Since Zio wants us to write for you, we can't write for you for free. It just so happens that today is the Spring Lantern Festival. Why don't you write a poem using the Spring Lantern Festival as the theme? If you write a poem, we'll write some calligraphy for you. How about it? Even Pai Lupi applauded Yu Shernan's suggestion. Teacher Yu's suggestion is very good. Huh, Zio, if you want our calligraphy, then give us a poem in exchange. Kong Yingda and Lu Quan also clapped their hands and applauded, shouting that if Li Wangyu didn't write a poem, they wouldn't write one either. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. How could these scholars be so crafty? They obviously lost a bet, but they still wanted to get some interest back. Fortunately, he had some goods in his bag, so it didn't matter. He could just continue copying poems. Not to mention 5, even 50 would be fine. He picked up a cup of fine wine and walked to the window. He looked down at the thousands of lights below and pretended to be in deep thought. After a while, he began to recite. Last year on the Lantern Festival, the lights of the flower market were bright as day. The moon was high above the willow branches. People made an appointment at dusk. This year on the Lantern Festival, the moon and lights were the same. Not seeing the people of last year, tears wet the sleeves of spring. Li Gang's eyes lit up when he heard this poem that Li Wangyu copied from Ouyang Xiu's Spring Lantern Festival. Even though he was over 80 years old, his reaction was still quite fast. Before the others could react, he had already walked to the table and picked up a brush. Good poem. The moon was high above the willow branches. People made an appointment at dusk. This poem belongs to this old man. This old man will write this one. Yu Shernan and the others, who had just completed the first step, glared at Li Wangyu. Zio, if the next song isn't as good as this one, don't even think about getting away with it. Pai Lupi was even more domineering. He directly demanded, Zio, I'll write the next song. Think carefully. Li Wangyu almost fainted. Was there a need to fight for this? Li Gang waved his brush and splashed the ink. Not long after, a poem, Birth Check Child, New Year's Eve, appeared on the paper. The old man wrote down his promotion and stamped it with his own seal. Only then did he blow dry the ink and hand it over to Li Wangyu. Thank you, Mr. Wenji. Li Wangyu happily put it away. The first calligraphy piece was in his hands. Pai Lupi did not hesitate. He stood beside the table and stared at Li Wangyu, waiting for him to continue composing. Being stared at by Pai Lupi like this, Li Wangyu could only rack his brains to find the most popular Shangyuan festival poem to deal with Pai Lupi. After pretending to be deep in thought for a while, Li Wangyu opened his mouth and recited, On the night of the east wind, thousands of flowers bloom, and the wind blows down, stars fall like rain. The fragrance of precious horses and carts fills the road. The sound of the phoenix flute moves, the light of the jade pot turns, fish and dragons dance in the night. Moths, snow and willows, and golden strands, laughter and hidden fragrance pass away. Looking for her thousands of times in the crowd, suddenly turning back, she's still there, in the waning light. Xin Chiji's Green Jade Case, New Year's Eve, was naturally one of the most widely read Shangyuan festival poems in the future. Pai Lupi recited it once and nodded his head in approval. He was very satisfied with his nephew's poem. He immediately used his famous Fei by script to write down Green Jade Case, New Year's Eve, on the paper. Today's Shangyuan festival was really worth it. With these two masterpieces, we should drink to our heart's content. Come, Zio, let this old man toast you. In this old man's opinion, when it comes to poetry, no one in the world can compare to you. Yu Shernan was very excited. He actually personally poured a cup of wine for Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu hurriedly thanked him and repeatedly said that he didn't dare. Kong Yingda also stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Today is really delightful. Who knows how many young ladies in the world will fall for Zio's two poems. What a good, looking for her thousands of times in the crowd, suddenly turning back, she's still there, in the waning light. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Come, Your Majesty, everyone, let's drink. Li Wangyu was puzzled. What's wrong? From what Kong Yingda and Yu Shinan said, he didn't need to write more poems. This actually wasn't strange. In the eyes of Yu Shinan and the others, poems weren't vegetables in the fields. How could they be wholesale? Just now, when they said that they wanted him to write 5 Shangyuan festival poems, only then would they each write one. That was just a joke. Now that Li Wangyu had written 2 masterpieces in a row, what else could they ask for? On the other hand, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel excited after drinking a few cups of wine. Originally, in the future, when he was forced by his grandfather to memorize so many poems, he didn't feel much. But now that his soul had traveled to the Tang dynasty and personally witnessed the flourishing flowers of the Shangyuan festival, he had a deeper understanding of these masterpieces. Under the stimulation of alcohol, Li Wangyu couldn't help but want to recite the extremely beautiful poems in his mind. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't get too carried away and forcibly restrained his urge to recite poems. Low-key, a person must be low-key. It was enough that he had monopolized Xian Qiji and Ouyang Xiu's masterpieces. He should leave some leeway for his descendants. Otherwise, in the future Shangyuan festival, what would Su Shi, Li Shangyin, Li Qingzhao, Lu Yu, Wang Shouren and the others write? Seeing that Yu Shinan and the others no longer brought up the matter of composing poems, Li Wangyu stopped while he was ahead. After pulling Yu Shinan, Kong Yingda, and Lu Quan to leave him calligraphy, Li Wangyu finally stopped. At this time, Pai Lupi solemnly bowed to Li Gang again. Teacher Wen Ji, you must also accept your loss. Crown Prince Qingxian will be in your care. Li Gang also helplessly shook his head. This old man is already 82 years old this year. I only want to enjoy the rest of my life and have children and grandchildren. Why bother, Your Majesty? Besides, the Crown Prince has Zio to teach him. There is no need for this old man to meddle. How could Pai Lupi let him go? Li Wangyu was naturally a good teacher, but as a parent, how could he dislike having too many great teachers teaching his children? This was a common problem for parents. Teacher Wen Ji, although Zio's talent is unparalleled in the world, he is still young. The Crown Prince still needs a knowledgeable and highly respected scholar like Mr. to teach him how to conduct himself. I hope Mr. won't refuse. Pai Lupi's sincere attitude naturally left Li Gang with nothing to say. He could only nod in agreement. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, laughed inwardly. In history, Li Gang, this great scholar, was truly unlucky. Although he was knowledgeable and had a strong character, he was an out-and-out Crown Prince killer. He taught 3 Crown Princes in a row, and none of them had a good ending. He was simply unlucky to the bone. However, things were different now. Li Wangyu believed that with his guidance, Crown Prince Qingxian would not be as bad as he was in history. Li Gang would not continue to be unlucky. After Li Gang nodded in agreement, the elegant room became lively again. Yu Shinan, Kong Yingda, and Lu Quan all raised their glasses to congratulate their old friend on his return to the imperial court. They drank until 5:00 in the morning. Before leaving, Pai Lupi did not forget to call Li Wangyu to his side and whispered to him to go watch the match the day after tomorrow. Li Wangyu was reluctant in his heart, but he could only accept it with a smile on his face. In his opinion, accompanying Pai Lupi to the Dazhao baseball stadium was not as comfortable as sitting in the box with his beautiful boss and Aphrodite. However, how could he refuse a saint's summons? Chapter 647. After parting ways with Pai Lupi, Empress Zhangsun, and the others, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were not in a hurry to go home. Instead, they continued to tour Chang'an City at night, enjoying the rare scenery of the Spring Lantern Festival. Even though it was already 3:00 in the morning, there were still many people on the streets, be it the east or west markets. Obviously, no one was willing to waste the once-a-year curfew by going back to sleep. On the spacious Vermilion Bird Avenue, under the huge lanterns made by the imperial family, men and women were singing and dancing tirelessly. Dancing was a kind of group dance. The dancers were in groups, holding hands, and stepping on the ground with their feet, singing and dancing at the same time. It was very lively. Stepping on the ground with one's feet meant to beat the rhythm. Of course, anyone could participate in this dancing. Just like in the future, when traveling to the Tibetan area, there was no need for any skills, just enthusiasm. Li Wangyu was so excited that he simply pulled his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin, and ran into the singing group with a big laugh, cheering along with them. That night, they sang, danced, and laughed, until the sky turned white and the morning drums sounded in Cheng and city. The joyous feast of the Spring Lantern Festival finally came to an end. That night, countless lovers and girls secretly sent glances at each other as they walked under the moon and looked at the lanterns, making promises of marriage for that lifetime. That night, they were dressed in fine clothes, dazzling with pearls and jade, and powdered with fragrant powder. That night, the moon was above the willow tree, and they made promises after dusk. It was not until dawn that Li Wangyu, who was sore all over, hoarse, and exhausted, led the reluctant crowd back to the mansion in Kaihua Lane to sleep. After returning to the mansion at dawn, everyone went to wash up and rest. Li Wangyu even wanted to sneak into Su Changqing's room to kiss her, but he was naturally turned away. Although the two of them had broken through the last line of defense on New Year's Eve, and had done something shameful in bed, things were different today, and the two of them could only do things secretly. If it was in the future, this pair of adulterous couple would definitely live together and live their lives shamelessly. But since they were in the Tang dynasty, if the two of them moved in together without any official status, who knew how big of a disturbance it would cause if this matter was spread out? Besides, Li Wangyu was still in mourning. Even if he wanted to marry his beautiful superior, he would have to wait until the 4th year of Zhengguan. Before this, he still had to avoid the eyes of the people in the mansion when he was with his beautiful superior. Under such circumstances, how could Su Changqing allow Li Wangyu to sneak into her room in broad daylight? Apart from Perrin, who had roughly guessed the truth, even the old housekeeper, Li Heng, didn't know what had happened between his Lang Jun and Madame Su. On the other hand, the muddle-headed Avro had no idea that her sister Changqing had already cheated on her husband. But even if Avro knew, she probably wouldn't have any thoughts about it. After all, she already knew that her sister Changqing would be the mistress of this family in the future. As a noble lady of the Byzantine Empire, Avro had long given up on the idea of returning to her hometown in this life. Now, her heart was completely tied to Li Wangyu. In the afternoon, Li Wangyu, who was sleeping soundly, was carefully woken up by the old housekeeper, Li Heng. Lang Jun, the young Duke of Duke Lu's mansion, is here. Li Wangyu struggled to open his eyes. After a long while, he shook his groggy head and asked in confusion, "Why are they not resting in the mansion? What are they doing here?" The young duke didn't say. Last night, it was needless to say that this group of silk pants must have stayed up all night to seek pleasure. Originally, the silk pants had invited Li Wangyu to travel with them, but Li Wangyu had rejected them. "Are you kidding me? Why are you not accompanying your beautiful superiors on Valentine's Day and having fun with a bunch of men?" Now that he was no longer a single loser, he naturally didn't want to spend such a beautiful day with these playboys. Presumably, this group of playboys must have spent the night in the Peace Square or the Hu wine shop. Scum! Li Wangyu got up angrily and took the hot towel handed over by the maidservants in the mansion to wipe his face. After clearing his head, he got up and changed his clothes with the help of the maidservants. He hurriedly walked to the main hall and greeted the group of debauches. "Brothers, what are you doing here in my mansion instead of resting in your mansion? Huh, Zio, you weren't kind last night. You didn't even call your brothers. Do you know that today, Cheng and city is restless because of you?" Fang Yai clapped his hands and laughed as soon as he saw Li Wangyu. Naturally, Li Wangyu was baffled by his nonsensical words. What was this and what was this? Last night, he had gone out with his beauties and met Pai Lupi and the others by chance. They drank and had fun in the Kong Mansion's restaurant and then went out to sing until they returned home in the morning. What did he mean by stirring up trouble and restless Cheng and city? Where did this come from? Brother Yai, why don't I understand what you're talking about? Ching Chimo patted Li Wangyu's shoulder heavily. Zio, you're still pretending. Did you make a poem last night? So what if I did? Li Wangyu asked curiously. It wasn't like he hadn't copied poems before. After transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, he had copied at least dozens of poems. Why was he making such a fuss? What he didn't expect was that when the playboys heard him admit that he did make a poem last night, their eyes lit up and they swarmed up to surround him. Zio, we've treated you well, haven't we? Hee, those poems, give us some of them. We're not greedy. We'll give each of us one. Li Wangyu was even more confused. Why did they ask him for a poem out of nowhere? Brothers, if you have something to say it slowly. What are you trying to do? You've really confused me. Li Wangyu finally understood the situation after the debauches gave a lively explanation. He felt even more speechless. It turned out that the 2 poems about the Lantern Festival that he wrote last night had begun to spread in Chang and city at a very fast speed. Unlike the poems and articles that Li Wangyu copied before, these 2 poems about the Lantern Festival were like spiritual bombs for women. Especially the young ladies in Chang and city who were yearning for love. After hearing these 2 poems, they almost went crazy. After all, the poems that Li Wangyu copied before were beautiful, but they didn't necessarily resonate with women. Whether it was Ode to Chivalry or Leaving the Fortress or other poems, they were loved by the literati. As for the noblewomen, young ladies, and those prostitutes in Chang and city, although they liked them, they didn't necessarily love them to the core. As for the 2 Shangyuan festival poems that Li Wangyu plagiarized last night, they described the scene of 2 lovers whispering sweet nothings under the moonlight and the shadow of willow trees. It was hazy, quiet, graceful, and gentle. It simply took one's life. To use an inappropriate analogy, Li Wangyu was originally just an A-list celebrity in the eyes of the young ladies in Chang and city. But after the 2 poems of the Lantern Festival last night spread, Li Zio, the Count of Huxian, suddenly rose from the A-list to the level of a superstar. In short, Li Wangyu became popular. Chapter 648. The 2 poems that Li Wangyu plagiarized, The Green Jade Case New Year's Eve and The Birth of a Child New Year's Eve, both had a graceful beauty. Although the emotions contained in them were different, whether it was the poignant beauty and melancholy of The Birth of a Child, New Year's Eve, or the desolation and loneliness of The Green Jade Case, New Year's Eve, or the unexpected joy of The Green Jade Case, New Year's Eve, they all made the young ladies in Chang and city cry silently, their tears falling onto their clothes. It could be said that in Chang and city, there had never been a poem that spread faster than the 2 poems that Li Wangyu plagiarized during the Lantern Festival. After the 2 poems were written last night, the manager of the restaurant, who was carefully waiting on them in the elegant room, wrote them down. He immediately copied them out and asked the restaurant's doctor to send them to the brothel in Ping Kong Lane. Of course, the manager did not have any other ideas. He just wanted to please Li Wangyu. In the Tang dynasty, it was very difficult for the poems written by literati to be passed down. It was naturally the easiest way to make a name for oneself by letting the courtesans in the brothel sing it. In the brothel in Ping Kong Lane, there were scholars who sent their poems every day, regardless of whether they were the most beautiful courtesans or courtesans. They hoped that the courtesans would like their poems and make a name for themselves by singing them. As for these brothels, they naturally did not accept anyone who came. If it was not a truly wonderful poem, they would not bother to sing it. In the Confucius family restaurant, there were many literati who would recite poems. The elegant room had paper, ink, and brush stones prepared for these literati. If the restaurant felt that the poems they wrote were good, they would also be sent to the brothel in Ping Kong Lane to make a name for their customers. Although the manager of the Confucius family restaurant was a merchant, he could still distinguish between good and bad poems. Moreover, the 2 poems by County Count who were obviously not ordinary to be able to make his master and a group of scholars so excited. Therefore, after he copied the poems, he immediately asked the doctor to send them to Ping Kong Lane. When the courtesans in Ping Kong Lane heard that the poems were new poems by County Count who for the Lantern Festival, they naturally did not dare to neglect them. After reading it, the group of young ladies immediately trembled with excitement, unable to control themselves. While Li Wangyu was still drinking with Pai Lupi, Li Gang, and Yu Shinan in the restaurant, Peace House was in an uproar. Almost all of the prostitutes, without prior agreement, began to recite these two poems over and over again with their graceful, ethereal, or lively voices. During the Shangyuan festival, Peace Square was also packed with people. Naturally, there were plenty of ordinary people who didn't want to admire the lanterns and only wanted to admire the beauties. The debauches had also gone to Peace Square early in the morning and found a large group of gorgeously dressed young ladies to accompany them. They were very happy. When they heard the young lady in the building recite Li Wangyou's two new poems, other than sighing at Li Wangyou's talent, they didn't have much of a reaction. Naturally, this was very normal. Just like the Korean dramas of the future, the steely straight men might not think much of it, but they could make the young ladies cry. This was the difference between men and women's feelings. Therefore, the debauches were depressed. The group of young ladies in the painting building, when they heard the two poems being recited over and over again, were all sobbing uncontrollably. Their tears spilled over their clothes, making people feel pity for them. What made the debauches even more dumbfounded was that this group of young ladies actually shyly stuffed a pile of sachets, handkerchiefs, and even the courtesans in the painting building. And these things were naturally not for them, but for them to pass to County Count who, the debauches were provoked by this scene and hated that bastardly Wang Yu so much that the roots of their teeth itched. He didn't even show his face, but he was able to seduce the young ladies in Peace House. He was really despicable. What made the debauches even more stunned was that when they returned home, they found that the two poems of the Lantern Festival had already spread throughout Chang'an City. And those unmarried sisters, cousins in their mansions simply didn't care about what the debauches were thinking. They shyly stuffed all kinds of sachets and handkerchiefs into their hands. Needless to say, they were naturally asking the debauches to pass them to Li Wangyu. In this way, how could the debauches still stay in their mansions? When a few of them met and discussed, they were shocked to find that the poems had such benefits. They didn't have time to express their envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Li Wangyu. They directly came to Li Wangyou's mansion just to ask for such a poem so that they could go to Peace House and enjoy the admiring eyes of the courtesans and young ladies in the future. After the debauches finished speaking, they each took out a pile of fragrant sachets and handkerchiefs and stuffed them into Li Wangyou's arms. Take it, take it. These are all gifts from your admirers. Take it away quickly. Don't try to show off in front of me. I'm so angry. Today, if you don't give us some poems, we won't agree. Ching Chimo was full of anger when he mentioned this matter. Looking at Li Wangyou's youthful and handsome face, he had always been deeply influenced by that old man Qing Yaojin. He, who was proud of selling his muscles, couldn't help but secretly wonder if Brother Valiant General was no longer welcome. Ching Chimo didn't know that since ancient times, this was a society that looked at the face, and with the face that he inherited from Qing Yaojin, it was estimated that even if he memorized many poems, it would be useless. Li Wangyu was also stunned by Monogatari. Holding the pile of fragrant sachets and handkerchiefs, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that casually copying two poems would cause so much trouble. In fact, this was not strange at all. Lu Sanbian, who was famous in history for writing poems by imperial decree, relied on a good poem to appear in the red light streets and willow alleys, and lived in pink tents and brocade quilts. It was very romantic and happy. The prostitutes of the Song dynasty even said, unwilling to be summoned by the king, willing to be called by Lu Qi, unwilling to be 1,000 gold, willing to be in Lu Qi's heart, unwilling to see the immortals, willing to know Lu Qi's face. In order to see Lu Sanbian, in order to ask him to write a wonderful poem, they were willing to die. Lu Sanbian was like this, not to mention Li Wangyu, who was so handsome, Xiaolang, Kuan. Which girl didn't love him? It had to be said that Li Wangyou's soul transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. The biggest advantage was that this body was really handsome. In the future, Li Wangyu was just a middle-aged man. But now, even if he took this body to the future, he could be hyped up to be a popular little fresh meat without any acting or singing skills. Even Li Wangyu secretly thought that his success in winning the heart of his beautiful boss might not have nothing to do with his good looks now. In short, he was handsome, and he was a member of the imperial court. Plus, he wrote good poems that women loved to the bone. How could Li Wangyu not be loved by the young ladies in Chang'an City? In this regard, Li Wangyu was 30% distressed and 70% secretly happy. While he was secretly laughing, he heard the cold voice of his beautiful boss behind him. Wangyu, what are you holding? No, nothing, you see, Brother Chumo and the others are too polite. Just come, but brings so many gifts. It's really too polite. Li Wangyu casually put the pile of sachets and handkerchiefs on the table beside him and said perfunctorily. Unfortunately, his words were really not convincing. He couldn't even fool the little girl Perrin, let alone his beautiful boss. Chapter 649. How could the beautiful superior believe his words? Moreover, she had already heard the conversation between the wastrels earlier. She coldly snorted and gave Afro and Perrin a look. The two attendants of the beautiful superior immediately understood their older sister's meaning and immediately stepped forward. One of them coldly snorted at Li Wangyu, reached out to pick up the fragrant sachets and handkerchiefs on the table, turned around, and left. In this regard, Li Wangyu naturally broke out in a cold sweat. The beautiful superior was jealous, and the consequences were very serious. He was wronged, truly wronged. This was simply a person sitting at home, but the pot fell from the sky. He didn't take the initiative to provoke those young ladies who adored him, so how could they blame him? Snow in June, how wronged was that? However, Li Wangyu cleverly shut his mouth. It wasn't a good idea to argue with a jealous beauty. This was a bloody lesson for countless men in the future. Obviously, after the substantial change in their relationship, even a goddess like the beautiful superior couldn't help but develop in the direction of a jealous little girl. Even the group of wastrels could feel the low pressure brought by the beautiful superior. In the main room, everyone sat upright and still, and no one spoke. Only after the three women left did Fang Yai let out a long breath. Zio, you're too henpecked. You haven't even gotten married yet, but you're already like this. I'm afraid that in the future, you won't be able to uphold your wife's authority. Li Wangyu looked at him with disdain and scolded in his heart, it's fine if other people say it, but how can you have the face to say such things? The story of jealousy in the future came from your old master and madam of the Fang residence, and you, Fang Yai, were the number one cuckold in the Tang dynasty. How can you shamelessly say things like, a husband won't uphold his wife? After finding such a big trouble for yourself, you still want to write poems? Dream on. Moreover, the wastrels wanted him to write poems to seduce the young ladies of Ping Kong Lane. Li Wangyu couldn't agree to this kind of thing. Wasn't this helping the evildoers? Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to these silkpants' nonsensical requests. He casually said, brothers, this kind of thing like writing poetry, how can it be done just because you say so? It's not like we're buying things from the shops in the East and West markets. Let's talk about this later. Everyone burst into laughter again, scolding Li Wangyu for being disloyal. He suddenly thought of something, and with a furious expression, she pulled out a newspaper and handed it to Li Wangyu. Ziyu, why did this newspaper publish this article? It's utter nonsense, it's just nonsense. Tell me, who is this Li Tianshou? Why did you agree with Cho Kun to publish this person's article in the global newspaper? Dugo also stood up for his elder brother. That's right. Zio, who is this Li Tianshou? Why haven't we heard of this person before? There will be 5 matches tomorrow. Aside from one match where they agree with our analysis, the other 4 matches are different from ours. What are they trying to do? Do you want to fight in the ring? Li Wangyu was stunned. Then, the expression on his face became strange. Pai Lupi had changed his name to Li Tianshou and published an analysis of the team's strength in the global newspaper. Only he and Cho Kun knew about this matter. They didn't expect that the silk pants would come over to denounce them because of this matter. This was interesting. He squinted his eyes and smiled. This Li Tianshou, is also someone who likes to hit the ball. I saw that this article was written quite well, so I let Cho Kun publish it in the global newspaper. Brothers, don't be angry. Isn't this a good thing? If he guesses wrong, won't it show how strong you are? Du He pondered and felt that this was true. Although the article published in the global newspaper was written by Du He, it was also the result of the silk pants analysis. Therefore, they were naturally very unhappy to see someone go against them in the global newspaper. Good. After tomorrow's match, we'll let Li Tianshou know how strong we are. Fang Yai shouted. After tomorrow's match, Zio, point out Li Tianshou to us brothers. We must beat him up. Li Wangyou's expression didn't change, but in fact, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Huh, you want to beat Pai Lupi up? Brother Yai, I'm afraid you'll be beaten up by Fang Xianling. This guy was also bad. He rolled his eyes and simply dug a hole for the silk pants. Brothers, tomorrow Li Tianshou invited me to watch the match together. Do you want to go together? You can vent your anger in front of him and beat him up. I won't stop you. Really? When the silk pants heard this, they immediately rubbed their fists and looked as if they wanted to beat Li Tianshou to death. Li Wangyu shrugged. Of course. Why would I lie to you? That's good. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, we brothers will go with you to watch the match. We'll see if that Li Tianshou has the guts to go against us brothers. Tomorrow, we must teach that Li Tianshou a lesson and let him know how strong we are. The fops gathered together to discuss how to humiliate the audacious Li Tianshou the next day. Unbeknownst to them, Li Wangyu, who was at the side, almost pinched his own thigh red in order to stop himself from laughing out loud. After agreeing to meet at the baseball field tomorrow, the silk pants said goodbye and went back to their respective residences. At this time, Li Wangyu finally couldn't help but laugh. He laughed so hard that even tears came out. He dug a hole for the silk pants. Naturally, he didn't have any bad intentions. It was purely a prank between brothers. It was better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. Li Wangyu immediately trotted to his beautiful superior's boudoir and told her about it. His beautiful superior, who was still a little jealous and sulking because of the previous incident, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle after hearing his words. She rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu flirtatiously. Go ahead and make fun of them. Be careful that Chumo and the others don't come looking for you. Huh, what does it have to do with me? They were the ones who wanted to settle the score with Li Tianshou, hee. Seeing his beautiful superior laugh, Li Wangyu hurriedly took advantage of the opportunity and reached out to grab her soft hair and gently stroke it. His beautiful superior didn't pull her hand back, but only gave him a sidelong glance. I'll get Aphrodite and Perrin to send those bags and handkerchiefs to your room later. Don't let those ladies down. Li Wangyu was about to break out in a cold sweat when he heard this. Why was she still waiting for him here? He didn't know this woman was so jealous before. Out of a strong desire to live, Li Wangyu naturally complained. He didn't do anything, and he couldn't stop someone from having a crush on him. Humph, flies don't bite seamless eggs. Who knows what you did? Actually, Su Changqing wasn't really angry. It was just a way for women to act coquettishly with men. Anyone who took it seriously would be a fool. Li Wangyu was naturally not an idiot. He really thought that his beautiful superior was angry over such a small matter. He didn't continue the conversation and changed the topic. He casually talked about something trivial, but his hand was very mischievous as it climbed up the soft part of his beautiful superior's chest. Pa! This time, the beautiful superior didn't condone this sinful hand and directly slapped it away. Behave yourself. Where are you touching? What are you trying to do in broad daylight? Li Wangyu thought, don't you know what I'm trying to do? Hee. As soon as Su Changqing saw his expression, she knew that this guy was definitely up to no good. She simply pushed him out of her room and closed the door. Humph, if you have any ideas, go to Aphrodite. Li Wangyou's heart trembled when he heard his beautiful superior's words. He had naturally coveted the female version of Angelina Jolie for a long time, but he didn't dare to really have any thoughts. After all, what a woman said couldn't be taken seriously. Who knew if his beautiful superior was telling the truth or just testing him? What did his beautiful superior mean by this? Chapter 650. Li Wangyu was troubled by his beautiful superior's words for the entire night. The next day, he yawned and got out of bed with dark circles under his eyes. He rode his horse to the Tongming gate beside Yeding Palace. The reason he came so early in the morning was naturally to wait for Pai Lupi and accompany Pai Lupi to the Dazhao baseball stadium to watch the game. Not long after, Pai Lupi, dressed in casual clothes, led Mido out of the Tongming gate, followed by a dozen palace guards in the same casual clothes. "Huh, Zio, you keep your word. Let's go. It's getting late. Let's not delay the game." Pai Lupi did not waste any time and urged his horse to go south. Mido squeezed his horse's belly and urged it to go to Li Wangyu's side. Taking advantage of the fact that Pai Lupi was not paying attention to them, he whispered to Li Wangyu, "Count Huxian, there is something I don't know if I should say." Li Wangyu was curious. Mido was Pai Lupi's chief of internal servants and the provincial supervisor of the Department of Internal Servants. Why was he hesitating? "Mido, just say what you want to say." Mido lowered his voice. He doesn't know what the reaction to the article he wrote in the newspaper will be. "Count Huxian, please don't let it slip." Li Wangyu was surprised. What did Mido mean? He had not been paying attention to the newspaper recently and did not know what the reaction would be after it was published. After all, Li Wangyu was not the head of the Secret Service. Why would he care about such things? "Mido, what do you mean?" "Count Huxian, you don't know?" Li Wangyu was speechless. "What the hell do I know?" Seeing Li Wangyu's bewildered expression, Mi Tuo hurriedly told him what the 100 Cavalry Department had reported. When he heard that the people on the street had scoffed at Pai Lupi's fake name, Li Tianshou, Li Wangyu could not help but find it funny. The people of Chang'an really did not give Pai Lupi any face. However, this was very normal. Who knew who this Li Tianshou was? Compared to Du He, the young master of the Lai Duke residence, it was obvious that the people were more willing to believe the latter. "Mido, it doesn't matter, right? His Majesty writes the commentary under a pseudonym. It's normal that the people don't know about it." Li Wangyu didn't understand why Mi Tuo was so nervous and even came to ask him to keep it a secret. Mi Tuo said bitterly, Count who, you don't know. Everyone is very concerned about that comment he wrote. If he knew that the people on the street were dismissive of that comment, wouldn't it be bad for his reputation? Li Wangyu thought about it and felt that it made sense. Pai Lupi was an emperor who cared a lot about his reputation. It was best to avoid such things as much as possible. If Pai Lupi was angered because the people didn't give him face, who knew who would be the unlucky one? He nodded at Mi Tuo, indicating that he understood and that he would find a way to cover it up. Thinking about it, Pai Lupi wouldn't go to the court and ask people what they thought of that comment, right? After today's game, this matter would be considered over. If Pai Lupi's guess was correct, then naturally, the people would choose to believe what Li Tianshou said when he served the ball. If he guessed wrong, then Pai Lupi wouldn't have the face to care about the people's attitude towards his commentary. Li Wangyu and Mi Tuo's plan was pretty good, but they didn't expect that Li Er actually didn't play according to the plan, which directly exposed the matter. The group arrived at the court. Li Wangyu took out the tickets he had prepared and invited Pai Lupi to enter. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi waved his hand. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the court. Instead, he walked with his hands behind his back to the place where lottery tickets were sold outside the court. Li Wangyu and Mi Tuo looked at each other and saw that something was wrong from each other's eyes. "Uncle, let's go in first. If we're late, there will be too many people. I'm afraid it's not safe." Li Wangyu quickly found an excuse to persuade him. Pai Lupi ignored him. "It's bright and sunny. What's not safe about it?" "Zio, don't learn from Mi Tuo." Li Wangyu secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew that it was useless to say more. He could only follow Pai Lupi. He only hoped that this guy wouldn't get angry out of humiliation and vent his anger on others. Pai Lupi took out a 5-tael gold ingot from his waist and bet 1 tael of gold on the lottery tickets according to the 5 teams he chose in the commentary. The Tang dynasty's royal batting league had only been played for one day. The lottery tickets for the batting competition were even more interesting. Although the Tangs liked to gamble and there were many people who bet on lottery tickets, there weren't many people like Pai Lupi who took out 5 taels of gold to bet. After all, the people didn't know much about the 22 batting teams. Naturally, they didn't choose to bet. Most people just bought lottery tickets that were worth a few coins for entertainment. Pai Lupi's big gamble also attracted the attention of the people lining up to buy lottery tickets. 5 taels of gold was equivalent to 30 strings of copper coins, which meant that Pai Lupi bet 6 strings of copper coins for every game. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had already considered this situation. Now, in the second game, in addition to the 2 taels of gold, there were also lottery tickets that represented different amounts of money for sale. Finally, someone couldn't help but bow to Pai Lupi. Lang Jun, please. May I ask why you dare to bet so much at one time to buy lottery tickets? Pai Lupi was waiting for someone to ask this question. Naturally, he twirled his beard and laughed. Why wouldn't I dare? On a certain newspaper, Li Tianshou's article was very reasonable. Based on his analysis, I bought the lottery ticket. What? Did you all not see the newspaper? His words caused the surrounding people to be stunned. Then, they all shook their heads. Lang Jun, that's not appropriate. There were 2 articles in the newspaper that analyzed today's game. Duke Li's Duke Duhe's views are different from Li Tianshou's. I think it's better to take Duke Du's analysis as a reference. That's right. Everyone knows that the Great Zhao batting field and the Royal Batting League are managed by Count Huxian. The 2 Duke Li's sons are good friends with Count Huxian. Naturally, his analysis is more trustworthy than Li Tianshou's article. That's right. I also plan to buy lottery tickets based on Duke Du's analysis. I don't know who Li Tianshou is, and why did the newspaper publish his article? Of all the officials and nobles of the Great Tang, who has ever heard of this Li Tianshou? Lang Jun, I think your 5 taels of gold are going to be wasted. Who is this Li Tianshou? No one knows. Lang Jun, are you confused? How can you listen to this person's words? Everyone's words angered Pai Lupi so much that he almost went berserk. He never thought that the work he was so proud of would be looked down upon by the common people. Pai Lupi purposely came to buy the lottery ticket to listen to the flattery of the audience. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face, making him feel very embarrassed. He turned his head and glared at Mitua, whose legs were already weak. Then, he cupped his hands towards the crowd. The winner and loser will be decided after today's game. However, I still believe Li Tianshou's words. Pai Lupi didn't want to say anything more. He turned around and walked towards the field. When he passed by Mitua, he said, I'll deal with you when we get back. Mitua was so scared that he almost kowtowed in front of everyone. Even Li Wangyu was glared at by Pai Lupi. Seeing Pai Lupi walk angrily towards the field, Li Wangyu was speechless. What the hell is this? How innocent am I? What does it have to do with me if the common people don't buy my story? Chapter 651. The last time Li Wangyu accompanied Pai Lupi to watch a polo match, he followed Pai Lupi's request and sat in the cheapest yellow section. It had to be said that nothing good came cheap. Even Li Wangyu despised himself for being a profiteer. The view in the yellow section was too bad. This time, he learned his lesson and asked someone to prepare the red section with the best view for him. Pai Lupi did not object to this. He just kept a straight face and sat in the audience with Mituo's careful help. Li Wangyu also hurriedly called the Niu brothers to help prepare hot drinks and snacks. They could not just sit here for the whole day to watch the match. After the first day of the match, Li Wangyu had already realized this point. Now, in the stadium, there were stadium staff selling cooked water and food everywhere. It was a good income. He rubbed his hands and was about to comfort the depressed emperor. Before he could speak, he heard a voice behind him. Zio, your brothers are here. Why don't you sit in the box and watch the match? How can the stands be more comfortable than the box? Zio, where is Li Tianshou? Ask him to come out and talk to us. Yes, where is Li Tianshou? Zio, didn't you say that you asked him to come out and watch the match today? Ask him to come out and talk. Li Wangyou's face suddenly darkened. Damn, he forgot that he had dug a hole for the foppish playboys yesterday. Originally, he wanted to see the foppish playboys make a fool of themselves. But at that time, he did not know that Pai Lupi would be dissed by the people of Chang, and because he used the alias, Li Tianshou, to write an article. Now that Pai Lupi was still sulking, the foppish playboys came to find trouble with Li Tianshou. Were they not looking for trouble? He quickly turned around and winked at the foppish playboys, signaling them to shut up. Ching Chimo did not understand his meaning. Zio, what are you doing? Are your eyes twitching? Why are you blinking? Let me ask you, where is Li Tianshou? I'm going to have a good talk with him today. Li Wangyu let out a long sigh, speechless. All right, if this guy wanted to court death, he couldn't stop him. As expected, the moment Xing Chimo finished speaking, a very familiar voice came from behind Li Wangyu. We are Li Tianshou. Ching Chimo, you bastard, what do you want to reason with us about? Ching Chimo suddenly quivered, his knees giving way as he knelt down. Your Majesty, this subject does not know. The group of debauches were also dumbfounded, but their reactions were not slow. Without another word, they all followed Ching Chimo and knelt down. Fortunately, these 500 copper coins tickets were located at the highest level of the viewing platform. In addition, the spectator stands were filled with spectators looking for their seats after entering the stadium. It was noisy everywhere. Pai Lupi and the others were surrounded by the palace guards in plain clothes, blocking the view of the surroundings. For a moment, no one noticed what was going on in the stands. Get up. Don't disturb us from watching the game. I'll deal with you bastards later. Pai Lupi's expression was very ugly. After angrily rebuking them, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the debauches. Hearing Pai Lupi's words, the debauches were about to cry. How could Li Tianshou be Pai Lupi? The debauches didn't dare to speak any more nonsense. One by one, they stammered as they stood up, looking at Li Wangyu with eyes full of hidden bitterness. Fang Yai moved to Li Wangyou's side, gritted his teeth, and asked in a low voice, Zio, you bastard, why didn't you say earlier that Li Tianshou was His Majesty's alias? Li Wangyu shrugged, an innocent expression on his face. Brother Yai, how would I know? Why are you shouting like this the moment you arrived? Your little brother was just joking with you. Can't you see the person clearly? His Majesty is sitting right here, and you can't see him. How can you blame me? The debauches were almost choked to death by his words. They knew that they had been tricked by this brat. They wanted to get even with him, but because Pai Lupi was here, no one dared to be presumptuous. The debauches sat down in the stands with worried expressions. They were all anxious and uneasy. They didn't know how they would be punished by Pai Lupi after the game. Especially Ching Chimo, who had loudly shouted that he wanted to argue with Li Tianshou. His expression was as if he had eaten Chinese gold thread. The stadium was gradually filled with spectators, and the atmosphere in the stadium became more and more lively. Even though the two batter teams for the first game had yet to appear, the 100,000 spectators in the stadium were already shouting, "Rise," in unison. After the two batter teams warmed up in the stadium, a gong sounded, and the referee blew the copper whistle to signal the start of the game. The cheers in the stadium reached a climax. As the game progressed, the debauches temporarily forgot about Pai Lupi's threat and followed the crowd in shouting. The rumbling of the horses' hooves brought about a dance of speed and passion, as well as the fearless determination of the brave. This kind of blood-pumping sport was indeed more adrenaline rush than football in the future. It was difficult for other sports to compare with its confrontational, competitive, and entertaining nature. The reason why polo was unknown in the future was because it was too expensive to develop. Few ordinary people in the future had ever ridden a horse, let alone participated in something like polo. Perhaps most people's experience of riding a horse was at tourist attractions. They would pay a few dozen yuan and ride a dirty old horse around the fence a few times. As a result, no matter how beautiful Polo was, there was no land for it to develop. In the Tang dynasty, although horses were more expensive, ordinary horses that cost around 10 strings of cash were not rare in the middle-income families of the Tang dynasty. The popularity of this car was not much worse than the family cars in the cities of the future. As a result, in the Tang dynasty, there were many officials and nobles. Polo was naturally their favorite sport. Even among the commoners, there were many people who were good at batting. There was enough of a foundation. Ever since the Tang dynasty Royal Batting League appeared, there were already some batting teams among the commoners who tried to ask Cho Kun if they could form a team and join the league. Regarding this, Li Wangyu asked Cho Kun to keep the information of those who asked. When the time was right, it was necessary to bring in more batting teams to join the league. Otherwise, just relying on the 22 Imperial Army batting teams would not be able to create a strong atmosphere like the Football League in the future. Li Wangyu even began to think about whether or not to build 2 more batting stadiums. A regular batting match would take 2 hours, which was 2 hours. There was only one Dazhao batting stadium, and at most 5 matches could be arranged on a day. That was the limit. As a result, no one would be able to watch the matches of the other batting teams, and no one would be able to sell tickets to bet. This was a huge waste for a profiteer like Li Wangyu. In Li Wangyu's opinion, if 2 more batting stadiums could be built in or outside Chang and city, it would be excellent. While he was thinking about these trivial things and absent-mindedly, he heard a tsunami of cheers coming from around him. Li Wangyu looked up and saw the cheers in the field. It was obvious that a goal had been scored on the field. After one of the teams put up a flag that represented a goal behind the goal, Li Wangyu could not help but turn his head to look at Pai Lupi. The team that scored the goal was the team that Pai Lupi predicted to win. At this moment, the emperor of the Tang dynasty was no different from an excited fanatic fan. He waved his fists and kept shouting. After Pai Lupi vented his emotions, he could not help but look at Du He and the other playboys. Du He, look carefully. The team that I predicted scored a goal. Yes, yes, your majesty is wise. Du He's face was bitter. What else could he say at this time? He could only bow his head and admit his mistake. Even the playboys began to pray in their hearts that their predictions were wrong and that they would not win against Li Tianshou. Chapter 652. The playboys felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles as they watched the match. Every time they wrote an article predicting the winning team's goal, not only did the playboys not stand up and cheer, but they all looked as if they had lost their parents. On the other hand, when Pai Lupi predicted that the team would score, the group of playboys waved their fists and shouted excitedly as if they had guessed correctly. Pai Lupi naturally knew what the group of playboys were thinking, but he didn't point it out. He only cheered along with them. The good thing was that Pai Lupi was much more experienced than the playboys when it came to batting. In addition, Pai Lupi had watched the 22 Imperial Army batting teams countless times, so he was very familiar with the strength of these batting teams. Therefore, the article written by Pai Lupi using the alias, Li Tianshou, was naturally more accurate in predicting the results of today's 5 matches. Out of the 5 matches, there were 4 matches where the results were different from each other. And out of these 4 matches, Pai Lupi guessed 3 matches correctly, while the playboys only guessed 1 match correctly. As for the match where both sides predicted the same result, there were no surprises. They all guessed correctly. Thus, on the second day of the Royal Batting League, out of the 5 matches, Pai Lupi using the alias, Li Tianshou, predicted 4 matches correctly. The playboys, on the other hand, were a bit unsightly. They only guessed 2 matches correctly. This result made Pai Lupi very satisfied. He laughed and called me Tuo to return to the palace. All the silk pants quickly stood up and bowed their heads respectfully, preparing to send Li Er off. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi stood in front of Qing Chumo and patted his shoulder. You little bastard, you dared to call yourself lousy in front of me. Tell me, how should I punish you? Qing Chumo didn't expect Pai Lupi to still remember this. He was so scared that his knees went soft and he knelt down. Your Majesty, I deserve to die 10,000 times. I didn't know it was your Majesty. Please forgive me, your Majesty. Pai Lupi laughed. Ha, you little bastard. You said you deserved to die 10,000 times, but now you want me to forgive you. This makes me feel very conflicted. Chingchumo had a long face and didn't know what to say. Pai Lupi continued, okay, the ignorant are innocent. I won't bicker with you little bastards. Obviously, in the 2 articles that predicted the match, Pai Lupi using the alias, Li Tianshou, had won the final victory. This naturally put Li Er in a good mood, and he couldn't be bothered to fuss over the disrespectful actions of the silk pants from before. When the playboys heard this, they all secretly let out a sigh of relief. After today, they didn't want to write any articles. Competing with the emperor was really too exciting. But what the playboys didn't expect was that Pai Lupi said to Li Wangyu, tomorrow, I will have Mi Tuo send over the next article. In addition, Du He's article is also not bad. Let them continue to write. I want to continue competing with these little bastards in the newspaper. His words stunned all the silk pants. What? He wants them to continue to write reviews in the newspaper? He wants them to continue to compete? Isn't he just messing with them? Your Majesty, Du He's face was bitter. He still wanted to argue, but he was really scared. If they had known that Li Er would write an article in the global newspaper, they would not have dared to oppose him even if they had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Okay, no need to think too much. If I tell you to write, then write. I forgive you. Ziyu, you are not allowed to leak information to them. You are not allowed to show my articles to them. Otherwise, you will be committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. Do you understand? Pai Lupi turned and left. He didn't give the playboys a chance to speak. At this point, what else could the silk pants say? They could only obediently agree and respectfully send off Pai Lupi. When Pai Lupi's back disappeared from everyone's sight, the playboys rubbed their hands and surrounded Li Wangyu. Chingchumo and Fang Yai cracked their knuckles. Their faces were ferocious. Li Ziyu, you bastard. Today, I will let you know the fate of a traitor. Yes. Teach this little bastard a lesson. We can't let him go easily today. Who told him to play with us? F***ck, I almost peed my pants just now. Du He added fuel to the fire. Li Wangyu was straightforward. He directly surrendered. He hugged his head and squatted on the ground. Brothers, please don't hit my face. I still rely on this face to make a living. His weary appearance naturally caused the group of silk pants to burst into laughter. Ziyu, tell us, how are you going to compensate us for our losses today? I was wrong. Today, I will treat you to a meal. Peace Square is still a Hu wine shop. Brothers, please feel free. All expenses will be covered by me. Li Wangyu knew that he had angered everyone, so his attitude was very proper. Not to mention how Li Wangyu was blackmailed by the playboys. After the royal batting tournament, there was a big wave in the streets. Today was the day of the tournament. Many people believed in Du He's analysis and bought lottery tickets because of his identity as the eldest son of the Lai family. But they didn't expect that they would only win 2 out of the 5 matches. It could be said that they lost miserably. In the stadium, the torn lottery tickets were flying in the air. They were like snowflakes, chilling to the heart. The loud curses of the audience in the stadium made the playboys cover their faces and leave in shame. They didn't dare to stay in the stadium for long, afraid that they would be recognized. There were even more people who beat their chests and stomped their feet, regretting that they didn't believe in Li Tianshou's analysis and missed the chance to win money. Only one day after the tournament, the name Li Tianshou became famous in Chang'an City. Everyone began to look forward to the next edition of the newspaper. They wanted to know if this Li Tianshou would continue to publish articles to predict the outcome of the tournament. The 100 Horsemen department reported all the feedback to Pai Lupi in full detail. Pai Lupi was in a good mood. That night, he excitedly burned the midnight oil to write an analysis and prediction of the next 5 matches. At the same time, he also commented on the 5 matches that day. When Li Wangyu received the commentary from Mito and read it carefully, he couldn't help but be shocked by Pai Lupi. Could this guy also be a time traveler? Pai Lupi's second commentary made Li Wangyu feel like he was reading an article from Titan Sport in the future. Not only were his words witty, but they were also spicy. He had the style of those famous football commentators in the future. Li Wangyu was even sure that if Pai Lupi didn't become the emperor, even if he traveled to the future, he wouldn't starve to death. The playboys, on the other hand, were in pain. They didn't know how to write this commentary. If the prediction wasn't accurate, they wouldn't be able to stand it if they were scolded by the people of Chang, and who lost every match. But if the prediction was accurate, where would Pai Lupi's face be? Originally, Qing Chimo wanted to secretly ask Li Wangyu how Pai Lupi predicted. They just had to follow His Majesty's judgment. However, Li Wangyu naturally couldn't agree to their little schemes. What a joke. Pai Lupi said that if they leaked his article before the newspaper was printed, they would be committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. Li Wangyu's disloyal attitude naturally angered the playboys so much that they raised their middle fingers at him to show their disdain. Do he and the others regretted it now? Why did they have to listen to this bastard Li Wangyu's persuasion and write some **T newspaper article? Trap, it was really a trap. Chapter 653. After the Spring Lantern Festival, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and other courtiers discussed and accepted Li Wangyu's proposal. It was officially confirmed that the national games of the Tang dynasty would be held in Chang and city in March of the 4th year of Zhengguan. Pai Lupi issued an imperial edict and announced it to the world. The envoys of various countries also sent messages to their respective countries, asking them to start recruiting people to participate in the games and prepare to leave for Chang'an. Now, more than 30 vassal countries had confirmed that they would participate in the games. In the first year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi divided the country into 10 provinces based on the geography of the mountains and rivers. They were Guanyi Province, Hunan Province, Hedong Province, Hebei Province, Shannan Province, Longyu Province, Huainan Province, Jiangnan Province, Jiannan Province, and Lingnan Province. Pai Lupi also issued an imperial edict to these 10 provinces for the games, asking them to select their participants and gather in the capital in March of next year to participate in the games. Chang'an City, Wanyan City, Chang'an City, Chang'an City, and Chang'an County formed their own teams. There were also the Imperial Army of the Southern Government and the Imperial Army of the Northern Government. A total of 14 teams would participate in the national games of the Tang dynasty. Including the vassal countries' teams, there would be 40 to 50 teams competing for the championship. The competition was quite fierce. As for the games, in addition to the 5 that Li Wangyu proposed in the imperial court that day, which were batting, long-distance running, archery, horse racing, and weightlifting, Pai Lupi and the courtiers discussed and added the games of Kuju, Jiaodong, Chuiwen, wooden archery, and tug of war. Li Wangyu did not expect that the Tang dynasty would have so many games. Needless to say, Kuju was the predecessor of modern football. In addition, there were many games of Kuju in the Tang dynasty, including 2 types of goals and 1 type of goal. One type of goal was a bit like volleyball in the modern era, but much more difficult. The 2 sides each stood on 2 sides of a goal. In front of the goal, they used their feet to pass the ball back and forth. The ball could not fall to the ground. If the ball passed through the round hole called the eye of the wind, hanging high above the goal, it would score a point. The 2 type of goal was not much different from modern football, similar to the popular polo of the Tang dynasty. It was just that shooting was more difficult. Similarly, one needed to shoot the ball into the eye of the wind above the opponent's goal to score. Kakujitsu was wrestling, and Japanese sumo was learned from the Tang dynasty. From Li Wangyu's point of view, Chuiwen was a bit like a combination of modern golf and the gate ball played by the old people. The rule was to hit the ball into the hole with a club. The wooden arrow was almost the prototype of the bowling ball of the later generations. 10 wooden pillars were written with red pen: benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, warmth, kindness, respect, thrift, yield. The other 5 wooden pillars were written with black pen: slow, arrogant, mischievous, greedy, promiscuous. During the match, the wooden ball would roll out. If it hit the red wooden pole, it would win, and if it hit the black wooden pole, it would lose. Needless to say, the tug-of-war was the same as the rules of the later generations. The only difference was that the tug-of-war in the Tang dynasty was too spectacular. The rope was more than 1,000 feet long. Thousands of strong men were involved in the tug-of-war. Tens of thousands of people were watching at the scene. A row of bare-chested warriors were beating drums to cheer them on. The scene was full of smoke and dust, like a landslide. According to the records of the Feng family, this kind of scene once made the Yamen guests, scholars, and commoners at the scene, so much so that the Xiongnu people lost their tendons and bowed again, saying, "If the monarch is here, his country will perish." The tug-of-war could scare the Xiongnu envoy to pee his pants, which showed how powerful it was. The national games of the Tang dynasty naturally attracted a lot of discussion among the people in Chang'an. Games was a new term that had never been heard of before. It sounded very interesting. In this era, there was no concept of national fitness. It was a prosperous era to let the people eat and not starve, not to mention the concept of nutrition and fitness. This was the so-called, the poor study and the rich practice martial arts. Without enough food, or even a large amount of meat, it was impossible to train a body of muscles. As for studying, it was relatively cheap. At least eating porridge and starving did not affect one's studies. The people wanted to have fun. After all, there were too few entertainment activities in the Tang dynasty. Although the people had never seen the national games of the Tang dynasty, it did not affect the people's yearning and expectations. Li Wangyu took this opportunity to apply to the Pai Lupi for a new baseball stadium, but he did not expect to be directly rejected. It was not that the Pai Lupi was reluctant to give the land to Li Wangyu, but that the civil and military officials in the imperial court were jealous. When Li Wangyu wanted to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball stadium, he was mocked by the people of Chang, and for being a spendthrift, and the officials in the imperial court also secretly made fun of him. But when the baseball stadium, which cost 20,000 taels of gold, was completed and put into use, the profits it generated in just 2 short days shocked the officials. For 2 consecutive days, the Dazhao baseball stadium was filled to the brim. After the officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs did some calculations, they were shocked to find that the Huxin County Count Li Wangyu had earned no less than 10,000 strings of cash just from selling tickets. Needless to say, there was also the income from the lottery tickets and the cooked water and food in the stadium. The Minister of Civil Affairs, Dai Zhou, estimated that in a year, Li Wangyu relied on this baseball stadium to earn no less than 300,000 strings of cash. After seeing Dai Zhou's calculations, the officials were speechless. Who the hell said that the Huxin County Count Li Wangyu was a spendthrift? Those officials who secretly laughed at Li Wangyu's spendthrift now felt a burning pain in their faces. Their faces were slapped by the numbers given by Minister Dai. After the embarrassment, they were full of jealousy. In front of such a huge profit, how could the officials in the imperial court sit still? Naturally, they wanted a share of the profits. Building a baseball stadium only cost 20,000 taels of gold and 120,000 strings of cash. It could be earned back in half a year. Only a fool would not do such a thing. In fact, Li Wangyu's Dazhao baseball stadium did not completely belong to him. Early in the construction of the baseball stadium, Li Wangyu was very tactful. He went to Empress Zhongsun and offered 40% of the shares with both hands. He also gave 20% of the shares to Qing Yaojin's residence. When building the baseball stadium, he borrowed a large amount of gold from Qing Yaojin. It would be unreasonable if he did not get some of the benefits. As for the tickets to the baseball stadium, Li Wangyu did not take that many. He had already asked Pai Lupi for permission. Half of the income from the tickets would be given to the 22 Imperial Army squads. In the end, the baseball stadium would also provide a large sum of money as a reward for the champion of the league tournament. However, Dai Zhou's prediction was not wrong. According to the calculations of Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, even if half of the income from the tickets and the operating costs of the baseball stadium were deducted, the annual income would not be less than 200,000 strings of cash. In other words, every year, Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, the uncle and nephew, would each receive no less than 80,000 strings of cash from the baseball stadium. Qin Yaojin would also receive 40,000 strings of cash as a bonus. Although Pai Lupi could earn a lot of money from it, he could not use this as a reason to stop Dai Zhou and the other's suggestion. After all, he was first and foremost the emperor of the Tang dynasty. He had to consider the imperial court and not just the income from the palace treasury. Therefore, Pai Lupi rejected Li Wangyu's suggestion to build another baseball stadium. Instead, the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Ministry of Works began to look for a suitable square in Chang and city to build a new baseball stadium. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders helplessly and express his regret. He did not particularly care about this matter. There were many ways to make money. It was also a good thing that the imperial court was willing to fund the construction of a baseball stadium. He was even a little happy. At least the officials of the Tang dynasty could finally see the rich returns brought by the sports industry. Thinking about it, with this kind of stimulation, the development of sports in the Tang dynasty might have a different trajectory. Li Wangyu was very happy to see such a change. Chapter 654. In the sound of the morning drum, the city gate of Chang'an slowly opened. Bai Macho looked up at the dark city wall in front of him and exhaled a long breath. He had finally arrived at Chang'an. Bai Macho was a merchant from the Qiuzi kingdom. Every year, he would travel between Qiuzi and Chang'an to sell various goods. It was 748 kilometers east of Chang'an from the Qiuzi king's Yan city. It would take them nearly 3 months to reach their faraway destination. The caravan led by Bai Macho came in spring and went in summer. They would go back and forth once a year to sell goods. In this era, the long journey was definitely an unimaginably arduous journey. If it were not for the high profits that this Silk Road could bring him, he would not have been able to persist. Bai Macho was almost 30 years old. He had been running this trade route from Qiuzi to Chang'an for many years. The constant traveling made him look like he was in his 40s or 50s. His face was blown by the wind and sand, showing the vicissitudes of time. In fact, Bai Macho did not have to work so hard. In Qiuzi, Bai was a national surname, just like Li in the Tang dynasty. In the Qiuzi language, Bai was the transliteration of the Sanskrit Puspa, which meant flower for Buddha. Unfortunately, the Qiuzi king was addicted to beauty and singing and ignored the state affairs. As a result, the Qiuzi government had already fallen into the hands of Neli, the prime minister of Qiuzi. Bai Macho and the other members of the royal family were suppressed by Prime Minister Neli, so their lives became difficult. As a last resort, Bai Macho, who was only 18 years old, was forced to follow a caravan from the western region and began to learn how to do business to support his family. The walnut powder, benzoin, and fine horses produced by Qiuzi could be sold at a high price after being shipped to Chang'an. The silk and porcelain sold from Chang'an were even more precious than gold. In the blink of an eye, Bai Macho had been running on this Silk Road for nearly 10 years. After many years of arduous business journey, he had accumulated a lot of property. Even in the Qiuzi kingdom, Bai Macho was one of the top merchants. Originally, Bai Macho wanted to reach Chang'an before the Lantern Festival this year. He had spent several spring lantern festivals in Chang'an city, and he was fascinated by the bright night lights of tens of thousands of homes. It was a pity that a dozen of the camels in the caravan had some problems, which delayed the journey for a few days. They missed the chance to celebrate the Spring Lantern Festival in Chang'an again. Right now, Bai Mohu only wanted to enter the city as soon as possible. After unloading the goods at the warehouse in the Western Market, he would go to the Hu People's Tavern and have a good drink to relieve the pain of the 3 months of traveling. There were a lot of caravans waiting to enter the city. At the city gate, there were soldiers guarding the city to check the entry documents and conduct public inspection. The officials of various cities in Chang'an were checking and registering the caravan's goods. Therefore, the speed at which they were allowed to enter the city could not be considered too fast. Bai Mohu's caravan was not small. There were nearly 100 people and more than 300 camels. They carried goods worth no less than tens of thousands of strings of coins. He estimated that the caravan would not be able to enter Chang'an city without 2 to 4 hours. Thinking of this, Bai Mohu felt a little irritated. He really wanted to go to the Hu's tavern and drink a cup of good wine. Just as he was feeling annoyed, he saw a team of nearly 100 carriages coming from afar. They did not even line up and directly entered the city through the illustrious Virtue Gate. The soldiers guarding the gate did not stop them at all, as if they did not see them at all. What made Bai Mohu feel even more strange was that these carriages had 4 wheels. The size of the carriages was also much larger. There were also different colored handles on the carriages. He simply jumped off his horse and walked in front of a soldier guarding the gate. He placed his hand on his chest and saluted, "This soldier, may I ask why these carriages do not need to be inspected and can directly enter the city?" The soldier guarding the gate was an old soldier. He was quite polite to the caravan from the western regions. Hearing his question, he could not help but smile. "Manager, have you not been to Chang'an for a long time?" "Yes, I left Chang'an in the 4th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan. I am a merchant from the Chutzi kingdom. It is not easy for me to go back and forth." Bai Mohu sighed. The old soldier nodded. "No wonder you don't know. These carriages are not for transporting goods. They are public carriages in Chang'an city. Therefore, there is no need to inspect them. May I ask what is the meaning of public carriages?" Bai Mohu asked hurriedly. The old soldier explained, I think you also know that Chang'an city is big and it is not easy to live there. In such a big city like Chang'an, it is not easy to travel without a horse. These public carriages are the new toys created by County Earl Huxian. Everyone can take these public carriages. It costs 2 coins to send you to your destination. It is very convenient." Bai Mohu had heard of the County Earl Huxian mentioned by the old soldier. After all, when he left Chang'an city last year, Li Wangyu had just been conferred the title of County Earl Huxian by Pai Lupi. Bai Mohu thought that this County Earl Huxian should be a noble in Chang'an city. It had nothing to do with him, so he did not care about it. Is there such a good thing? Then may I ask, what is the meaning of the different colored pickles on these carriages? Those are the public carriages routes. Public carriages of different colors take different routes in Chang'an city. Manager, you are going to the Western Market, right? Do you see the carriage with the green handles? Take the carriage and it will send you directly to the Western Market. After Bai Mohu thanked the old soldier, he thought for a while and simply greeted the manager of the caravan. He was going to enter the city first and rest in the Western Market's Hu Tavern. After leading the caravan into the city, he would go to the warehouse to meet the caravan. After telling the manager of the caravan, Bai Mohu took a servant and stopped a carriage with the green handles in front of the Mingde gate according to the old soldier's instructions. "Hello, Lang Jun. I am going to the Western Market. Can I take your carriage?" Bai Mohu politely greeted the coachman of the carriage. "Yes, come on up. 2 coins per person and put it directly into the box." Seeing his dressing, the coachman knew that it was his first time in a carriage. He smiled and introduced, "Lang Jun, please take care of your monkey. Don't let it disturb the other guests later." The monkey that the coachman mentioned was the one that Bai Mohu kept. At this moment it was squatting on his shoulder, squeaking and looking around. This monkey was not a pet that he kept. It was a guard in the caravan that was used as a lookout and a warning. The Silk Road from Chang'an to the western region was not smooth sailing. In addition to the desert, mountains, grasslands, and wilderness, these harsh tests of nature, the biggest enemy of the caravan was the bandits. The merchants on the Silk Road mostly carried silk, pearls, gems, and gold coins. They were precious and relatively light, which made them easy to transfer and sell. They were the most attractive, fat meat, in the eyes of the bandits. In order to protect themselves, the caravan traveling to the western region was not small and had a certain amount of armed forces. Monkeys were smart and alert, and they had a lot of energy. Most of the caravan in the western region would keep monkeys as a lookout at night to prevent wild beasts or bandits from attacking the caravan. Later archaeologists had unearthed many figurines with monkeys and camels on the Silk Road in the western region for this reason. In The Journey to the West, written by Wu Qinzhen, the monkey that Sun Wukong was based on originated from the monkeys kept by the caravan on the Silk Road. Of course, Bai Mohu kept monkeys in his caravan. Because this monkey was quite clever, Bai Mohu liked it very much. Therefore, no matter where he went, he liked to bring this monkey with him. Don't worry. This monkey is very obedient. It won't cause any trouble. That's good. The coachman nodded and did not say more. He waved the whip and the carriage moved forward slowly. Bai Mohu and the servant sat in the carriage and looked around curiously. They felt that everything was very novel. He did not expect that in just half a year away from Chang'an, there would be such a novel thing as a public carriage. The carriage moved forward. Soon, Bai Mohu found something new. Chapter 655. There was also a pile of paper printed with ink on the public carriage, but Bai Muchuan did not know what it was for. While Bai Mohu was puzzled, he saw the carriage slowly stop, and a passenger got on the carriage. The passenger was a young man dressed like a scholar. When he saw Bai Mohu, a barbarian merchant in the carriage, he bowed to him politely as a greeting. "Coachman, today's newspaper is out?" "Great, I'll buy one. Including the fare, it's 3 coins. I've put it into the money box." The scholar threw out a copper coin and grabbed a newspaper. He sat down and began to read it with great interest, ignoring the bumpy carriage. Bai Mohu could not hold back his curiosity. He hesitated for a while, but still could not help asking, "Sir, may I know what you're buying?" The scholar smiled and said, "This is a newspaper." "Oh, it's a report and analysis about the batting matches." "Batting matches?" Bai Mohu was a little confused. He certainly knew about batting matches. Polo was the favorite sport of the Western region. But it was hard for him to understand why there was a newspaper analysis about the batting matches. Seeing his confusion, the scholar explained, "It's the Royal Batting League of the Tang dynasty. It was created by the Earl of Hu County. There are 22 imperial batting teams in total. Every rest day, they will catch and kill each other. It's very exciting. And this newspaper is to report about these matches." The Earl of Hu County again. This was the second time Bai Mohu heard the Earl's name today. He made a mental note of the Earl's name. It seemed that the Earl of Hu County was also a great nobleman in Chang'an. After Bai Mohu thanked the scholar, he also put in a coin and bought a newspaper from the coachman. As a member of the royal family of Cheesy Country, he certainly knew Chinese characters. This was also a compulsory course for the nobles in the vassal states around the Tang dynasty. Many vassal states that did not have a native language even directly used the Central Plains language as their own language. This was not unusual. Bai Mohu flipped through the newspaper with great interest. He was very interested in the contents of the newspaper. "Excuse me, may I know where the Great Zhao batting field is?" Bai Mohu looked at the information about the batting match in the newspaper and asked the scholar curiously. Speaking of this Great Zhao baseball field, it's really amazing. This was a baseball field that Count Huxian had spent 20,000 taels of gold to build. It could hold 100,000 people at the same time. It was a spectacular sight and could be called a miracle. When Lang Jun is free, he must go and take a look. This Dezhao baseball field is where Da-an Square and Zhaoxing Square were originally located. Speaking of the Great Zhao baseball field, the scholar's face was full of pride. When Bai Macho heard that, the shock and astonishment in his heart could not be expressed in words. Was it that Count Hu again? 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball field? TSK, even a wealthy merchant like Bai Mohu was speechless upon hearing this number. What kind of person was this count? He was so inconceivable. And a batter's field that could hold 100,000 people was beyond Bai Mafo's imagination. The total population of Cheesy Country was less than 100,000 people. How magnificent would this building be? Bai Mohu made a mental note of this baseball league and the Great Zhao baseball field. He planned to go and see for himself what kind of grand occasion the next day of the game would be. While he was talking with the scholar, passengers kept getting into the carriage. Soon, not only was the carriage full of people, but there were also many passengers standing in the middle of the carriage. After many passengers got into the carriage, those who were literate would happily buy a copy of the newspaper like the scholar and read it with great interest. Those who were illiterate would beg for someone to explain the content of today's newspaper to them. Bai Mohu looked at the people in the carriage who were talking about the game. It was very lively. Everyone, that Li Tianshou published another article. Have you read it? Of course. On the next day of the game, I might buy a lottery ticket according to Li Tianshou's analysis. Alas, it's a pity that I didn't believe Li Tianshou in the last round. Who would have thought that the young Duke of Lai Manor could only guess the results of 2 games correctly? I've lost too many times. Isn't that right? Who would have thought that? I wonder who this Li Tianshou is. He actually got 4 out of 5 correct. That's amazing. TSK, TSK. In the last round of the game, I saw someone take 5 taels of gold and buy a lottery ticket according to Li Tianshou's analysis. At that time, I persuaded him to come. Now it seems that he is a smart person. 5 taels of gold became 8 taels of gold. That's really amazing. Alas, why didn't I bet with that person that day? There was a sigh in the carriage. In the last round of the game, most people bought a lottery ticket after reading Duhe's prediction. Unexpectedly, they lost so badly. Because of that, Duhe and the other fops were almost cursed by the people of Chang and city. No one expected that the little-known Li Tianshou, who was laughed at before, would write an analysis and prediction article in the newspaper so accurately. Out of the 5 games, he guessed 4 right. How amazing was that? Some of the commoners who had lost the match even guessed that County Count Hu and Li Tianshou had colluded to cheat. However, there was no market for such speculations. After all, the newspaper had clearly published the results of Li Tianshou's predictions. If they had listened to Li Tianshou and bought a lottery ticket, they would have won money. Who would beat drums and gongs to tell others that they were cheating? Therefore, this could only be the work of the little-known Li Tianshou. He had an extremely high level of analysis and unique insight. For a moment, Chang and city was filled with the flavor of Luoyang's paper. The new issue of the newspaper was quickly sold out. Everyone was talking about Li Tianshou and the newspaper, his prediction of the next game, and how to buy a lottery ticket. Who was Li Tianshou? No one in Chang and city knew. Even the officials of the imperial court were guessing and asking around. There were also people who guessed that this Li Tianshou might be the alias of County Count Hu Li Wangyu. Those who knew who Li Tianshou was all kept quiet. Even the foppish rich didn't dare to wantonly spread the news that Pai Lupi was Li Tianshou. In Noda's Chang and city, Li Tianshou had become a mysterious figure whose whereabouts were rarely seen. After the narcissistic Pai Lupi received the news from the 100 Cavalry Department, he was naturally very pleased. In particular, Mi Tuo's report on the public opinion gathered by the 100 Cavalry Department spies in Chang, and was even more tiresome. For 10,000 years, the 2 counties of Chang and city have been discussing a person named Li Tianshou. This person published an article in the newspaper run by the county count Hu, predicting the outcome of a game. Li Tianshou's article is incisive and his insight is unique. He accurately predicted 4 out of the 5 games, moving the public. The 100 Cavalry Department doesn't know this person's background and hasn't verified it yet. Pai Lupi looked at the report from the 100 Cavalry Department in his hand and then looked at Mi Tuo beside him. He picked up his teacup and said, Mi Tuo, tell the 100 Cavalry Department not to meddle in other people's business. Mi Tuo naturally understood Pai Lupi's meaning and hurriedly bowed. Yes, everyone, I will go and warn them. Don't meddle. Wasn't this nonsense? Li Tianshou was Pai Lupi. If the 100 Cavalry Department wanted to find out who Li Tianshou was, wouldn't they have nothing better to do? Mi Tuo, who knew the inside story, naturally wouldn't let the 100 Cavalry Department do such a stupid thing. Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction and looked at the report from the 100 Cavalry Department again. Then he picked up the newspaper beside him and carefully read it. What happened in Taiji Palace naturally had nothing to do with the public. In the public carriage, Bai Mohu was listening to the conversation with great interest. After leaving Chang'an City for half a year, he felt that the world's #1 city had suddenly become somewhat unfamiliar to him. Chapter 656. Fortunately, Bai Mohu had never read Dream of the Red Chamber. Otherwise, he would feel that he was like Granny Lu, who had just entered the Grandview Garden and was curious about everything. Bai Mohu found it very interesting as he listened to the people in the carriage talking about the batting match 2 days ago and discussing how to buy lottery tickets on the next day. When the public carriage arrived at Shi City, he was fascinated by the vending machines in front of the shops selling cooked water. In Bai Mohu's eyes, this machine was like a fairy weapon. Once you put in a copper coin, the machine could automatically pour out warm cooked water. It was incredible. Bai Mohu even suspected that there was a waiter hiding in the wooden cabinet that sold cooked water. Otherwise, how could this inanimate object tell how many copper coins he put in? He could not understand why these shops would put such a precious treasure in front of their shops. Were they not afraid that it would be stolen? Bai Mohu even wanted to buy one of these vending machines and transport it back to the Chuzi country. He thought that it would cause a sensation. He asked the shopkeeper of the shop and found out that these magical mechanisms were made by the Earl of Huxian. This was the 3rd time he heard the name of this Earl today. Bai Mohu held the bamboo tube full of cooked water and thanked the shopkeeper. Then he strolled in Shi City with his monkey sitting on his shoulder and the servant following behind him. He had just taken a few steps when he saw someone playing gongs and drums in front of him. It was very lively. Bai Mohu squeezed into the crowd curiously and found that it was a shop with a sign saying, Tang Dynasty Lottery. Many people had gathered in front of it. He took a closer look, but he did not find any goods in the shop. As for what lottery tickets were, Bai Mohu was even more confused. Could it be something like colorful brocade? Excuse me, may I know what this shop sells? Bai Mohu asked the passerby curiously. This is a shop selling lottery tickets. Of course, it sells lottery tickets. The passerby looked at him in confusion and then looked at his clothes. He suddenly realized something. You just arrived in Chang'an, Langjun? Hee, this lottery ticket is also a kind of gambling. One bet only costs 2 copper coins. If you bet on a set of numbers, you can win 200 taels of gold at most. If you're interested, you can try your luck by buying a few lottery tickets. Hearing that he could win 200 taels of gold by spending only 2 coins, even a great merchant like Bai Mohu's heart skipped a beat. How could there be such a good thing in the world? While he was feeling suspicious, he saw an official in the Tang Dynasty uniform standing in front of the lottery shop shouting to the surrounding people, the 15th round of the Tang Dynasty lottery has been opened. There will be 2 special prize winners in this round, and each of them will win 200 taels of gold. This official was the one in charge of supervising the issuance of lottery tickets in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another round of envious discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, just as County Count who said, you can buy as much or as little as you want in the lottery. You have to buy as much as you want in the lottery. Early, middle, late, and early, you have to win. The 16th lottery of the Tang Dynasty is now on sale. You can come in and buy it now. With the living example of a lottery winner, it naturally attracted the common people and merchants in Shi City to rush into the lottery shop and take out a few copper coins to buy lottery tickets. After Bai Mohu asked the passers-by, he naturally followed the crowd into the lottery shop. After waiting in line for a long time, he took out 10 copper coins to buy 5 lottery tickets. Walking out of the lottery shop, Bai Mohu looked at the beautifully printed lottery ticket in his hand and could not help shaking his head. The Tangs were really extravagant. They printed such beautiful paper just for gambling. And this lottery ticket was created by the Count of Hu County. This was the 4th time he had heard this name today. After watching the fun and trying to buy the lottery ticket, Bai Mohu continued to stroll in Shi City to see if there were any fresh goods worth selling to the Chuzi country. After drinking the boiled water in the bamboo tube, he could not help but feel a little urgent to pee. So he turned around and walked to an alley in Shi City to find a corner to relieve himself. Unexpectedly, before Bai Mohu untied the belt on his robe, he was caught red-handed by Wu Ho, who was patrolling the street. Hey, that barbarian merchant, you are so strict that you drown wherever you go. Otherwise, you will be punished with 20 canes. Don't blame me for not informing you in advance. Wu Ho's words stunned Bai Mohu. It was not like he had never stayed in Chang'an City. Every year, he would stay in Chang'an City for 2 or 3 months. Since when did Chang'an City have such a rule? But with Wu Ho's reminder, Bai Mohu suddenly realized that since he entered the city today, he did not see those yellow and white things on the street. He did not dare to argue, but just quickly saluted with his hands folded. Wu Ho officials, I haven't been to Chang'an City for a long time. I just entered the city today. I really did not know, please forgive me. But this person has 3 needs, I don't know. Bai Mohu was also a little depressed. If he was not allowed to relieve himself wherever he went, would he have to hold it in? Wu Ho looked at each other and laughed out loud. Do you see that house? That is the toilet. It is funded by the county count of Huxian and built for the people. It is to prevent the city from hiding dirty things everywhere. If you need to relieve yourself, you can go directly to the toilet. Remember, you are not allowed to relieve yourself wherever you go in Chang'an City. Otherwise, you will be caned. In Chang'an City, there are toilets everywhere. If you need one, you can ask around. Yes, I will keep it in mind. Bai Mohu quickly bowed and led the servant to the toilet. After being relieved, Bai Mohu could not help shaking his head again. He almost lost his face today. If he was caught and caned because of relieving himself wherever he went, he would lose all his face. It was that Count of Huxian again. Bai Mohu really did not know how to evaluate this count. He only felt that after entering Chang'an City today, all the things he heard seemed to be related to this count. And he had lived in Chang'an City for a long time, but he had never heard of this mysterious count before. He could not help but be curious about this Count of Huxian. If Bai Mohu did not know that his identity was different from that count, he would like to pay a visit to this mysterious noble of the Tang dynasty. Although he was also a member of the royal family of the Qiuzi country, in front of the powerful Tang dynasty, even an 8th or 9th level official in Chang'an City would not look him in the eye. Bai Mohu already knew this from his many years of experience in business. The Tang dynasty was such a huge empire that it was impossible for people not to be in awe of it. Thinking of this, Bai Mohu could not help shaking his head with a wry smile. Then, he walked into a bookstore. Every time he came to Chang'an City, he would come to these bookstores to see if there were any new books for sale. Bai Mohu felt that all kinds of books from the Central Plains must be worshipped. The culture of the Central Plains was too attractive to him. He even often thought that after he no longer needed to run around doing business, he would live in Chang'an City and spend the rest of his life studying those poems, policies, decrees, scriptures, and moi. That was the life he wanted most. Walking into the bookstore, Bai Mohu couldn't help but exclaim softly. Why were those copied books for sale in the bookstore all gone? Instead, they were replaced by stacks of square-shaped, bound books. Shopkeeper, why don't I see any books for sale? Bai Mohu asked curiously. Sir, have you just come to Chang'an City? You don't know that the bookstores in Chang'an City now no longer sell those hand-copied books. The shopkeeper laughed. Oh. Why is that? It's all thanks to Count of Huxian. He came up with the craft of engraving printing. Now these books are all printed by engraving and then bound into books. It's not only convenient, but also much cheaper. Sir, look at the Analects of Confucius. It used to cost 2 copper coins, but now it only costs 500 coins. Bai Mohu was stunned. Is there such a good thing? But before he could answer, someone beside him said, Count of Huxian was just lucky. Chapter 657. In this bookstore in the West City, besides Bai Mohu and the shopkeeper, there were also several scholars who were buying books. When the crowd heard that someone was shamelessly boasting that the county count was just lucky, they couldn't help but become angry. They turned their heads to look at the source of the voice, wanting to see just what kind of arrogant person could say such a thing. The person who spoke was a young man in white, who was followed by a stunning beauty and a blonde lady with blue eyes. Although Bai Macho did not know the Earl of Huxian, what he saw and heard after entering Cheng, and today made him yearn for the Earl and admire him greatly. Bai Mohu could not help but show a displeased expression when he heard someone belittling the magical count. However, he was only a businessman from cheesy country, so it was not convenient for him to speak now. However, the shopkeeper and the scholars in the bookstore did not have such scruples, and they all refuted. "Young man, how can you be so ungrateful? The county earl who is a genius. How can you belittle him like this? How can you have the nerve to say the word lucky? That's right. Young man, you seem to be a scholar. Didn't your teacher teach you what it means to give me a peach and give me a fine jade in return? Now you can buy books at such a low price because of the county earl who? How can you say it's lucky? Young and frivolous and arrogant." After being reprimanded by the shopkeeper and the scholars, the young man did not feel ashamed or annoyed. Instead, he looked embarrassed and touched his nose, as if he did not know what to say. However, the stunning beauty beside him covered her mouth and chuckled when she heard what he said. The Hu lady widened her eyes and looked like she could not believe it. Everyone is right, it was a slip of the tongue. That county earl who, well, he is definitely a peerless genius. He is blessed by God and is a distinguished person." The young man in white realized what he said had angered the crowd, so he quickly corrected himself. His words didn't make much of a difference to the shopkeeper and the scholars, but it made the exceptional beauty and Hu Ji by the young man's side laugh out loud. Everyone glared at each other angrily. If it weren't for the fact that they were two women, they would have already cursed out loud. The white-robed youth was naturally Li Wangyu, while the stunning beauty and Hu Ji beside him were his beautiful boss Su Chongqing and Aphrodite. Since he had nothing to do today, he invited beauties out for a stroll in Shi City. As for that girl, Perrin, because of a few pimples on her face, she was unwilling to go out and stayed in the manor. In this regard, Li Wangyu also shook his head. Even Perrin, this lass, had started to show off. As expected, there was no difference between a girl and a woman. Thinking about those young ladies in the future, if they didn't turn on the beauty filter when taking photos, it would be like taking their lives. Thinking about it, it was the same principle. Li Wangyu entered the bookstore not to buy books, but to see how the sales of his three kingdoms were doing. Deep down, this man was actually similar to Pai Lupi in that they both liked to secretly peep at others praising them. After entering the bookstore, Li Wangyu was strolling around when he heard the shopkeeper and the Hu merchant talking about him. He couldn't help but feel smug and couldn't help but pretend to be modest. He didn't expect that his casual remark would attract the ridicule of the crowd. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and even made his beautiful boss laugh secretly. On the other hand, after Li Wangyu shamelessly praised himself, how could his beautiful boss and Aphrodite hold it in any longer? Naturally, they burst into laughter. Seeing that everyone in the bookstore was glaring at them, their beautiful boss and Aphrodite hurriedly stopped laughing and pretended as if nothing had happened. They casually grabbed a book and started reading. The shopkeeper frowned but couldn't say anything more. He could only ignore the young man and his group and continue to say to Bai Macho, "Sir, do you want to buy a book? There is a set of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which is definitely a good book that you can't miss. This book was written by the Count of Hu County and it talks about the struggle for hegemony in the Wei, Shu, and Wu kingdoms at the end of the Han dynasty. This book is the most amazing book in the world." Bai Macho was naturally interested to hear that it was written by the Count of Hu County. "Since it was written by the Count of Hu County, I must read it. Shopkeeper, please give me a copy." Sir, the Three Kingdoms is a set of 24 books. Do you want to buy a set or a book first? If you buy a set, it will be 12 strings of copper coins. Bai Macho was stunned when he heard that. He really didn't expect that there would be so many books in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, 12 strings of copper coins wasn't a problem for him. Since he was going to buy a set, he naturally had to buy a set. Hearing that he wanted to buy a full set of the Three Kingdoms, the shopkeeper smiled even more brightly and hurriedly called the shop assistants to pack up the books for Bai Macho. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw that the Hu merchant actually bought a full set of the Three Kingdoms without hesitation. This Hu merchant from the western region was actually literate. That was quite refreshing. Nowadays, illiterates were everywhere in the Tang dynasty. It was rare to meet a Hu merchant from the western region who was literate. Li Wangyu was curious, so he went up to the Hu merchant and cupped his hands. Lang Jun, may I ask which country in the western region you are from? Although Bai Macho didn't like what the young man said before, he still cupped his hands politely and replied, Mr. Xiao Lang, I am from the Chutzi country in the western region. Oh. Chutzi country? Lang Jun, you can also read the language of the Tang dynasty? That's not easy. I have loved the culture of the Central Plains since I was young, so I have learned some rough knowledge. I can barely read and write, Bai Macho replied politely. In fact, learning the language and culture of the Central Plains was a compulsory course for the Chutzi royal family. However, Bai Macho did have the talent. Although the other Chutzi royal family also had the basic knowledge of the royal family, it was just a so-so. There were very few who were as proficient as him. In fact, this situation was not rare in the countries around the Tang dynasty. Almost all the aristocrats in the countries had to learn the language of the Tang dynasty. If they didn't, they would be laughed at. Li Wangyu saw that the Chutzi merchant had an extraordinary way of talking, so he wanted to make friends with him. He was also interested in the Chutzi culture. After all, in the future, the Chutzi civilization had disappeared in the long river of history. It was one of the 22 ancient countries that disappeared in the history of Wuxia. Today, he met a Chutzi merchant who was ready to read the Three Kingdoms. It was worth chatting with him. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu cupped his hands again and said to Bai Macho, Lang Jun, if you are free, how about I treat you to a drink? I am interested in the Chutzi culture, so I would like to ask for your advice. Well. Bai Macho was a little hesitant about Li Wangyu's invitation. After all, he didn't have a good first impression of this young man. He felt that this young man was young and frivolous, so he didn't want to get close to him. While Bai Macho was thinking about how to decline, he heard a noise outside the bookstore. He and the others couldn't help but look to the side to find the source of the noise. Chapter 658. The street outside the bookstore was in an uproar at the moment. The matter was not complicated. It was just a dispute caused by a few well-dressed young men on horseback who knocked over the wicker basket of a roadside peddler. However, the well-dressed young men who were obviously in the wrong did not apologize. Instead, they signaled the troops behind them to beat up the peddler. The peddler was badly battered and his goods were all overturned and trampled. You blind thing, you broke my precious horse. Even if I beat you to death, you won't be able to compensate me. Bah. Continue to beat him. The arrogant attitude of this group of people annoyed the onlookers in the West Market. However, looking at the well-dressed young men and the deterrence of the strong troops, no one dared to speak up for the peddler who was beaten. Everyone was angry but did not dare to speak up. The shopkeeper of the bookstore and the group of scholars who had reprimanded Li Wangyu with righteous indignation were all speechless at the moment. The crowd just shook their heads silently, but no one intended to stop them. After all, anyone with discerning eyes could see that this group of well-dressed young men were obviously the sons of the nobles in Chang and city. Otherwise, they would not be followed by such a large group of troops. Some sharp-eyed people even saw the patrolling Marquis of the West Market behind the crowd. However, they immediately pretended not to see them and turned to walk away. Even the Marquis of the West Market did not dare to control this group of people, let alone this group of weak scholars. Bai Mohu also shook his head. Such cases of the nobles bullying the common people were indeed everywhere. Even a powerful empire like the Tang dynasty was no exception. Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss changed their expressions when they saw this scene outside the bookstore. I didn't expect that this group of bastards would dare to come back to Chang and city so soon. Changqing, you and Avro wait in the bookstore for a moment. I'll go find them. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to walk out of the bookstore. However, his beautiful boss stopped him. Wangyu, let's forget it. It's been so long. The beautiful boss looked slightly worried. Li Wangyu spat on the ground and said, "Bah, these bastards, I've wanted to teach them a lesson for a long time." Back then, this group of bastards ran away quickly and didn't manage to catch them. It's only been half a year since they dared to come back to Chang'an. I have to play with them. The reason Li Wangyu was so angry was naturally because of the group of violently dressed youths. These people were Wang Ziqiao, Zheng Kongbua, and the others, who had been sent out of Chang, and by the aristocratic families after they had offended Li Wangyu and returned to their families to lie low. Li Wangyu hated Zheng Kongbua so much that the roots of his teeth itched. This bastard actually wanted to kidnap his beautiful superior for him to abuse. If it wasn't for the fact that his beautiful superior coincidentally met Empress Zhangsun, she might have forced Li Wangyu, who was still a virgin at that time, to use explosives to open a path and risk his life against Xingyang's Zheng. At that time, he was just a commoner. Although he had used Empress Zhangsun's power to force Xingyang's Zheng to lower her head and admit her mistakes, he hadn't hurt her at all. To the Zheng family of Xingyang, the gold was not even worth mentioning. If Zheng Yuanshou hadn't been wrestling with Pai Lupi at that time and wanted to force Pai Lupi to confess his crimes, even Zheng Kongbua might not have been sent back to Xingyang. As for Wang Ziqiao and the others, they were sent back to Taiyuan and other places by their respective families because they had sent their subordinates to Sun's bookstore in the East City to commit murder and arson. However, it was obvious that this group of fops wasn't someone who could hold back. How could places like Xingyang and Taiyuan compare to the prosperity of Chang'an? Therefore, after half a year, this group of legitimate sons of aristocratic families rushed back to Chang, and before New Year's Eve. Li Wangyu didn't know anything about this at first, but he didn't expect to run into this group of fops bullying the common people when he was out strolling today. Seeing Li Wangyu's resolute attitude, his beautiful superior naturally couldn't say anything more. She could only silently tell him to be more careful before pulling Afro to the side. Since they were out strolling today, the Niu brothers and the troops naturally followed them. However, Li Wangyu disliked them for being too bright and only ordered them to follow him from a distance and not disturb his date with the two girls. Seeing Li Wangyu come out of the bookstore, Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others hurriedly followed him. The Niu brothers naturally recognized Zheng Kongbua, Wang Ziqiao, and the others. When they saw these fops taking advantage of their power to bully others, they were so angry that they couldn't wait to beat them up. However, since Li Wangyu didn't say anything, they naturally couldn't be nosy and cause trouble for Li Wangyu. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, it shouldn't be a problem to take care of those bastards, right? Li Wangyu waved at them and called the troops to his side. Don't worry, Lang Jun. My brother and I are enough to beat those bastards up. Niu Wu cracked his knuckles as he replied fiercely. That's good. You guys go and beat those bastards up. Li Wangyu pointed at Zheng Kongbua and the others. Niu Wu responded excitedly. Just as he was about to step forward, Niu Yong pulled him back. Lang Jun, what about the sons of the Zheng family, the Wang family, the Lu family, and the Cui family? Isn't that a little inappropriate? After all, Niu Yong was more mature and prudent. He was worried that he and the others would cause trouble for his Lang Jun by beating up those bastards. Li Wangyu looked around and picked up a brick from the corner of the street. He weighed it in his hand and said, You guys go and beat up all their lackeys. I'll take care of those good-for-nothings myself. He knew that Niu Yong was right. Zheng Kongbua and the others had different statuses. If his troops beat them up, it would be troublesome. Since that was the case, he would do it himself. At most, he would go to the Taiji Palace to fight a lawsuit with those aristocratic families. There was nothing for him to be afraid of. When Niu Yong saw this, he could only smile bitterly. He ordered the troops behind him, You guys, protect Lang Jun. Don't let him get hurt. The troops of the Li family were all old soldiers recruited from the Jianghu guards. Although they didn't know what conflict their Lang Jun had with those bastards, they weren't afraid. Anyway, they just needed to listen to their Langjuan's orders. With their Langjuan's close relationship with the sage, beating up those bastards wasn't a big deal to them. Just like what Li Wangyu said when he recruited them, his uncle is a sage. In this world, other than those princes, was there anyone who was more dandy than their Langjun? Even the crown prince and the king of Yu had to respectfully greet their Langjun as teacher when they saw him. Therefore, this group of troops did not feel that there was anything wrong at all. They all let out a strange cry and rushed out with Niu Wu. They directly surrounded Jianghu and Wang Ziqiao's troops and gave them a round of beating. The troops of the Zhang and Wang families didn't expect that there would be someone in Cheng and who dared to meddle in their business. Originally, their strength was not as good as the Niu brothers and the old soldiers recruited by Li Wangyu. In addition, they were caught off guard. This group of troops of the Zhang and Wang families who were brazenly beating up the peddlers were immediately beaten to the ground by the Niu brothers and the others. They were all beaten up until they cried out in pain. Jianghu, Wang Ziqiao, and the others were also stunned. Then, they flew into a rage and said, "Who are you? How dare you beat up the troops of the Zhang and Wang families? Do you want to die?" Before they finished their words, they saw Li Wangyu holding a brick. He separated the crowd and walked over. "Child Zheng, child Wang, child Lu, child Shui, long time no see. I miss you very much." Chapter 659. Li Wangyu's appearance caused Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, Lu Xiyang, and Shui Hong to stare blankly for a moment before quickly reacting. "Li Wangyu, did you order the prefectural troops to commit murder? What do you want to do? Do you want to become enemies with the 5 families and 7 hopes? Surnamed Li, you've got guts. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a county earl? Hurry up and tell your prefectural troops to stop. Do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with us?" Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh at the clamoring of the nobles. "You bastards, why didn't you say that you were condoning murder when you ordered your troops to bully others?" "That's right, I was the one who ordered the beating. Not only do I want to beat up your lackeys, but I also want to beat up all of you bastards." Li Wangyu's words caused Wang Ziqiao to involuntarily take a few steps back. He forced himself to remain calm and shouted sternly, "Li Wangyu, what do you want to do? Could it be that you're condoning your subordinates to attack us in broad daylight? Do you really think that the 5 families and 7 hopes are made of mud?" Cui Daogu was much calmer than Wang Ziqiao. He said with disdain, "What's there to be afraid of? Could it be that he dares to order the prefectural troops to beat us up? I'd like to see who dares." "Humph, that's how it is. County Earl who is so mighty. But I'd like to see which blind person dares to touch us." Cui Hong also hooted. Lu Xiang and the others also reacted at this time. That's right, what was there to be afraid of? Even if their own troops were beaten up, so what? Could it be that the Li family's troops dared to touch them, the nobles? As long as Li Wangyu didn't lose his mind, he wouldn't order his troops to attack. Otherwise, if this matter got out of hand, even if Pai Lupi could protect Li Wangyu, his troops would still be in trouble. If the Lai Hot's troops didn't make a move, how could they be afraid of Li Wangyu? Now it was 5 against 1. Not only did they have more people, but they were also older than Li Wangyu. Why should they be afraid of this young man? Wang Ziqiao and the others' words made Jianghu glare fiercely at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu recognized Jianghu, but it was Jianghu's first time seeing Li Wangyu. Back then, Li Wangyu only hid in the dark and dug a hole for Jianghu. The two of them didn't meet face to face. However, Jianghu was not a stranger to Li Wangyu, who had cheated the Jing family of Xingyang several times. Hearing this person's name, Jianghu was almost sick of it. This bastard Tian Shenu is Li Wangyu? Jianghu pointed at Li Wangyu and asked the young masters beside him. Wang Ziqiao and the others immediately nodded and didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. "Yes, it's him. Brother Kongbua, I'm afraid you don't know that you were forced to leave Chang, and because of this person. The young lady in the carriage is one of Lai Hot's people." Hearing this, Jianghu's eyes suddenly turned red. "So your Tian Shenu is Li Wangyu? That stinky woman that day is one of your people? Was the gambling house of the Zheng family cheated by your Tian Shenu? I'll kill you today." After he finished speaking, he ignored everything else and pounced on Li Wangyu. He raised his fist and punched Li Wangyu's face. Zheng Kongbo was originally a reckless person, and he had always been unscrupulous. He didn't care whether Li Wangyu had a noble title or whether he was Pai Lupi's nephew or the crown prince's teacher. Right now, all he could think of was how to beat Li Wangyu up to vent his anger. This guy had a good idea, but he neglected two things. First, Zheng Kongbo's body had been hollowed out by wine and women. Although he was much older than Li Wangyu, he was very weak. That seemingly ferocious fist appeared to be weak and powerless in the eyes of the bystanders. Second, he completely ignored the deterrent power of the brick in Li Wangyu's hand. Therefore, Zheng Kongbo suffered a tragedy. Li Wangyu leaned to one side to avoid Zheng Kongbo's fist. Then, without hesitation, he raised the brick in his hand and slammed it on Zheng Kongbo's face. If I don't beat his face until it blossoms, he won't know why the flowers are so red. Li Wangyu succeeded in one hit, and he was very happy. He couldn't help but think of the classic line of Sun Wukong in the lotus lamp. When Wang Ziqiao and the rest saw that Li Wangyu really dared to hit Zheng Kongbo, and with one hit, he made Zheng Kongbo's nose and mouth spurt out blood, they were scared out of their wits and screamed. Zheng Kongbo was hit by Li Wangyu's brick, and almost fainted. He only felt his vision go black, and then came the sharp pain. His head was buzzing, and he saw stars. His body went soft and fell to the ground. He was stunned for a while, and then he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Li Wangyu still felt that it wasn't enough. When he thought that his beautiful boss was almost harmed by this scum in front of him, his heart was burning with anger. Li Wangyu didn't care about Zheng Kongbo's continuous screams, and directly raised his leg to kick him, making him roll on the ground like a rubber ball. Wang Ziqiao and the others were all intimidated by Li Wangyu's ferocious and fierce actions. Not only did they not dare to stop him, but they also retreated. Their bodies were shaking like sieves, and they covered their mouths with their hands. They didn't even dare to breathe. The two brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, were afraid that Li Wangyu would kick Zheng Kongbo to death and cause a lot of trouble, so they hurried over to hold the furious Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, don't hit him, Niu Yong whispered in Li Wangyu's ear. Li Wangyu was happy to hit him, and he also vented the anger in his heart. When he heard Niu Yong's words, he calmed down. He spat at Zheng Kongbo, who was howling on the ground, and then turned his head to glare at Wang Ziqiao and the rest. Count who, what do you want to do? This is Chang and City, there are laws. Don't mess around. Wang Ziqiao was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. Zheng Kongbo, the eldest son of the Zheng family in Xinjiang, and the son of Zheng Yuanshou, was beaten by Li Wangyu until his face was covered in blood and he couldn't get up. How could they not be afraid? Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the rest didn't expect that Li Wangyu, this young man, would be so fierce, and so ruthless. Even though they used to fight with Qing Chumo and his group of playboys, they had never seen someone like Li Wangyu, who directly hit his face with a brick. Li Wangyu threw the brick in his hand to the ground, and patted the dust off his hands. Pay up. Pay what money? Wang Ziqiao and the rest were dumbfounded. Li Wangyu beat up his own troops, beat Zheng Kongbo until his face was covered in blood, and still asked them to pay up. Was there any law? Li Wangyu pointed at the peddler who was being helped up by his troops. You beat him up and kicked over his goods, so you naturally have to pay up. What? But if you don't want to pay up, do you want me to argue with you? Seeing that he was about to pick up the brick on the ground, which was still covered in Zheng Kongbo's blood, Wang Ziqiao and the rest immediately screamed, Pay, we will pay. After saying that, Wang Ziqiao hurriedly took out 5 taels of gold from his waist, and signaled his troops who had struggled to get up to give it to the beaten peddler. The peddler was a little submissive. He waved his hands and didn't dare to accept. I don't want so much, I don't want it, these things are not worth so much money. Li Wangyu glared at him. I told you to take it, so take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'll take the extra money for your medicine. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, the merchant who was beaten received the gold ingot gratefully and bowed to Li Wangyu. He didn't even bother to pick up the goods on the ground. Instead, he turned around and dived into the crowd of onlookers, disappearing without a trace. Li Wangyu wasn't angry. This kind of commoner didn't dare to cause trouble. They were afraid of the revenge of the noble families. This was common sense. He didn't bother to pay attention to Wang Ziqiao and the rest. He patted the dust off his clothes and walked back to the bookstore. He smiled at the barbarian merchant. "This gentleman, how about it? Do you have time to let me treat you to a drink?" The bookstore was deathly silent. They had all seen the scene just now. No one would have thought that this white-clothed youth was the Hu County Count that everyone had been talking about. Chapter 660. The shopkeeper of the bookstore and the few scholars all had awkward expressions on their faces. They were actually reprimanding County Count Hua and asking him to admit that he was a genius. It was simply comical no matter how one thought about it. Amidst his shock, Bai Macho bowed deeply to Li Wangyu. "I wouldn't dare to disobey a noble's invitation." Li Wangyu smiled. "In that case, please. I know of a Hu tavern in Shi City that's rather peaceful." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. He seemed to have said something wrong. Sure enough, the look from his beautiful boss made him feel uneasy. Li Wangyu hurriedly turned to explain to his beautiful boss. Heh, actually, I've only been there once. It was Ching Chumo and the other bastards who insisted on dragging me there. You can ask Afro if you don't believe me. I only went to the Hu tavern that time to save her." As he spoke, he kept shooting glances at Afro, hoping that she would defend him. However, Afro covered her mouth and snickered. "Sister Chongqing, Lang Jun did save me from that Hu tavern, but I don't know if he went there again after that." Li Wangyu almost vomited blood and died after hearing Avro's words. This lass was really going to get beaten up. He glared hatefully at Afro's round buttocks. If it weren't for the time and place, Li Wangyu would definitely let her know the consequences of slandering Lang Jun. His beautiful boss cast him aside. "All right, I didn't say anything. What are you feeling guilty about? I've never been to a Hu tavern before. You don't mind Afro and I taking a look, do you?" Heh, of course not, of course not. Li Wangyu chuckled awkwardly while cursing himself for being such a busybody. Why did he have to bring up some Hu tavern of all places? He really had nothing better to do. Outside the bookstore, Wang Ziqiao and the others were long gone. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered with them either. He gestured to Bai Macho and led the way to the Hu tavern not far away. They were headed to the Hu tavern where they had rescued Afro. The Hu tavern owner naturally remembered Li Wangyu, and Afro, who was behind him, was still fresh in his mind. Although the Hu shopkeeper did not know Li Wangyu's true identity, he knew that he was a noble and quickly came out to welcome him. "Noble lady, please come in. Are you not traveling with the young duke and the others today? Prepare an elegant room for me. Pick some good wine and dishes and send them up. Also, arrange for a few Hu girls to sing and dance to liven things up." Li Wangyu nodded slightly and instructed the Hu shopkeeper, "Prepare a table of wine for my subordinates." The Hu shopkeeper acknowledged and personally led Li Wangyu's group of 4 into an elegant room. Then, he immediately went to arrange for a banquet and Hu concubines to serve them. This was the first time Su Chongqing had come to a Hu wine shop. He didn't find this place repulsive, only curious. Aphrodite, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel a little dejected. After all, she hadn't had a great time in this Hu wine shop back then. If Li Wangyu hadn't rescued her from the sea of fire, she really couldn't imagine what would have happened to her. This was especially so when the Hu girls appeared. Even in such a cold season, they were still wearing revealing clothes and twisting their bodies to the music to entertain the guests. This made Aphrodite even more upset. Su Chongqing, on the other hand, could tell what was on Aphrodite's mind. He instinctively took pity on her and hugged her affectionately, consoling this pitiful girl. She then glared at Li Wangyu as if blaming him for bringing Aphrodite to this Hu wine shop. Li Wangyu only smiled and didn't explain anything. In fact, it wasn't a slip of the tongue when he said that this was a Hu wine shop. Deep down, Li Wangyu also wanted his beautiful boss to know more about Aphrodite's past life and see how pitiful the Hu girls in this Hu wine shop were. After all, he could tell that even though his beautiful boss was nice to Aphrodite on the surface, she was much more distant and not as close to Perrin as she was to her. Of course, this wasn't Su Changqing's fault. After all, no woman would be too close to a mistress. It was only because they were now in the Tang dynasty that his beautiful boss was so tolerant of Li Wangyu and acquiesced to Aphrodite's existence. On the other hand, the scumbag was thinking about how to have two women on each side, so he naturally had to put in a lot of effort to build a good relationship with the women in his residence. The reason he brought the two girls to the Hu wine shop was naturally to prove to his beautiful boss that he really wanted to save the poor girl Aphrodite from the sea of fire, and that he wasn't impulsive when he saw the young version of Angelina Jolie. Li Wangyu didn't care what his beautiful boss was whispering to Aphrodite and Aphrodite. He simply smiled at Bai Macho and said, "May I know your name, Lang Jun?" "My surname is Bai and my name is Bai Macho. You can just call me by my name." Bai Macho hurriedly bowed. "Bai? Hee, you're much older than me. Why don't I just call you Old Bai?" Li Wangyu couldn't help but grin, but he was thinking about Old Bai Zhantang, who was good at the sunflower acupuncture technique in the TV series, Wulin Chronicles. Old Bai? Bai Macho was a little stunned. What kind of address was that? Neither the Tangs nor the Cusis had the habit of addressing people like that. However, since this honorable count was willing to call him Old Bai, then so be it. Bai Macho didn't have any objections. After all, it was just a form of address. Li Wangyu said, "Old Bai, as far as I know, the king of your Chutsi kingdom is also surnamed Bai, right? The surname Bai is the national surname in your Chutsi kingdom. Old Bai, are you also a member of the Chutsi kingdom's royal family?" He had heard about this by chance when someone talked about the Chutsi kingdom, so he had some impression of it. Bai Macho looked bitter. "You're right, Count Huxian. I am a member of the Chutsi kingdom's royal family. However, the Chutsi kingdom's politics are now controlled by Minister Nali. My royal family's lives are also difficult, so I can only go to Chang and to make a living as a traveling merchant." Li Wangyu was a little stunned. There was such a thing in the Chutsi kingdom? It seemed that the Chutsi king was really a good-for-nothing. He was actually usurped by the minister, and even the royal family's lives were difficult. It was really hard to understand. "Old Bai, you speak the Han language so well. Do you come to Chang'an often?" "Yes. Every year, I lead the caravan on this Silk Road and return from spring to summer." "It has been more than 10 years since then," Bai Macho replied respectfully. Li Wangyu picked a topic that interested him and asked Bai Macho about the Chutsi kingdom's customs and people. It was an eye-opener for him. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Oh right, Old Bai, what kind of goods do your caravan mainly sell from Chang and back to Chutsi?" "Mainly silk, brocade, porcelain, and bronzeware." Hearing this, Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile. "I have something good to recommend to you. If you sell it to the western regions, you'll definitely make a lot of money." "Old Bai, are you interested?" Naturally, Bai Macho nodded repeatedly. "Please enlighten me, Count Huxian. Do you have any burning knives in the tavern?" Li Wangyu asked Hu Ji, who was serving him in the elegant room. Hu Ji nodded quickly. "Of course, we have a distinguished guest." "Then bring me a jar," Li Wangyu ordered. Hu Ji immediately trotted to fetch a jar of burning knives wine. What Li Wangyu wanted to introduce to Bai Macho was this highly concentrated liquor. Since the burning knives wine was listed on the market, it had always been in short supply. There was no need to worry about selling it. However, the wineries in the Qinling Mountains were getting bigger and bigger. Li Wangyu thought that with the harvest at the end of autumn this year, the output of the wine would definitely reach a higher level. With so much wine, it was natural that they should export it to the western regions through the Silk Road and earn more gold for the Tang dynasty. After Hu Ji brought the wine, Bai Macho quickly got up and took the jar. He respectfully poured wine for Li Wangyu and filled a bowl for himself. "Count Huxian, what kind of wine is this?" I've never smelled such a strong wine aroma. It's good wine. Bai Macho sniffed the wine in the bowl and praised. Old Bai, come, have a taste. Li Wangyu smiled mischievously and looked at Bai Macho expectantly. Chapter 661. It was also one of Li Wangyu's vile interests to see people who had never drunk hard liquor before in their first attempt at drinking hard liquor. And Bai Mohu satisfied his vile interests very well. He habitually raised his head and poured the whole bowl of wine into his mouth. Then, he coughed violently and uncontrollably. Bai Mohu's face turned red and he kept coughing. Apparently, it was his first time tasting such a strong wine. He was caught off guard and almost spat out the wine in his mouth. After a long while, Bai Mohu exhaled a breath that smelled of wine. What a strong wine, good wine. It's my first time tasting such a strong wine. May I ask you, what's the name of this wine? Why haven't I tasted it since I came to Chang'an? The name of this wine is Burning Knife. It means that when you drink it, it feels like a hot knife scraping through your throat. It's the strongest wine. Old Bai, it's normal that you haven't tasted it. It's only been half a year since this wine was sold in Chang'an. How about it? Do you think it'll be popular if it's sold in the western region? Li Wangyu clapped his hands and laughed. Bai Mohu's eyes lit up. Of course. You don't know that the western region's winter is the coldest. If there's such a strong wine, it'll be crazily fought over. If it's sold to the western region, it'll be at least 100 times more profitable. But where can I buy this wine and how much is it? Li Wangyu smiled and pointed at himself. In the whole Tang dynasty, I'm the only one who has Burning Knife wine. This is the wine I made. Old Bai, if you want to sell this wine, you'll have to come to me. Haha. In fact, since the Burning Knife wine was sold in Chang'an, there were already some insightful merchants who started to sell it to the western region. It was just that they didn't sell it in large quantities. If the production of this wine didn't increase, it would be difficult to satisfy the drunkards in Chang'an, let alone export it to the outside world. Li Wangyu was preparing for a rainy day. Considering that the production of Burning Knife wine would increase greatly, he naturally had to find a market in advance. Moreover, he did not intend to simply sell these drinks to the Hu merchants in Chang'an. That kind of profit would not satisfy Li Wangyu. Today, he met Bai Mohu by chance and invited him to drink. Firstly, he felt that this person was interesting and had an affinity with him. Secondly, he wanted to see if his new idea was feasible. County Count Hu, I would like to buy some Shaodao wine and sell it to the western region. Is that possible? Bai Mohu asked. There's no rush. Let me ask you something first. Li Wangyu dipped his finger into the wine and drew a diagram on the table. Lao Bai, look, if this place is Chang'an, then from here to the west, all the way to Dunhuang County, Shazhou of the Tang dynasty's Longyu circuit, there are official roads passing through, right? Bai Mohu didn't quite understand what Li Wangyu meant. He just nodded to show his approval. Your caravans from the western regions usually rest and reorganize in Dunhuang County before entering the desert. Then, they are divided into 3 directions, the North Road, the Middle Road, and the South Road, respectively, heading to different countries in the western regions. Is that right? Exactly. Bai Mohu continued to nod. Li Wangyu smiled and said, it's a long journey from Chang'an to Dunhuang County. It's about 4,000 miles. Lao Bai, let me ask you. If you can buy enough goods in Dunhuang County, but the price is 5 or 6 times higher than in Chang'an, would you be willing? Of course, you can also sell the goods from the western regions in Dunhuang County. The price will satisfy you. His words immediately made Bai Mohu so excited that his eyes widened. County Count Hu, how is that possible? Is this true? If so, of course we're willing. Even if the profits will be a little lower if we trade in Dunhuang County, the journey will be shortened by half. If so, we can only go back and forth once a year, but we can go back and forth twice from Dunhuang County. The profit will be increased a lot. Li Wangyu nodded. I think so too. I still need to report to the sage to see if this is feasible. But in my opinion, this is beneficial to the imperial court and the merchants. It can also promote trade. Why not? Count who, if this can be done, we merchants will be very grateful. Bai Mohu stood up and bowed to Li Wangyu respectfully. Li Wangyu just smiled and waved his hand. This was just his idea. Whether it could be implemented or not depended on how Pai Lupi and the big shots in the imperial court saw it. What he said to Bai Mohu was not on a whim. He had thought about it for a long time. Now that the Tang dynasty had the four-wheeled horse carriage, it was not difficult to transport goods from Cheng and to Dunhuang County. There were official roads all the way. The four-wheeled horse carriage was after all the camel caravans and horse caravans of the western regions. Its transportation ability was incomparable. The four-wheeled horse carriage could carry 2,000 pounds and could easily travel 200 miles in a day. A camel could only carry 400 pounds of goods and could travel less than 100 miles in a day. Of course, camels had their uses. From Dunhuang County to the west, it was all desert. The four-wheeled horse carriage was completely useless. That was why Li Wangyu suggested to transport the goods to Dunhuang County for trade. The benefits of moving the foreign trade centers in Cheng and Luoyang to Dunhuang County were self-evident. First, the imperial court could make a lot of money. The four-wheeled horse carriage was cheap to transport goods. Based on the calculation of copper coins per horse carriage, a round trip to Dunhuang County would take 40 to 50 days. That was only 40 to 50 strings of copper coins. Even with the high number of shadaozi as an example, the price of a bucket of wine in Cheng and was 10 strings of copper coins, which was 10 strings of copper coins. If it was transported to Dunhuang County, it would be 50 strings of copper coins, which was a difference of 40 strings of copper coins. A four-wheeled horse carriage could transport close to 100 buckets of wine in a single trip. The benefits could be imagined. Moreover, the horse carriage could also transport goods on the return trip. There was a lot of profit to be made. As long as the imperial court monopolized the four-wheeled horse carriage, the profits they could make every year were so huge that Li Wangyu could not calculate it clearly. Another benefit was that the foreign trade center would be moved from Cheng and to Dunhuang County. Through the huge benefits, Pai Lupi and the imperial court officials could focus their attention and power on it. Once Dunhuang County prospered because of trade, the Tang dynasty would have to invest a huge amount of military power to control the western regions and continue to expand the development of the Silk Road. Li Wangyu felt that the Tang dynasty should not be as closed off as the Ming and Qing dynasties. They should communicate with the western regions and even the European countries. Only then could the Chinese civilization absorb more nutrients and grow stronger. With the current technology, it was not realistic to trade through the sea. Therefore, the Silk Road on the road had to be used and developed. Li Wangyu did not notice that the longer he stayed in the Tang dynasty, the more his thoughts were subtly changing. Originally, he only wanted to be a small landlord with beautiful wives and concubines, thousands of acres of fertile land, countless cows, horses, pigs, and sheep, and servants. Now, he began to unconsciously think about how to benefit the Tang dynasty and the people. After asking Bai Mohu's attitude on this matter, Li Wangyu was more confident that he could persuade Pai Lupi. He and Bai Mohu drank and chatted happily until the evening drum sounded. Li Wangyu left Bai Mohu's contact information and then went their separate ways. It was late. Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were too lazy to go back to Zhou village. They still stayed in the mansion in Huifang. However, early the next morning, there was a knock on the door of Lai Hot's mansion. The eunuch from the palace came to inform him that the sage summoned the county count to the Taiji palace. He was impeached again. Chapter 662. Li Wangyu was not surprised that he would be impeached. After all, in Shi City yesterday, he had given Zheng Konghua a good beating, and it had been quite a miserable beating. It would be strange if the Zheng family of Xinjiang did not retaliate against him. If the Zheng family of Xinjiang wanted to retaliate against him, what else could they do except impeach him in the imperial court and complain to Pai Lupi? Could they let their own troops kill him? As for the censorate to impeach him, it was a reasonable thing. In this regard, Li Wangyu was not worried at all. Since he dared to fight yesterday, he naturally knew what the result would be. At most, Pai Lupi would reprimand him and then fine him with copper coins. Spending some copper coins to beat up Xianxia, Li Wangyu naturally felt that it was quite worth it. Following the eunuch, Li Wangyu entered Taiji Palace and respectfully bowed to Pai Lupi. However, the way the officials looked at him in the hall was clearly different. Qing Yaojin and the other old men all had smiles in their eyes. Obviously, they did not think that it was a big deal that Li Wangyu beat up Xianxia. Instead, they all gloated and looked at him as if they were watching a good show. Fang Xianling and the others also had smiles in their eyes. It seemed that they did not think it was troublesome. Young men were full of youthful vigor. Fighting with others was no big deal. If it were not for the Jing family of Xingyang and the 5 families, this kind of thing would be very shameful in Taiji Palace. As for the officials from the aristocratic families, they naturally looked at Li Wangyu with extreme displeasure. Especially the Jing family of Xingyang, they stared at Li Wangyu with eyes that could not wait to immediately crush his bones and scatter his ashes to relieve the hatred in their hearts. It should be known that for the aristocratic families, in Shi City yesterday, Li Wangyu did not beat up Xianxia, the legitimate son of the Jing family, but the face of the aristocratic families. It could be said that from the founding of the Great Tang until the 3rd year of Jingguan, only Li Wangyu had dared to viciously slap the faces of the great clans. Li Wangyu, yesterday in Shi City, did you have a conflict with Xianxia, the legitimate son of the Jing family of Xingyang? Pai Lupi directly asked, but his words made Jing Yuanshou and the others frown. What did he mean by a conflict? Didn't that mean that both sides were responsible? The one who was beaten yesterday was his eldest son, and he was beaten quite miserably. Because of this matter, Jing Yuanshou's wife, Jing Lushi, who was from the Lu family of Fanyang, when she saw her son, whose face was covered in blood. Had it not been for Jing Yuanshou's intervention, Madame Zenglushi, who loved her son dearly, would have led the Jing estate's troops to fight Li Wangyu to the death. Although Jing Yuanshou was not as impulsive as his wife, he naturally could not tolerate this. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to impeach Li Wangyu today. Of course, this matter could not be hidden from Pai Lupi. Yesterday, after Li Wangyu beat up Xianxia in Shi City, a secret agent of the 100 Cavalry Department reported this matter to the palace. Pai Lupi's attitude towards this matter was only to laugh and scold, and then he ignored it. It was not a big deal anyway. Even if he handled it impartially, at most he would be fined a certain amount of copper coins, which was not painful at all. Hearing Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu only shook his head and said, Your Majesty, yesterday I did not have a conflict with Xianxia. I just saw injustice on the road and pulled out my sword to help. Oh. What happened? Tell me in detail. Pai Lupi seriously played along with him. Li Wangyu narrated what happened in Shi City yesterday, and then he shrugged his shoulders and said, Your Majesty, yesterday I only asked the troops to intervene and stop those people who beat up the peddlers. As for that young Master Zhang, yes, he made the first move and tried to beat me, so I was forced to fight back. I was just defending myself. His words made Qing Yaojin and the others roll their eyes. Although they did not understand what Li Wangyu was talking about, they roughly understood what he meant. You beat up Xianxia so miserably, and you still have the nerve to say that you are innocent? Do you have any shame? Moreover, the Tang dynasty had detailed rules for fighting between 2 parties. The Tang dynasty law had a rule: if a fake person beats a person and does not injure him, he will be flogged 40 times. If a person does not offend a person and is beaten innocently, he will be flogged 20 times. In other words, even if Li Wangyu did not make the first move and resisted the beating, according to the Tang dynasty law, he would still be flogged 20 times. Of course, he had a noble title, so he only needed to pay a fine of copper coins. In the eyes of Pai Lupi and the officials, this matter was over. Li Wangyu only needed to pay a fine of copper coins. As for Xianxia, according to the Tang dynasty law, he would be flogged 40 times. But obviously no one would interfere. Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue arguing about this matter, so he casually reprimanded Li Wangyu and told him not to be frivolous and impudent in the future. He also punished him with 10 caddies of copper coins as a warning to others. Jianghu Xianxia did not object to this, but his face was ashen and he did not say a word. Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu, and the officials all thought that Jianghu Xianxia had tacitly agreed with Pai Lupi's punishment. When the matter was over, someone stood up. Your Majesty, I have something to report. The person who spoke was the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong. He was the second in command of the Ministry of Justice and also a member of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Pai Lupi looked at the shocked Li Daozong in the hall. Obviously, his cousin did not know why Assistant Minister Wang had stood up. Report. Pai Lupi's face darkened, and he felt that something was wrong, but he still let Wang Shizhong continue. Your Majesty, last night, the bad people of the Ministry of Justice arrested a Hu merchant in a hostel in Likenfang. From his luggage, they found a map of Chang and city, as well as the maps of the defense forces of Dunhuang County, Jiuquan County, Jianghe County, Wuwei County, and other counties. I think that this person must be a spy of the Turks who spied on the military intelligence of the Tang dynasty in the name of business. The bad people Wang Shizhong mentioned were the officers in charge of investigating and arresting in the Tang dynasty. Their leader was the bad marshal. Pai Lupi and the officials could not help but frown when they heard Assistant Minister Wang Shizhong's words. If what Wang Shizhong said was true, this Hu merchant must be a spy. But would it be so simple? What did Assistant Minister Wang Shizhong mean by mentioning this at this time? After all, even if they caught a spy who spied for the Turks, it was not worth mentioning in Taiji Palace. Moreover, it was obvious that even Li Daozong, the Minister of Justice, did not know about this. Li Wangyu's brows furrowed. He had a bad feeling about this. Barbarian merchants? His heart skipped a beat. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes could not be so crazy, right? The Assistant Minister of Justice's next words made Li Wangyu's heart sink to the bottom. Your Majesty, there is no need to trouble Your Majesty with this matter, but after the bad marshal interrogated the Hu merchant, he learned that this matter seems to have something to do with the Count of Huxian. I do not dare to act on my own, so today I report this matter to Your Majesty and ask for Your Majesty's decision. Wang Shizhong's words caused an uproar among the officials. Chapter 663. Even if Li Wangyu used his knees to think, he knew that the spy of the barbarian merchant mentioned by the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice must be the merchant from the Cheesy Kingdom who drank and chatted with him yesterday, Lao Bai Macho. As for Bai Macho being a Turkic spy, Li Wangyu didn't believe it. Although the two met for the first time yesterday, Li Wangyu didn't know why he trusted this person. Moreover, why would a wealthy merchant of the Chiuzi royal clan take such a risk to help the Turks gather intelligence? Also, how could there be such a coincidence? Yesterday, he had beaten Jianghu half to death, and today, he was impeached. When he entered the main hall, he immediately revealed that he had caught a Hu merchant spy last night. Li Wangyu didn't believe that this was a coincidence at all. Moreover, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice said that this matter had something to do with him. This was clearly a conspiracy of the aristocratic families. Li Wangyu raised his eyebrows. May I ask what this matter has to do with me, Assistant Minister Wang? Please speak frankly, Assistant Minister Wang. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, looked at Li Wangyu with a fake smile and said, Don't be anxious, Count Hu. Perhaps that Hu merchant couldn't endure the punishment and made false accusations. It might not have anything to do with Count Hu. He then bowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, according to the interrogation of that Hu merchant, the map of Chang and city was given to him by Count Hu yesterday. There was also a secret letter to the Turkic people that was found by the underlings. According to that Hu merchant, it was also given to him by Count Hu. Also, according to the investigation of the underlings, Count Hu and this person drank and talked for a long time in a wine shop in Shi City. The shopkeeper of the wine shop and a group of Hu concubines can testify to this. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong's words made Pai Lupi frown. He definitely didn't believe that his nephew was in cahoots with the Turkic people. As the founding count of the Tang dynasty, why would Li Wangyu need to be in cahoots with the Turkic people? What benefits would there be? He wasn't the only one who didn't believe it. None of the other officials in the hall believed it either. Qing Yaojin immediately stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this matter cannot be trusted. Although Zio often causes trouble, I definitely do not believe that he is in cahoots with the Turks. This matter must be made up by that barbarian merchant." Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others looked at each other and expressed their doubts. Yu Shinan, Kang Yingda, and the others also chimed in. Because of the Assistant Minister of Justice's words, the hall became as noisy as a market. "Where is the secret letter?" Pai Lupi didn't believe it, but he could only ask Wang Shizhong. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, took out a letter from his waist pouch and handed it to Mitua for Pai Lupi to read. Pai Lupi opened the letter, and the content made him frown even more. On the paper was Li Wangyou's unique thin and muscular body. It was undoubtedly his nephew's handwriting. And the content clearly stated that Li Wangyou had expressed his loyalty to Shili Khan of the Turkic people and asked the barbarian merchant to pass on the message for him. He was a spy of Shili Khan in the Tang dynasty and hoped that Shili Khan would go down south and capture Chang, and as soon as possible. The more Pai Lupi read, the more livid his face became. He read the letter over and over again. It was undoubtedly Li Wangyou's handwriting. "Li Wangyou, how do you explain this secret letter?" Pai Lupi's voice also became cold. The truth was right in front of him. Although he doubted it, he had to believe it. "Your Majesty, I don't know what the secret letter is, and it is impossible for me to be in cahoots with the Turkic people." Of course, Li Wangyou would not admit it. This was clearly a so-called secret letter, forged by the aristocratic families to take revenge on him. "Mitua, show this letter to Li Wangyou and the other officials. Let him see if he wrote it himself." Pai Lupi directly threw the letter to Mitua. Mitua also had a bitter face. He bent down to pick up the letter from the ground, trotted down the royal stairs, and handed it to Li Wangyou. Mitua would not believe that Li Wangyou was a spy of the Turkic people even if he was beaten to death. Moreover, there was obviously something fishy about this matter. The barbarian merchant was a spy, and Li Wangyou was colluding with the Turkic people. Even the 100 Cavalry Department did not find any clues about this matter. How could he be caught by the Ministry of Justice? In the hall, Mitua did not dare to say anything. He could only give Li Wangyou a "be careful" look when he handed the letter to him. Mitua was grateful to Li Wangyou. In the Taiji Palace, if Li Wangyou had not discovered the truth and pried open the palace maids' mouths, if something had happened to Prince Li Zhizhen, Mitua, as the provincial supervisor of the Internal Servants Department, would not have had enough heads to chop off by Pai Lupi. Moreover, he had known Li Wangyou for a long time. This young noble did not treat him like a eunuch and treat him with special eyes. Therefore, Mitua was naturally willing to get close to Li Wangyou. Just now, he had been serving Pai Lupi. Naturally, Mitua had seen the contents of the letter. He could not help but feel frightened. Even in Mituo's eyes, this letter was undoubtedly written by Li Wangyou. After all, Li Wangyou's thin and muscular body was famous in Chang'an. There were many people who learned from him. However, the handwriting was definitely Li Wangyou's. Taking the letter from Mitua with both hands, Li Wangyou skimmed through it. His heart could not help but skip a beat. Could it be that in just one night, Jing Yuanshou and the other aristocratic families had prepared so thoroughly? Not only did they capture Bai Macho, the Hu merchant, and force him to confess, they even forged such a flawless secret letter. If Li Wangyou was not sure that he had never written this, he would have thought that the secret letter in front of him was real. This handwriting was as if he had written it himself. "Your Majesty, this letter is forged. It is not written by me." Li Wangyou shook his head and denied. Pai Lupi stared at him for a while with a straight face. Then, he said, "Mitua, pass the letter to everyone to see if it was really written by Li Wangyou." Although Pai Lupi did not believe that Li Wangyou would collude with the Turks, there was a reason written in the letter. It made Pai Lupi wonder if Li Wangyou was really one person in front of others and another behind their backs. The secret letter written to Shili Khan clearly pointed out the reason why Li Wangyou wanted to seek refuge with Shili Khan. That was to avenge his father's death. Although Li Zhou had died of illness, the reason was that after the Xuanwu Gate, he had a conflict with Pai Lupi. As a result, he was demoted. This made Li Zhou anxious, angry, ashamed, and annoyed. He fell ill and passed away. In the secret letter, Li Wangyu attributed his father's death to Pai Lupi killing his brother and imprisoning his father. He was rebellious and scolded and chased away loyal people. This led to his father's death. Therefore, he and Pai Lupi were enemies who killed his father. Now, he was willing to serve his enemy in order to take revenge one day. He wanted to lead Shili Khan into Chang'an City to avenge his father. These words could not help but make Pai Lupi suspicious. He suspected that Li Wangyu was really like what the letter said. Because of Li Zhou's death, he hated him and had bad intentions. After the secret letter was passed to Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, Yu Shinan, Kong Yingda, and other big shots to read, everyone was silent. They did not know what to say. This letter, this handwriting, it really was Li Wangyu's. Chapter 664. The so-called secret letter was passed around in everyone's hands, and the hall quieted down. Even Xing Yaojin and the other generals and dukes who had always supported Li Wangyu looked at each other after reading the secret letter, not knowing how to defend themselves. Pai Lupi even ordered Mitua to go to the legislative hall and bring out the poems and essays that Li Wangyu had written so that the officials could compare the handwriting. With this comparison, the officials were even more speechless. Even Ma Zhou and Yan Liben had to admit that the handwriting on this so-called secret letter was truly that of their teacher, Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu could only silently shake his head and sigh. It seemed that the great clans had truly gone to great lengths to deal with him. It was clear that only an expert could create a handwriting imitation that not even he could recognize, and it was certainly not something that could be done in a short amount of time. And it had only been half a day since he had beaten up Zheng Kongbua in Shi City. It was clear that the great clans could not have prepared such a flawless letter in such a short amount of time. When he thought of this, Li Wangyu felt a chill run down his spine. He had been too careless, believing that with the protection of Pai Lupi, he could look down on the great clans. He had not expected that the other party had already begun to plan how to deal with him. This meticulously prepared secret letter was proof of this. Although the officials from the great clans said nothing, they couldn't help but rejoice. It was clear that these officials from the great clans wanted to see Li Wangyu run out of luck. As for the previously ashen-faced Jing Yuanshou, who had not said a word, he finally spoke. Your Majesty, regardless of whether or not this secret letter was written by County Count Hu, we should investigate it thoroughly and give the court and County Count Hu an explanation. His words seemed to be speaking from a fair and just standpoint, but they were actually filled with evil intentions. Investigate? How would they investigate? They naturally had to take Li Wangyu to prison and have the 3 bureaus interrogate him. But now, regardless of the witnesses and material evidence, the aristocratic families had already prepared everything. As long as Li Wangyu was imprisoned, they wouldn't need to worry about not getting the results they wanted. Pai Lupi's expression was also very conflicted. On one hand, he did not want and did not believe that his outstanding nephew would hate him for Li Zhou's death and collude with the Turks. But on the other hand, as an emperor, his paranoia made him wonder if Li Wangyu really didn't hate him because of Li Zhou's death. He had asked Li Wangyu this question when they were in the Li family's old mansion. At that time, he was very satisfied with Li Wangyu's answer. But what if it was Li Wangyu acting? For a moment, Pai Lupi was at a loss. In the main hall, Li Wangyu was still quite calm at this moment. After seeing this forged so-called secret letter, he immediately began to think about how he could break out of this situation and clear his name. He could naturally tell that this letter was forged by someone else. But the key was how he could prove to Pai Lupi that the letter was forged. Although there were records in ancient books, as early as the Three Kingdoms period, the governor Gui Yuan used handwriting comparison to find the person who anonymously slandered Cao Cao. But that was only a comparison of similar handwriting, and thus recognized that it was written by the same person, not that the handwriting was forged. And in the water margin, the literature star sacred-handed scholar Xiao Rang even forged the Grand Tutor Kai Jing's handwriting to write a letter to his son Kai Jiao. At that time, even Kai Jing's own son could not tell whether it was real or fake. From the Three Kingdoms to the Qing dynasty, Wuxia's ancient handwriting investigation and identification basically relied on the hazy senses to judge. In the case of a secret letter, like this one, where the fake could be passed off as genuine, and the forger flatly denied it, usually the officials would be helpless and the case would drag on for a long time. Or they could only use torture to force the forger to admit it, thus hastily closing the case. In short, if he wanted to use handwriting identification to prove that he was framed by the aristocratic families, it would be quite difficult. Li Wangyu was pondering how to prove his innocence and escape the death trap set up by the aristocratic families, when he heard Jing Yuanshou speaking to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I don't really believe it. This letter was personally written by County Count Hu, but as for the handwriting, I really can't tell. Perhaps someone could really imitate County Count Hu's handwriting so perfectly, but there's no telling. Dare I ask Secret Supervisor Yu, Ouyang Gong, the two of you are famous calligraphers in the Tang dynasty. Dare I ask if the two of you can imitate someone else's handwriting so perfectly?" Jing Yuanshou continued to criticize Li Wangyu. In response to his question, Yu Shinan and Ouyang Sun glanced at each other. Although they felt extremely helpless in their hearts, they could only helplessly shake their heads. Although the two of them were famous calligraphers and were experts in copying famous calligraphy, they only copied the spirit and not the form. If they wanted to imitate someone else's handwriting, they really couldn't do it. Even if they wanted to protect Li Wangyu, in front of Pai Lupi and the other officials, they couldn't lie. Yu Shinan gave Li Wangyu an apologetic and worried look. In response, Li Wangyu only cupped his hands towards Yu Shinan, indicating that he understood Yu Shinan's intentions. Your Majesty, if Secret Supervisor Yu and Ouyang Gong can't imitate someone else's handwriting exactly, then I don't know how to judge. Your Majesty, please make a decision." Jing Yuanshou lightly stabbed Li Wangyu with a knife and left, leaving the problem to Pai Lupi. On the royal stairs, Pai Lupi hesitated for a while before finally standing up. He prepared to order people to take Li Wangyu to the prison and let Wei Zheng, Li Daozong, and Fang Xianling try this case together. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed towards Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I want to prove myself." "Report it." "Your Majesty, this so-called secret letter wasn't written by me. It was forged by someone. Of course, the person who forged the letter was very clever. Even I can't tell if this handwriting is real or fake. But..." Li Wangyu paused for a moment and looked at Pai Lupi. "But if I wanted to write a secret letter, why would I use such a childish and ridiculous method? Could it be that I've lost my mind? Why would I write a secret letter so openly and hand it over to a Hu merchant without any disguise?" He looked around at the officials in the hall, glancing at Jing Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the others, before continuing, "Your Majesty, to put it bluntly, if I wanted to write a secret letter, even if I placed it in front of everyone, they wouldn't be able to tell what I wrote." Li Wangyu's words naturally caused the officials in the hall to begin discussing in low voices. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown as he pondered Li Wangyu's words. If one were to speak of his nephew's talent, then he would naturally be unparalleled. But a secret letter was a secret letter. Even if Li Wangyu wrote a secret letter, no one would be able to tell what was written even if it was placed in front of everyone's eyes. Pai Lupi didn't believe this either. Jing Yuanshou and Wang Renyu looked at each other and couldn't help but sneer. "County Count Hu, do you think this old man and the others are idiots? Ask all the officials in the court, who would dare to believe you?" At this moment, Li Wangyu had also thought of a countermeasure. He shrugged his shoulders and said in a relaxed tone, "If Your Majesty and everyone else doesn't believe me, why don't we conduct an experiment in this hall?" Chapter 665. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi hesitate for a moment, but he still nodded in agreement. No matter what, Pai Lupi was still suspicious of the secret letter that the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice Wang Shizhong had suddenly thrown out. It was a letter that the so-called bad people had found in the hands of a Hu merchant. Since Li Wangyu said that if he wrote a secret letter, no one would be able to see through it, then it was better to try. Pai Lupi stood up and stared at Li Wangyu. "Li Wangyu, how are you going to prove this to me and the other officials?" "Your Majesty, it's very simple. Taiji Palace has 2 side halls. I can enter one side and write a secret letter for your majesty and the other officials to examine. Then, I can send this secret letter to the other side, and your majesty will appoint someone to receive the letter. If I can deceive your majesty and the other officials and deliver the message to the person in the other side hall, then your majesty will naturally know whether or not I am lying. Pai Lupi nodded. All right, Mito, go to the other side hall and prepare to receive Li Wangyou's secret letter. Li Er had absolute trust in this imperial chamberlain by his side. After all, Mito was not only responsible for the internal and external communications of the 100 Horsemen Department, but he was also the person closest to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I need to first explain to Provincial Supervisor Mito how to receive the secret letter. Is that all right? Li Wangyu bowed again. All right. Pai Lupi nodded again, indicating for Mito to listen to what Li Wangyu had to say. Mito quickly walked to Li Wangyou's side. Under the gaze of Pai Lupi and the other officials, the two of them whispered a few words in each other's ears. The more Mito listened, the more suspicious he became. His expression was one of bewilderment. In the end, he nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. In the main hall, the officials were also whispering to each other, discussing in low voices. Wang Renyu suddenly stepped forward and clasped his hands toward Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, if Count Hu and Provincial Supervisor Mito are in cahoots and have already agreed on what to write, then wouldn't it be meaningless? When the officials heard this, they all nodded. That's right. If Li Wangyu told Mi Tuo what he was going to write, and Mi Tuo knew what Li Wangyu was going to write on the letter, it wouldn't prove anything. Li Wangyu smiled when he heard this. Your Majesty, this matter is simple. After Provincial Supervisor Mito and I enter the left and right side halls, I ask your Majesty to write the letter. Then, I will send it to Provincial Supervisor Mito in the other side hall. If I can deceive your Majesty and the other officials and pass the information to the Provincial Supervisor, it will be enough to prove the truth of what I said just now. Pai Lupi thought about it for a moment, and it made sense. If Li Wangyu really was a spy, then he naturally had to choose the most secretive way to send the message. If he could really pass the message to Mi Tuo without him and the civil and military officials, then this so-called secret letter was worth discussing. Seeing Li Wangyu so certain, Wang Renyu and Jing Yuanshou looked at each other. They all saw a trace of worry in each other's eyes. But now that things had gotten to this point, there was no point in saying anything more. They could only wait and see. Moreover, Wang Renyu, Jing Yuanshou, and the others didn't believe Li Wangyou's words at all. To be able to send the message in front of all the officials without anyone knowing, this matter was too legendary. After Li Wangyu and Mito finished talking, they had the eunuchs in the hall prepare some things for the two of them and put them in the side hall. Everything was ready. Your Majesty, I and Mito are ready. We can start. Li Wangyu said. Pai Lupi nodded. Good. Li Wangyu, you go to the left side hall. Mito, you go to the right side hall. Li Wangyu and Mito immediately nodded and went to the left and right side halls. After the two of them entered, the doors of the two side halls were tightly shut. At the same time, there were palace guards arranged by Pai Lupi to guard in front of the hall to prevent someone from secretly sending messages for them. After everything was ready, Pai Lupi picked up a pen and paper. After thinking for a while, he wrote a paragraph. After folding the paper, he signaled the eunuchs to send it to Li Wangyu in the left side hall. After a short while, the door of the left side hall opened. The eunuch sent a letter and handed it to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi curiously opened the letter, but couldn't help but be stunned. He was holding a piece of white paper in his hand. There was no writing on it. Did you take out the wrong letter? Why is it a piece of white paper? Pai Lupi glared at the eunuch in charge of delivering the letter. In Pai Lupi's opinion, the eunuchs must have made a mistake and accidentally sent out a piece of white paper. The eunuch quickly knelt. In reply to everyone, I definitely did not make a mistake. This letter was personally given to me by Count Hu to be delivered to the Mito Provincial Supervisor. Hearing this, Pai Lupi became even more curious. He repeatedly read the letter in his hand and carefully examined it against the light. In the end, he could only confirm that it was a normal piece of white paper. Seeing that he couldn't see any problems, he could only signal for the eunuchs to take the secret letter to the officials in the hall. Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others rushed to take the secret letter. They also repeatedly read it, but they couldn't see any problems. A piece of white paper without any writing was passed around in the hands of everyone. No one could see anything wrong with it. Your Majesty, it can't be a piece of white paper, right? That county count whose so-called secret letter is just purposely mystifying. Zheng Yuanshou laughed coldly. Wang Renyu also twirled his beard and smiled. I think that county count who and the Mido provincial supervisor didn't use this piece of white paper to send messages, right? Your Majesty, please search the eunuch just now. I think that the real secret letter should be hidden on him. This piece of white paper is just a smokescreen. Pai Lupi felt that Wang Renyu's words made sense. He immediately waved his hand at the palace guards, indicating for them to search the eunuch in charge of delivering the message. The eunuch didn't dare to argue. With a long face, he was searched from head to toe by the palace guards. Even his hair wasn't spared. However, it was clear that they didn't find anything hidden. Zheng Yuanshou was still worried and said to Pai Lupi, Your Majesty, why don't you give this paper to me and let me personally deliver it to the Mido provincial supervisor? Okay. Pai Lupi naturally nodded his head in agreement. Under the gaze of Pai Lupi and the officials, Zheng Yuanshou took the piece of white paper and walked to the right side hall. He knocked on the tightly shut door and handed the piece of white paper to Mido. The door of the hall closed and opened again very quickly. Mi Tuo walked out from the middle and walked to the front of the imperial stairs with a sad face. He knelt down in front of Li Er and said, Everyone, this servant is not a spy. When Pai Lupi heard this, he suddenly stood up from the throne. Mido, what did you say? What was the content of my handwritten letter? Did Li Wangyu really write a secret letter to you? Mido nodded. The secret letter that county count who wrote to me was, There is a spy in the palace, and it has been found to be Mido. Everyone, I'm not a spy. When Pai Lupi heard this, he became a Spartan. What Mido said was the words that he had casually written on the paper and sent to the left side hall. But how did these words get to Mi Tuo? Chapter 666. This result was not only unexpected by Pai Lupi, but also by all the civil and military officials in the hall. Li Wangyu walked out of the side hall and took out the piece of paper that Pai Lupi had personally written. He displayed it for everyone to see, and it was exactly as Mi Tuo had said. How is this possible? Could it be that the Count of Huxin really has such supernatural abilities? Yes, this old man looked at the paper that was sent to the side hall very carefully. It was a blank piece of paper. There is no mistake about this. But it was a blank piece of paper. This old man even used light to look at it, but I did not see any trace of it. But how did Provincial Supervisor Mi know the contents of Your Majesty's letter? Could it be that someone sent him a secret message? There is definitely something fishy about this. In this old man's view, someone must have done something in secret. If you say that the blank piece of paper was a secret letter, this old man would definitely not believe it. The hundreds of officials discussed among themselves, whispering into each other's ears. The originally solemn and serene Taiji Palace was now buzzing with noise. It was extremely noisy. Li Wangyu bowed once more to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, does Your Majesty believe what this subject said just now? Just as this subject said, if this subject wanted to write some secret letter to that dog fart Shili Khan, how could it be so childish? This so-called secret letter is just too much of a humiliation to this subject's intelligence. Pai Lupi silently nodded. If this nephew of his really had a way to secretly send a message, he naturally wouldn't have so openly handed over such an important secret letter to Shili Khan to a Hu merchant. However, Pai Lupi needed to understand whether Li Wangyu really had a way to send a secret letter through a blank piece of paper or if he had some other trick up his sleeve. Li Wangyu, tell me, how did you send a message to Mi Tuo through a blank piece of paper? Pai Lupi asked. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Your Majesty, this matter is extremely simple. This subject, before he could finish speaking, he heard someone shout, "Wait, Your Majesty, this matter cannot be announced to the public." Everyone looked over and saw that it was Li Jing, the Minister of War. Pai Lupi frowned. "Duke Wei, what do you mean?" "Your Majesty, if County Count who truly has such a method of transmitting secret messages, your subject believes that it should not be announced to the public. Such a method of transmitting secret letters should be taught to the military and used for spies to transmit information," Li Jing immediately replied. With his explanation, Li Er immediately reacted. That was indeed the case. If there was such a secret method of transmitting information, it had to be kept a secret. It couldn't be made public in the main hall so that everyone would know about it. Qin Yaojin and the other generals also nodded their heads in agreement. Li Wangyu laughed, reporting to Your Majesty, "Duke Wei, what I used just now was just a small trick. If you really want to use it to transmit information, I have other methods." Li Jing glared. "That won't do. This matter has to be kept a secret." "That's right, that should be the case. Zio, it's enough to let us know about this matter." Qin Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and the other dukes gathered around. Pai Lupi also walked down the royal stairs. "Zio, tell us about the method of writing the secret letter." At this moment, Pai Lupi already believed that there was a problem with the secret letter. He even affectionately called Li Wangyu by his courtesy name. Li Wangyu shrugged helplessly and softly explained the method he used to transmit the secret letter. It was actually very simple. It was just the method that the monk used to trick the elders of the Li clan back in Hu County. He used alkaline water to write on a piece of paper. After drying the paper, it would disappear without a trace. However, after applying some turmeric water, the original writing would appear. Other than alkaline water, you can also use rice vinegar to write a message on a piece of white paper. After drying it, it still won't show a trace. However, if you put it over a fire, the writing will appear, Li Wangyu added. This was just common knowledge of chemistry in the future. It was just a small trick. However, in the ears of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the others, it was like thunder. It shocked them so much that they all looked at each other in dismay. "Kid, don't joke around. It's so simple, yet you can transmit a secret letter?" Qin Yaojin grinned with an expression of disbelief. "Ha, how could this little nephew dare to deceive you all? If Uncle Qing doesn't believe me, you can try it yourself," Li Wangyu said with a smile. "Okay, I'll give it a try. Second brother, go to the side hall over there. I'll write a secret letter for you. Let's see if it's as magical as this kid says," Qin Yaojin shouted towards Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong nodded and cooperated with him towards the side hall. Qin Yaojin, Pai Lupi, and the others went straight to the side hall where Li Wangyu had been. There was alkaline water and other things prepared here. They were all prepared by Li Wangyu before. Qin Yaojin followed Li Wangyu's instructions. He dipped the brush in alkaline water and started to write on the paper. After he finished writing, he dried the paper. The paper was just like before. There was not a single trace on it. It was like a piece of white paper. Pai Lupi, Qin Yaojin, and the others looked at it for a long time before passing the paper to the palace guards and telling them to send it to Qin Xiong. However, at this time, Qin Xiong walked out of the side hall. He pointed at Qin Yaojin and scolded with a smile, "Qin Yaojin, it's fine if you say bad things about me, but you actually drew a face." Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the others looked at each other and laughed. Wasn't what Qin Yaojin wrote on the paper just now a joke about Qin Xiong? Moreover, Qin Yaojin, this old fellow, drew a face on the paper. Pai Lupi no longer had any doubts. He smiled and patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. He walked back to the throne and slapped the armrest. He shouted at the dumbfounded assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, "Tell me honestly. Where did this secret letter come from? What is the matter with the barbarian merchant?" Cold sweat dripped down Wang Shizhong's back. This secret letter to falsely accuse Li Wangyu was naturally prepared by an aristocratic family. To be more precise, it was prepared by the Zheng family of Xinjiang. Yesterday, after Zheng Kongguo was beaten up by Li Wangyu, Jing Yuanshou immediately found the heads of the aristocratic families. After some discussion, they decided on today's matter. The Jing family of Xinjiang had actually prepared the secret letter to slander Li Wangyu for colluding with the Turks for a period of time. They were waiting for the right time to throw it out and sow discord between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi. After all, Li Wangyu had made the aristocratic families of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs suffer and ruined their plans several times. This included the aristocratic family's careful planning. They spent a lot of energy to create the replacement of the crown prince with a leopard cat. It was also because of Li Wangyu's interference that their plans failed. How could the aristocratic families not be afraid of Li Wangyu? They all wanted to get rid of him quickly. According to the original plan, this secret letter would be brought to the border by someone, and then accidentally discovered it and sent to Li Er's imperial desk in Chang'an. But yesterday, his eldest son was beaten up so miserably by Li Wangyu. This made Jing Yuanshou, the old fox, angry and planned to use this secret letter. The person who imitated Li Wangyu's handwriting was a scholar raised by the Jing family in Xinjiang. This person was especially good at imitating people's handwriting and had the ability to pass off the fake as the real one. The Jing family of Xinjiang collected all kinds of Li Wangyu's handwriting in Chang'an and sent it to Xinjiang for people to imitate. It took more than a month to create such a secret letter that was almost impossible to distinguish between the real one and the fake one. In the eyes of Jing Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and other heads of aristocratic families, even if Li Wangyu had a lot of mouths, he would not be able to explain clearly what was going on with this secret letter. Even if Pai Lupi had doubts, he had to believe it in the face of the ironclad facts. Even if Li Wangyu would not be punished, he would at least have to suffer a little. And Pai Lupi would have a thorn in his heart. But neither Jing Yuanshou nor Wang Renyu had expected Li Wangyu to use this method to clear himself of suspicion. In the face of Pai Lupi's criticism, Wang Shizhong opened his mouth and could only push the blame to the bad person. Your Majesty, I was probably deceived by that bad commander. I was guilty. I was careless and was deceived by that bad commander. I almost hurt Count Hu. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Pai Lupi naturally did not believe Wang Shizhong's explanation. What a good excuse of being deceived. Men, go and summon that bad marshal to the palace. Today, we want to know who instigated this matter. Who dares to frame a trusted official like Count Hu? Pai Lupi's words made Jing Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and Assistant Minister of Justice Wang Shizhong's faces turn even paler. Chapter 667. Pai Lupi was furious. Naturally, a palace eunuch trotted out of the hall, ready to summon the bad commander to the hall and face Pai Lupi's interrogation. No one noticed that Jing Yuanshou's eyes inadvertently looked at a small eunuch standing in the corner of Taiji Palace. After the two of them made eye contact, Jing Yuanshou's fingers moved silently a few times. The young eunuch nodded his head imperceptibly. Soon, his figure disappeared from the hall. Wang Renyu and Jing Yuanshou looked at each other again and nodded slightly. Then they stopped talking and waited calmly. Li Wangyu thought of Bai Macho at this time and said to Pai Lupi quickly, Your Majesty, that barbarian merchant did drink with me in the barbarian wine shop in the West Market yesterday, but I believe that he is not a spy of the Turks. His surname is Bai and his name is Macho. He is a member of the royal family of Chutsi country and runs a caravan between Chang'an and Chutsi all year round. Bai Macho just entered Chang'an yesterday and met me in the West Market. I thought he was interesting, so I invited him to the wine shop to drink. I thought that Bai Macho must have been tortured and forced to confess. Your Majesty, please summon him to the hall and interrogate him face to face. Pai Lupi nodded. Okay. Wang Shizhong, where is that barbarian merchant now? Wang Shizhong hesitated for a moment and answered honestly, Your Majesty, he should be locked up in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Immediately send that barbarian merchant to Taiji Palace. I want to interrogate him personally. Yes. Wang Shizhong naturally did not dare to say no. He could only nod and turn around to send the order. It was already past the usual hour of the morning court, but none of the officials in Taiji Palace was in a hurry. It was rare to see such a lively day. How could these top gossipers of the Tang dynasty be willing to miss the following exciting events? Many people had already guessed some of the inside story. They looked at Wang Shizhong, Jing Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the others with a playful look. If one were to say that there was nothing fishy about today's matter and that it was just the doing of some bad person or bad commander, then that would be an insult to the intelligence of the officials. Let's not talk about whether the bad guys had the guts to frame Li Wangyu, the county magistrate who founded the country. The almost flawless secret letter was not something that a bad guy could come up with. Many of the officials felt that the aristocratic families were going to be in trouble today. At the very least, this assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice would definitely not be able to escape. As long as delinquent Marshal confronted His Highness, the truth would naturally come to light. Even if Wang Renyu and Jing Yuanshou were spared, it was hard to say what would happen to Wang Shizhong, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. As a level 4 big shot of Taiyuan Wang clan in the imperial court, if he were to fail like this, then Taiyuan Wang clan would really suffer a great loss. Many of the officials who came from aristocratic families also had worried looks on their faces. They clearly felt that their aristocratic families were going to suffer a great loss after today's matter. While everyone was waiting for the successor of the chamberlain, Li Jing turned to Li Wangyu and asked, "County magistrate who, just now, you said that the previous method was not suitable for delivering a secret letter. Why is that? Does county magistrate who have any other methods?" Li Jing brought up this matter again, attracting the attention of Pai Lupi, Qing Yao Jin, and the others. They all turned to look at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu nodded and said, "Your Majesty, Duke Wei, it's not certain that no one knows about the two methods just now. They aren't safe. At the very least, this subject has seen a monk use this method to cheat people in Hu County, so it's not suitable for delivering messages in the military." "Oh. There's such a thing? Then tell us, what other methods can we use to deliver a secret letter?" Pai Lupi asked curiously. The method is very simple. Why don't this subject demonstrate it to your Majesty and everyone else?" Qing Yao Jin laughed loudly and patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. "Wahahaha, this elder knows that you have a lot of ideas. Hurry up and give it a try. This elder wants to see if your secret letter can fool this elder's eyes." Uncle Cheng, if you can guess this kind of secret letter, this nephew is willing to give you a share of the Great Zhao baseball field. Uncle Cheng, are you willing to make a bet with this nephew? Li Wangyu had just finished speaking when Qing Yao Jin slapped him hard on the back of his head. "Bastard brat, you dare to trick this elder? What bet? You mother asterisk cur, do you think this elder doesn't know that I can only lose in a bet with you? Hurry up and write the secret letter. If the result isn't good, do you believe that this elder won't beat you up?" Facing this unreasonable old man, Li Wangyu wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of person was this? Li Wangyu called Mi Tuo over and whispered a few words in his ear. Mi Tuo nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. After Mi Tuo went back to the side chamber, Qing Yao Jin pulled Li Wangyu over. "Write in the secret letter, on the 23rd day of the first month, open the illustrious Virtue Gate. Raise the fire as the signal. 3,000 soldiers of the left Golden Guards will enter the city." "Understood?" Li Wangyu nodded. He knew that Qing Yao Jin wanted to test whether his secret letter could deliver military intelligence. After returning to the side chamber, a secret letter was sent out not long after. This time, it wasn't a wordless heavenly book. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of numbers. Qing Yao Jin snatched the secret letter and looked at it carefully. Li Jing, Qin Xiong, and the others also came over. "Mother asterisk cur, what kind of nonsense is this? 37, 5, 14. What do these numbers mean?" Qing Yao Jin looked at it for a long time and didn't understand. He looked at Li Jing and the others in confusion. The group of high dukes shook their heads. No one understood what it meant. Pai Lupi also took the secret letter and looked at it for a long time. He also didn't have any clue. "Ziyu, are you going to use those two methods again?" Pai Lupi asked. Li Wangyu shook his head. "No, Your Majesty, the contents of the secret letter are directly written on this paper. It is the content that you see. If you don't believe me, Your Majesty doesn't need to give this letter to the provincial supervisor me. You can just read it to him through the door. There is such a thing. I don't believe that these inexplicable numbers are the same as what I just said to you. Give me the letter, I will read it to me Tuo. Qing Yaojin took the secret letter and walked to the side chamber. He loudly read the numbers to me Tuo. Not long after he finished reading, Michigan Tuo opened the door and walked out. He smiled at Qing Yaojin and said, Lu Guogong, your secret letter almost gave me a fright. The contents of the secret letter said, on the 23rd of the first month, open the illustrious Virtue Gate. Raise the fire as the signal. 3,000 soldiers of the left Golden Guards will enter the city. Am I right? Qing Yaojin heard this and looked as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Me Tuo, how did you know? Could it be that those damned numbers were really the contents of the secret letter? Me Tuo smiled and nodded. Hi Duke Lu, that is right. Pai Lupi reached out and called Me Tuo to his side. He asked about the secret letter. Me Tuo naturally told him everything he knew. He honestly told Pai Lupi how to decipher the secret letter. Pai Lupi raised his eyebrows. Is it really that simple? Yes, everyone, that is it. If Count Huxian doesn't explain it clearly, I won't be able to figure it out even if I crack my head. Pai Lupi stood up. I will try it myself. Pai Lupi followed Me Tuo into the side chamber. Not long after, Me Tuo came out with a piece of paper and handed it to Li Wangyu. Count Huxian, His Majesty has ordered you to decipher this secret letter. Li Wangyu smiled and nodded. He took the secret letter and returned to the side chamber. When he reappeared, Li Wangyu first bowed to Pai Lupi. This subject thanks His Majesty for the reward. This secret letter is indeed very interesting. Not bad, Zio. I am very satisfied. Pai Lupi laughed. The secret letter he had written to Li Wangyu was deciphered to say, I reward you with 1,000 taels of gold. Chapter 668. Actually, Li Wangyu's secret letter wasn't worth a single cent if you put it bluntly. It was a set of codes that couldn't be any simpler. He and Mito had agreed to use a certain book as the code. The numbers on the paper represented the number of pages, lines, and words of the book. When deciphering the code, all they had to do was follow the order of the numbers and find the words from the book that they had agreed on. This could be said to be the most basic code, but it was also extremely secretive. If one didn't know which book the two sides agreed on, even if they knew the trick, it would be useless and they wouldn't be able to decipher the contents of the code. It was such a simple code, but in the eyes of Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, and the others, it was an incredible invention. This was very normal. In the history of Wuxia, the first set of military communication codes in the true sense only appeared hundreds of years later in the Northern Song dynasty. Even the military codes that appeared in the Northern Song dynasty were much simpler and cruder than Li Wangyu's code. The Northern Song dynasty's military code had a total of 40 phrases that were commonly used in the military. Then, the 40 phrases were numbered. Then, they would agree on a 5-character poem as the key to decipher the code. When it was necessary to use the secret letter, he would write the poem. How many secret words needed to be expressed, and which character in the poem would be stamped with a seal, using that as a mark. The military codes of the Northern Song dynasty hundreds of years later were still this crude. In comparison, the emperor and officials of the Tang dynasty, who didn't have the concept of military codes, were shocked after seeing Li Wangyu's code. After Li Jing figured out the meaning of the numbers, he couldn't help but excitedly rub his hands. Good. Your Majesty, Count Huxian will record this as a great merit. I've been in the military for my entire life, but I've never heard of such a way of dealing with secret letters. This way, there won't be any leakage of information during a war, or any falsification by the enemy. Good, this is really good. Li Wangyu was a bit embarrassed by the praise. He rubbed his nose and lowered his voice. Your Majesty, according to this method, we can also make a special code book. In other words, the commonly used Chinese characters were summarized and each character was represented by a number. These numbers could be unrelated. In this way, unless someone has the same codebook, no one will be able to decipher the contents of these numbers. His words made the eyes of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, Qing Yao Jin, and the others even brighter. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, knew how important it was for the military to be able to transmit information in complete secrecy. Pai Lupi was so excited that he slapped Li Wangyou's head. "Zio, you bastard. If it weren't for this matter today, would you still be hiding it and not be willing to hand it over?" Qing Yao Jin also grinned and said, "Your Majesty, if I had known earlier, would have framed this kid a few times earlier. Let's see if he still dares to hide anything." Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at these two people. What the hell was this? Why did it seem like he was the one in the wrong? "Hee hee, uncle, I just didn't think of it for a moment," Li Wangyu said with an embarrassed smile. He was just a white-collar worker in the future. How could he have thought of a code book? If he hadn't been framed by an aristocratic family and wanted to prove his innocence, he really wouldn't have thought of this method. Whether it was Pai Lupi or the officials, no one believed that the bullshit secret letter was written by Li Wangyu to Xieli Khan. With these various secret methods to transmit information without anyone knowing, who would be stupid enough to write a so-called secret letter? Wouldn't their brains be flooded with water? Pai Lupi was excitedly discussing with Li Jing, Qing Yao Jin, and the other military leaders how to use the code book Li Wangyu had taught them today. A chamberlain came to report that the Hu merchant had been sent from the Ministry of Justice's prison to Taiji Palace. Summon him to the palace for questioning. Pai Lupi sat back on the throne. The Hu merchant caught by the hoodlums was indeed by Macho. However, he didn't walk to the palace. Instead, he was carried up by the palace guards. When Li Wangyu saw the appearance of the Chuzhi merchant he had met yesterday, his eyes immediately became bloodshot. He turned his head and glared at the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong. Bai Macho's appearance could only be described with one word: miserable. It was quite miserable. He didn't know how many punishments Bai Macho had suffered since he was caught by the hoodlums last night. Li Wangyu looked at him. There was almost no intact piece of flesh on this Hu merchant's body. His body was covered with bloody wounds. Many of the wounds were like the lips of a baby. They were so deep that his bones could be seen. Not only was Bai Macho covered with bloody wounds, but he had also been unconscious for a long time. If it weren't for the rise and fall of his chest, Li Wangyu would have thought that this Chuzhi merchant had been beaten to death. Pai Lupi also frowned and was very dissatisfied. "Wang Shizhong, why did you beat him up like this?" Wang Shizhong hurriedly stood out to shift the blame. "Your Majesty, I didn't intervene in this matter. Everything was handled by the hoodlum. I only received the hoodlum's report this morning. Because I felt that this matter was very important, I went to the palace to report it to your Majesty. I didn't have time to ask the hoodlum about the specific details. The injuries on this Hu merchant should be caused by the hoodlum's interrogation last night. I'm responsible for my negligence. Please forgive me, your Majesty." He shirked his responsibility completely and pushed all the blame to the hoodlum. At most, he didn't supervise strictly. It wasn't a big deal. Pai Lupi was naturally very dissatisfied with this answer. However, he couldn't blame the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice in front of him. After all, as Wang Shizhong explained, as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, he only had the duty of supervising. Arresting and interrogating were not the duties of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. As for the hoodlum who was in charge of arresting, Pai Lupi thought that he would know who ordered him to frame his nephew when he was brought to the main hall later. Pai Lupi didn't believe that an insignificant hoodlum would dare to lie in Taiji Palace. Li Wangyou's face was anxious. "Your Majesty, Bai Macho is now seriously injured. Please summon Lu Fengyu of the Xiangyao Bureau to treat him first. With Bai Macho's current condition, I can't ask him anything." Pai Lupi nodded in agreement. He signaled the chamberlain to lift the Hu merchant again and send him to the Xiangyao Bureau to be treated by Lu Shenwei. After he woke up, he could ask him again. Looking at Bai Macho being carried away by the chamberlain, Li Wangyu gritted his teeth. Based on his judgment, Lao Bai was purely implicated by him. If he didn't beat up Jianghu yesterday, the aristocratic families wouldn't be so ruthless as to take revenge on him. They directly captured Bai Macho and forced him to confess, accusing him of being a Turkic spy. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be worthy of being a transmigrator. Li Wangyu was already secretly planning how he should take revenge on these aristocratic families. Originally, he thought that the aristocratic families were just like flies. They were annoying but couldn't hurt him. However, today's incident made Li Wangyu realize that the aristocratic families were not only annoying flies, but also vicious dogs that would bite people. Even if a person didn't want to hurt a tiger, the tiger wanted to hurt a person. Although Li Wangyu was just a harmless white-collar worker in his previous life, if he was forced into a corner, he also had the power to fight back. Just as he was thinking about how to take revenge, he saw another chamberlain rushing into the main hall. He whispered a few words into Mituo's ear. When Mituo heard this, his expression changed drastically. Pai Lupi naturally saw it too. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "Mituo, what happened?" Mituo hesitated for a moment and knelt down to answer, "Just now, the chamberlain who went to Chang and city to inform the hoodlum couldn't find him. Then, he went to his house to deliver the order, but when the chamberlain rushed there, the hoodlum's house was already on fire." Chapter 669. Mituo paused and continued, "Everyone, the Wu Marquis of the Vice-Marshal's inner square found 13 corpses in his mansion after putting out the fire. After a rough identification, we can confirm that the Vice-Marshal and his 7 or 8 subordinates were all killed. The rest of the corpses belong to the Vice-Marshal's family. Right now, the Chang and county bailiffs, the Ministry of Justice, and the 100 Cavalry Department have all rushed over and are investigating the murder scene." Mituo's words made Pai Lupi's face turn ugly. Of course, he understood what this meant. Not only did Pai Lupi understand, but all the officials including Li Wangyu also understood. Killing to silence. Li Wangyu could not help but look at Jing Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the other big shots of the aristocratic families. What a ruthless method. As soon as they saw that things were not going well, they immediately cut off all possible connections with them. As expected, the aristocratic families were quite vicious. But the key point was that it was almost noon. It had not even been 2 hours since Pai Lupi ordered people to summon the vice-marshal. In such a short time, not only did the aristocratic families spread the news from the Taiji Palace, they were also able to kill people in broad daylight. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu felt a chill run down his spine. These aristocratic families were like icebergs hidden under the surface of the sea. It was unknown how terrifying and huge they were. Li Er, who was sitting on the throne, also thought of this point. That was why his expression became so ugly. Pai Lupi did not care about the death of the vice-marshal and the vice-marshal. What he cared about was the power hidden in the dark by the aristocratic families. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi would never allow such a thing to happen under his watch. After the vice-marshal was killed, today's matter could only come to an end. Even if everyone in the palace knew the whole story, there was no evidence. Pai Lupi could not even arrest the vice-marshal of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong. This made the emperor of the Tang dynasty very angry. As for digging out the mastermind, Pai Lupi did not have any hope at all. Since the aristocratic families dared to kill people, they would definitely clean up the mess. Even in the Taiji Palace, when Prince Li Ji had been replaced, the 100 Cavalry Department had not found any clues that pointed to the aristocratic families, let alone silencing an insignificant and unremarkable vice-marshal. Pai Lupi's face was livid. He snorted coldly, "Today's matter ends here." The vice-marshal of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, was negligent in supervision. Li Daozong, Chui, the Ministry of Justice and Cheng and County. I want an explanation for this matter. Li Daozong and Cheng and County's Chui, but they could only to receive the order. Even Chui knew that tracking down the culprit was a hot potato. Court is dismissed. After Li Er finished speaking, he ignored the courtier's greetings and turned to leave. Wang Li, Hun. Wang, he, Li, he's, he. County Count Hu, His Majesty summons you to the Yin and Yang Palace. Inside the Yin and Yang Palace, not only Li Wangyu, but also Pai Lupi's trusted aides, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji, were summoned. Pai Lupi fiercely pulled out his sword and slashed the table in front of him in half. Tian Shilang dared to bully His Majesty. I hate that I cannot immediately order people to behead those old dogs with my sword. Li Wangyu and the other big shots exchanged glances. Naturally, they all knew who the old dog Li Er was talking about was. They also understood where Li Er's anger came from. Uncle, calm down. It's not worth it to hurt your body because of these people. Although Li Wangyu also hated the aristocratic families, he could only comfort the furious Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi slashed a good table into pieces and vented his anger. He then ordered me to let the 100 Cavalry Department investigate. I don't believe that so many people were killed in broad daylight without any clues. Also, investigate how the news got out in the Yin and Yang Palace. Yes, His Majesty. Mitua didn't dare to say more. He lowered his head and left the Yin and Yang Palace. Li Wangyu also felt that the Ministry of Justice, Chang and County, and the 100 Cavalry Department would investigate together. It was impossible that there wouldn't be any clues. After all, the aristocratic families had planned to frame him. They definitely didn't expect to be turned around. If they ordered people to kill the delinquent and the delinquent commander in a hurry, they would definitely be exposed. Now, it was up to the aristocratic families to see if this fire could spread to them. However, even if the aristocratic families hid it well, it didn't matter. Li Wangyu now had a plan in mind. He planned to go back and discuss it with his beautiful boss. This time, he was really angry. He was ready to take the initiative to attack and teach the aristocratic families a lesson. General Fang, General Du, Wuji, what do you think? The aristocratic families are so unscrupulous. Is there any way to stop them? Pai Lupi slightly suppressed his anger. He put his sword back into the scabbard and asked his confidants. Fang Xianling and the others were also very angry about this. However, the aristocratic families were now very powerful. It was not easy to stop them. Your Majesty, the aristocratic families can only be dealt with slowly. The foundation of the aristocratic families lies in the scholarly circles. Now in the Tang dynasty, the engraving printing technology developed by Zio has greatly reduced the price of books. There will be more and more scholars in the world. It will not be so easy for the aristocratic families to continue to control the scholarly circles. In addition, the imperial examinations will select talents for your Majesty. The decline of the aristocratic families is inevitable. However, this will take time. Your Majesty, you don't need to be too anxious. Now the aristocratic families can't make waves. They are just struggling at death's door. Fang Xianling comforted. Fang Xianling was also telling the truth. Li Wangyu knew that in history, the aristocratic families had been getting weaker and weaker since they entered the Tang dynasty. However, they did not disappear. It was not until the chaos at the end of the Tang dynasty that the aristocratic families and the Tang dynasty disappeared in the long river of history. Pai Lupi was naturally aware of this, but he was still dissatisfied. Humph, now the imperial examinations are popular. In the long run, the imperial examination candidates only know about the emperor and don't know about the court. It will be a big disaster. I want to continue to improve the imperial examinations, but I don't know where to start. Do you have any good suggestions? Pai Lupi was very proud of the imperial examination system of the Tang dynasty. He even said that all the heroes in the world are in my hands. However, as time went by, Pai Lupi was surprised to find that the aristocratic families benefited from the imperial examinations. After all, the aristocratic families had an incomparable influence among the scholars and the common people. Even the descendants of Pai Lupi wanted to marry the daughters of the 5 surnames, let alone the nobles and common people. Submitting and recommending the imperial examinations to the aristocratic families was popular for a time. The phenomenon of taking the back door and relying on power to enter the imperial examinations was popular in the Tang dynasty. This naturally caused Pai Lupi to be very dissatisfied, but he did not know how to change it. In fact, even so, the imperial examination system was quite harmful to the interests of the aristocratic families. The imperial examination system of the Tang dynasty made a great contribution to breaking the monopoly of the aristocratic families on official career, selecting talents, clarifying politics, easing social contradictions, and so on. The imperial examination system played a crucial role in the extinction of the aristocratic families at the end of the Tang dynasty. There were two opinions about the origin of the imperial examination system. One was that it began in the Sui dynasty, and the other was that it began in the Tang dynasty. But in any case, the imperial examination system was really formed in the Tang dynasty. Until the 31st year of the Qing dynasty, when the last imperial examination was held, the imperial examination system was the longest continuous method of selecting talents in the world. However, the imperial examination system of the Tang dynasty was indeed much rougher than that of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Although the imperial examination system was good, the officials in charge of the examination were mostly selfish and many of them practiced favoritism. Therefore, Pai Lupi sighed. How could Fang Xianling and the others not know about Pai Lupi's problem? However, they had no good ideas to improve the imperial examination system. Naturally, they were speechless. Li Wangyou's eyes lit up and he said, "Uncle, what's the problem?" Chapter 670. Uncle, what's so difficult about this? I have a few ideas that can prevent the aristocratic families from interfering with the spring imperial examination. Li Wangyou's words naturally made Pai Lupi and Fang Xuanling's spirits rise. Everyone knew that Li Wangyou was intelligent. Since he said he had a way, they naturally had to listen carefully. Ziyu, what good idea do you have? Let's hear it. Li Wangyou smiled and said, you only need to paste the names and transcribe the exam papers so that the judges won't know who wrote a certain paper. Then, there's no need to worry about the aristocratic families interfering. Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling were stunned when they heard his words. After thinking about it, they immediately became happy. Wonderful. Your Majesty, Ziyu's idea is very good. Why didn't I think of it before? Paste the names and transcribe the exam papers. Naturally, the judges and the examinees can be separated. Even if the examinees submit their papers to the aristocratic families, it won't help. Fang Xianling pondered over Li Wangyou's words and immediately clapped his hands and laughed. Du Ruhui also nodded repeatedly, yes, Ziyu's idea is very good. It won't take much effort. After the spring imperial examination, paste all the examinees' papers and then have the scribes transcribe them. In this way, the judges won't be able to know who the examinees are from handwriting, markings, and so on. Even if the aristocratic families want to interfere, they won't be able to do so. Pai Lupi naturally understood Li Wangyou's meaning. He excitedly stood up and paced in the hall. Good, this idea is feasible. There's still a month before this year's spring imperial examination. Master Fang, Master Du, I'll have to trouble you two to perfect Ziyu's idea. This year's spring imperial examination will be done accordingly. Yes. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other and nodded with a smile. Pai Lupi turned his head and looked at Li Wangyou. Ziyu, I really want to see how many good things you're hiding in your stomach. What other suggestions do you have for the spring imperial examination? Don't hide it anymore. Tell me everything. Li Wangyou was a little embarrassed and touched his nose out of habit. Actually, Li Wangyou was just copying someone else's idea. This fake name was actually made by Empress Wu Zetian. In Li Wangyou's opinion, although the imperial examination system of the Tang dynasty still had many shortcomings, it was still much better than the Ming and Qing dynasties. The most important thing was the content of the exam. The imperial examinations of the Ming and Qing dynasties mainly focused on the eight-legged essay. Later on, it could be said that the content was empty. It focused on the form and became a word game. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, there were many people who objected to this. On the other hand, in the Tang dynasty, although the imperial examination system was not perfect, the content of the examination was quite rich. Every year in the spring imperial examinations, there were more than 50 subjects for the Xiuzai, Ming Jing, Jinshi, Ming Fa, Ming Calligraphy, Ming Calculation, etc. Those who passed these subjects would be given official positions. Of course, most of them were low-level positions. It could be said that the imperial examination of the Tang dynasty was more like the civil service examination of the later generations. Broad and open, begging others for help, and selecting talents. However, in the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was artificially altered and changed completely. However, the rigor of the imperial examination system of the Ming and Qing dynasties was worthy of Li Wangyu bringing it to the Tang dynasty. The combination of the two was not bad. Li Wangyu recalled what he knew about the imperial examination system of the Ming and Qing dynasties. He picked out the useful content and explained it to Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the other big shots. He was getting more and more thick-skinned now. He did not feel guilty at all for copying these. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others applauded and cheered. Li Wangyu was slightly embarrassed. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi could not help but look at him. Zio, you are now 17 years old. Why don't you become an official? Why don't you be in charge of this year's imperial examination? When Li Wangyu heard this, he immediately felt a headache coming on. Had he gone overboard in showing off? Why did he suddenly mention the matter of becoming an official? As a loser who was determined to live a carefree life, Li Wangyu was quite satisfied with his current life. He did not want to become an official even if he was beaten to death. He had a noble title and was extremely wealthy. Who would want to be an official? What's more, he was 17 years old this year. If he really was in charge of the imperial examination, he did not know how much criticism he would cause. For a lazy person like Li Wangyu, how could he jump into such a fire pit? He quickly used the all-purpose excuse to brush off Pai Lupi. Uncle, I am still in mourning. The matter of becoming an official can be delayed for another 2 years. Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction. You lazy boy, what mourning? I think it's just an excuse. Well, in that case, I'll see what you say next year. Pai Lupi also knew that although Li Wangyu's words were an excuse, it was a very good excuse. Even if he was the emperor, he could not stop his nephew from mourning for his father. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly. This matter was really troublesome. Sai, being too outstanding was also a shortcoming. At this time, Mi Tuo walked in from outside the hall. He bowed to Pai Lupi and said, Everyone, this servant has found out that it was one of the eunuchs on duty in Taiji Palace who spread the news outside the palace. That eunuch knew that he had committed a grave sin. When he was found out, he ran into the wall and killed himself. Pai Lupi coldly snorted. Humph, the claws of these aristocratic families are really long. Mi Tuo, clean up all the palace maids and eunuchs. I don't want to see this kind of thing happen again. Yes. Mi Tuo accepted the order. Li Wangyu knew that with Pai Lupi's order, no one knew how many people would die in Taiji Palace in Noda. But he could not stop it. There was an irreconcilable contradiction between the aristocratic families and the imperial power. In fact, strictly speaking, it was not a bad thing for the aristocratic families to restrict the emperor. After all, as a modern person, he knew this truth. Absolute power was equal to absolute corruption. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, there was some mutual restraint between the aristocratic families and the imperial power. Even the emperor could not act wantonly. But Li Wangyu was now one of the members of the imperial family. It was said that the position determined the head. That was the truth. What's more, the aristocratic families had done all kinds of dirty things with him again and again. Today, they even slandered him as a traitor who colluded with the Turks. In this case, Li Wangyu did not care about the aristocratic families or the imperial power. In short, in the eyes of the cynical man, those who offended him should be beaten to death. In the Yin and Yang Palace, Li Wangyu chatted with Pai Lupi and a group of big shots for a long time. Then he left and prepared to go to the Xiangyao bureau to see Bai Mohu's injury. Speaking of which, this time Bai Mohu was implicated by Li Wangyu. For this, Li Wangyu naturally felt very guilty. Everything was going well, but just because he had a drink with her yesterday, he was captured by the bad people of the aristocratic family. He was even tortured to the point of being on the verge of death. He was truly wronged to the extreme. Li Wangyu naturally wanted to visit Bai Mohu. He asked Lu Shenwei to try his best to save this businessman from cheesy country. Otherwise, if something bad happened to Bai Mohu, Li Wangyu would feel uneasy. When he arrived at the Xiangyao bureau, Li Wangyu found Lu Shenwei and asked him about Bai Mohu's injury. However, Lu Shenwei's words almost caused Li Wangyu to go berserk once again. Chapter 671. When Bai Mohu slowly woke up, he did not expect that he could still survive. When he was being tortured by those vicious and evil people, he knew that he would not be able to survive. He never expected that he would suffer such a disaster when he came to Cheng, and this time. Those villains broke the door of the hostel in the middle of the night and put him in jail. Bai Mohu thought there must be some misunderstanding, so he kept complaining that he was wronged. But he did not expect that those villains would punish him severely without saying anything. Only when that baddie commander opened his mouth did he realize that these baddies weren't here for him, but to scheme against that very interesting young count they had met by chance during the day. After he figured it out, Bai Mohu could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He knew the Tang dynasty very well. Compared with that earl, those villains, even the bad commander, were just as useless as mud. How dare they do that? The Tang dynasty recruited those who had done evil deeds to be low-ranking officers for investigation and arrest. They were called villains. Those villains did not even have a rank. How dare they frame a earl? Obviously, there was someone behind the scenes. And he, a Chiuzi merchant, was just a bait. If he did as the bad commander asked and accused him, he was afraid that no matter whether those people behind the scenes could succeed or not, he would not survive. After he figured it out, Bai Mohu naturally gritted his teeth and refused to admit his guilt, let alone accuse Li Wangyu. But Bai Mohu was a member of the royal family of Chiuzi. He had earned a lot of money by doing business for many years. Although he had to travel a long distance every year, he could be considered as a rich family. Being tortured by those villains, of course, he could not bear it. Since he could not bear the torture of those villains, Bai Mohu only wanted to be spared from torture and die. Bai Mohu, who was on the verge of death, followed those bad people's instructions and gave some random instructions, then signed and stamped his name. But even so, those villains did not intend to let him go. They beat him until he fainted. When he woke up again and struggled to open his eyes, he saw Li Wangyu's worried face. At this moment, Bai Mohu almost burst into tears. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but only a hissing sound came out of his throat. Li Wangyu saw that Bai Mohu had woken up and was struggling to speak. He quickly stopped him. Lao Bai, don't talk. Have a good rest. This is the Xiangyao bureau. The saint already knew that you were wrongly accused and specially ordered the Xiangyao bureau to treat you. If you have anything to say it after you've recovered. Don't worry, I won't let you down. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, Bai Mohu slowly nodded as he looked at Li Wangyu with gratitude. He knew that it must have been this young count who had saved him. Otherwise, he would have already died in the prison. It was all thanks to the count that he was able to escape from prison and even be sent to the Xiangyao bureau for treatment. Looking at Bai Mohu's grateful eyes, Li Wangyu felt a little sad. Now that this Hu merchant had been implicated by him, he had no idea if he could recover. After Li Wangyu arrived at the Xiangyao bureau, Lu Shenwei's words immediately made his eyes turn red. Zio, this Hu merchant's injuries are a small matter. Although he has a few broken ribs, it's not a big deal. He will recover after a few months of rest. However, those unscrupulous people actually fed this Hu merchant medicine and burned his throat, making him mute. Lu Shenwei shook his head and sighed. Li Wangyu was furious. He immediately understood why those unscrupulous people wanted to poison Bai Mohu. Naturally, they were afraid that he would retract his confession and cry out his injustice. If they poisoned him until he could not speak, naturally, he would not be able to cry out even if he was wronged. Aristocratic families, what a vicious method. Brother Shenwei, can this Hu merchant's throat be cured? Will he be able to speak in the future? Lu Shenwei shook his head. The probability is not high. My medical skills are not good, so I can't do anything. I can only see if the teacher has a good plan. Li Wangyu said, then I will ask old immortal's son to treat this Hu merchant. This person was also implicated by me. If I don't treat him, my conscience will not be at ease. Please, Brother Shenwei, you must treat him. I will do my best. Don't worry, Zio. After arranging by Mohu's matter, Li Wangyu returned to Kaihua workshop and found his beautiful superior. After telling her everything that happened today, she was so angry that her eyebrows were raised and her almond-shaped eyes were wide open. Those aristocratic families, how dare they? Is there no law in this Tang dynasty? Wangyu, what did Li Shimin say about this? Li Wangyu shook his head. What can Li Shimin do? He can only let Tuo and the Ministry of Justice investigate. Those old bastards are also vicious. They directly ordered people to kill the bad commander. Who knows if they can find any useful clues? It is not realistic to want to overthrow those aristocratic families because of this. At most, they will throw out a few scapegoats. Are we just going to let it go? How can they do this? The beautiful superior had never encountered such a situation in the future. Although she was a business elite, she did not know what to do. Li Wangyu showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Let it go? Isn't that letting them off easy? Changqing, I've thought of an idea. Can you give me some advice? Although there were only him and his beautiful superior in the room, Li Wangyu still subconsciously lowered his voice and told his beautiful superior his idea. The beautiful superior's beautiful eyes flashed and she also lowered her voice. The two of them whispered in the room. After a long time, Li Wangyu stretched and said, "Hee, I don't believe that those aristocratic families won't jump into the fire pit. This time, we must cut off a layer of their skin." The beautiful superior rolled her eyes at him flirtatiously. It is a good idea, but who do you want to send to do it? Ah. Li Wangyu was also stunned. Yes, he and his beautiful superior had been planning for a long time. Who was going to execute it? It seemed that he did not have such a talent under his command. The Niu brothers and the group of troops were good at fighting and killing, but this kind of thing was really impossible. That fatty Cho Kun could actually do it, but everyone knew his relationship with him. He could not fool the aristocratic families. Li Wangyu was a little dumbfounded. He had planned for a long time, but he did not know how to execute it. Wasn't this funny? The beautiful superior sighed and said, "Forget it. This matter is not urgent. Let's plan slowly. If you really can't swallow this, then go and discuss it with Li Shimin. I think there should be someone useful among his subordinates." Li Wangyu thought for a long time and could only nod helplessly. Sure enough, whether it was in the Tang dynasty or the 21st century, talents were extremely scarce and precious. Li Wangyu did not think about revenge for the aristocratic families for the time being. He ran back to Dingzhou village and had a few comfortable days. No one expected that something would happen in Chang and city, and it involved Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 672. Li Wangyu went back to Dingzhou village to live a carefree life. He didn't even go to the third game of the Royal Batting League. After all, it was too inconvenient for him to live in the small house of Kaihua Square. He had to sneak around like a thief if he wanted to be intimate with his beautiful boss. How could it compare to his carefree life in the manor of Dingzhou village? However, his comfortable life didn't last long before it was interrupted by Cho Kun, who rushed over from Chang and city, panting. "Lang Jun, hurry back to Chang and city. Something is going to happen." It was still winter, but the fatty was sweating all over from running. Before he could catch his breath, he hurriedly shouted as soon as he saw Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu asked curiously, Cho Kun, what happened that made you so anxious? Tell me slowly. The fatty grabbed the tea on the table and drank it all in one gulp. He took a breath and said, the batting field was surrounded by thousands of people. It was very scary. I didn't dare to show up, so I quickly rode a horse to find you. Li Wangyu was also very surprised to hear that the batting field was surrounded by people. Why are they attacking the basketball court all of a sudden? What happened? Did those people cause trouble because they lost the lottery? This was the only reason Li Wangyu could think of. The fatty shook his head. Wrong. It's those people who won the lottery who surrounded the baseball field. Li Wangyu became more and more puzzled. What was going on? Why did they cause trouble when they won the money? The fatty Cho Kun didn't dare to keep him in suspense. He immediately told the story, but Li Wangyu was speechless. What the hell was going on? The story started from 3 days ago, the third round of the Royal Batting League. Pai Lupi, under the alias of Li Tianshou, published comments and predictions on the newspaper. After the results of the second round came out, many spectators regretted that they didn't listen to the analysis of Li Tianshou and lost copper coins for nothing. Therefore, on the third day of the competition, most of the audience bought lottery tickets according to Pai Lupi's analysis, intending to try their luck. It was unknown whether it was Pai Lupi's luck or his analysis, but the results of the 5 matches on the third day were exactly the same as what he had analyzed in the news. He had even predicted 2 draws accurately. Countless people tried to buy lottery tickets according to Li Tianshou's analysis, but they all regretted it. Why didn't they buy more? They had missed a good opportunity to make a fortune. As for those who didn't believe Li Tianshou's analysis and bought the lottery ticket, they were even more upset. Others had already placed the opportunity to win money in front of him, but he actually turned a blind eye to it. It was really annoying. As for the foppish playboys, they were beaten up as expected. For a time, they were cursed by many Chang and citizens. It was an unexpected disaster. In short, the ball news and Li Tianshou became popular. Those who had bought the lottery immediately put the name Li Tianshou on the altar. To be able to analyze the strength of 10 teams so thoroughly, it was simply amazing. Therefore, on the day that the new issue of the ball news went on the market, countless citizens rushed to the streets as soon as the doors opened, waiting for the public carriages that sold the ball news. Driver, give me a copy of the ball news. I want one too. Don't fight, give me one. Tian Shilang, can you read? Why are you fighting? Driver, give me a copy of the ball news. The ball news on the hundreds of public carriages had just entered Chang and city, and in less than an hour, they were all snatched up by everyone. Even if most people were illiterate, it didn't stop them from snatching a copy of the ball news, as if they could win money by doing so. The reason why they were scrambling for the ball news was naturally to see Li Tianshou's commentary and analysis. Just like in the future, when the stock market had just started, countless shareholders had the same blind faith in the stock analysts on TV. And Li Tianshou had the results of 2 consecutive matches as proof, so naturally, everyone had to believe in him. Many people were already rubbing their hands and preparing for the next match. They might have to invest a lot of money to buy lottery tickets according to Li Tianshou's analysis. The ball news was priced at 1 coin, which was extremely cheap. Li Wangyu was naturally losing money by selling the ball news at this price. However, his purpose was not to make a profit with the ball news, but to attract more spectators to the stadium to watch the match through the ball news. At such a low price, it was naturally only a thin piece of paper. It mainly recorded the names of the 5 teams in the next match, as well as a few articles of analysis and prediction. The scholar who had snatched the ball news couldn't wait to unfold the paper and read it carefully. What he did was spoiled. Why was there no article by Li Tianshou on the ball news today? The scholar thought that he had missed something, so he carefully read the articles on the ball news from beginning to end. However, he still couldn't find the article by Li Tianshou that he was looking for. After reading it a few more times, the scholar finally confirmed that there was indeed no article by Li Tianshou in the ball news today. He couldn't help but curse. Why is there no commentary by Li Tianshou in this ball news? There was a group of people around him, eagerly waiting for the scholar to read Li Tianshou's article to them. When they heard him shout, they were all dumbfounded. What? There was no article by Li Tianshou? How could this be? Without Li Tianshou's article, how could they buy lottery tickets? Countless people were still counting on Li Tianshou's commentary to make a small fortune. How could he not have it? It wasn't easy for Chang and to have such an interesting event like the baseball league. Everyone was talking about these matches in their free time. However, they didn't know much about the 22 Imperial Army batting teams. Naturally, they needed a god like Li Tianshou to guide them. The Tangs loved to gamble. This baseball lottery was an interesting gambling event. Although it had only been 3 days, there were already a large number of fans buying lottery tickets. In the hearts of these people, Li Tianshou's name was now shining brightly. Countless people were staring at his article. However, it was gone just like that. How could they endure this? Lang Jun, did you see it clearly? Is there really no article by Li Tianshou? Why is that? Why does the Ball News dare not publish Mr. Li's article? There must be something fishy about it. Aren't you talking nonsense? It must be that Mr. Li's prediction was so accurate that the Ball News didn't dare to publish it. Everyone, think about it. In the second round, Mr. Li predicted 4 matches correctly. In the third round, he predicted all 5 matches correctly. It must be that the Dazhao batting field was afraid of Mr. Li's article. Otherwise, everyone would buy lottery tickets with Mr. Li. The batting field would definitely lose money. Someone analyzed. Everyone nodded. That's right. It must be so. The Ball News is so despicable. They actually used such a despicable method. Suddenly, someone raised his arm and shouted, "No, I'll go to the Dazhao batting field and ask for an explanation. I want to see Li Tianshou's article. Let's go together. Let the Dazhao batting field give us an explanation." Similar scenes could be seen everywhere in Chang'an. The people who had read the latest issue of the Ball News were all furious. They made a fuss and rushed to the Dazhao batting field to ask for an explanation. Chapter 673. Leaving aside how speechless Li Wangyu was after he figured out the whole story, Chang and County Magistrate Cui Zhuo broke out in a cold sweat after he received the report from the bailiff. Under the feet of the emperor, the world was clear and bright. Thousands of commoners had gathered to cause trouble at the baseball field. Cui Zhuo couldn't help but shudder. He didn't dare to delay and immediately ordered all the bailiffs to maintain order in the baseball field. Then he hurriedly mounted his horse and rushed to the imperial city to report to Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. With so many people gathered, what if a fight broke out? Wouldn't it be a big problem? Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were dumbfounded after receiving Cui Zhuo's report. It was ridiculous that such a thing could happen just because of a small piece of news. Naturally, these 2 big shots were also baseball enthusiasts. They were also very fond of the Royal Baseball League. Thus, the 2 of them were also readers of that newspaper. The 2 big shots were naturally aware of the article signed by Li Tianshou in the newspaper, and they admired this person's commentary and analysis. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui guessed who this Li Tianshou was. To be able to know so much about the 22 Imperial Army baseball teams, he should be an official. However, no one had heard of Li Tianshou. He was very mysterious. Fang Xianling even asked his son, Fang Yayai, but he didn't get an answer. This was natural. The playboys had been warned by Pai Lupi and didn't dare to reveal his identity. Of course, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui didn't think that the mysterious Li Tianshou was Pai Lupi himself. Fang Xianling thought for a while and said to Du Ruhui, "Old Du, let's go see His Majesty. I'm afraid we have to send the Jianghu guards." Thousands of people gathered. "We can't be careless." "Of course. Let's go to the palace." Du Ruhui nodded. To mobilize the Imperial Army, they needed Pai Lupi's order. The 2 didn't dare to delay and hurried to Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi was currently in the administrative hall, listening to Mi Tuo's report. Replying to everyone, the 100 Horsemen Department has been investigating the matter of the vice commander being silenced for several days. That day, there was a department head from the Ministry of Justice who went to the delinquent commander's mansion before the incident. After the incident, the head of the Bai division had disappeared without a trace. As for the vice marshal's residence, the 100 Horsemen division found traces of climbing on the courtyard walls. Mido looked at Pai Lupi carefully and continued, according to the analysis of the 100 Horsemen division, it should be that head officer Bai, after entering his mansion, gathered the bad guys. Afterwards, the assassins sneaked into the mansion through the courtyard walls, and under the cover of the division head, they ambushed and killed the vice commander and his subordinates, and then killed all the women and children in the mansion. After that, they poured kerosene and set the scene on fire. Pai Lupi frowned and interrupted, I don't want to hear this. Mido, tell me, what useful clues have you found? Mi Tuo crawled on the floor, not daring to raise his head. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Horsemen Division is still investigating the whereabouts of Division Leader Bai. As for those assassins, we have yet to find any clues. Pai Lupi slammed the table, what is the 100 Horsemen Division doing? After so many days, we still haven't found any clues. Could it be that those aristocratic families acted in a hurry and cleaned up the mess so cleanly? Mido didn't dare to reply and could only silently endure Pai Lupi's anger. Just as Pai Lupi was getting angry, he heard a servant report that Prime Minister Fong and Prime Minister Du had requested an audience. Prime Minister Fong, Prime Minister Du, is there something wrong? Your Majesty, there are thousands of citizens in Cheng, and who have surrounded the Dazhao baseball field. The citizens are agitated and we are afraid of causing trouble. Therefore, we request Your Majesty to send out the left and right golden guards to prevent any accidents. Pai Lupi frowned again. Why would the citizens be agitated and surround the Dazhao baseball field? Thousands of citizens was indeed not a small matter. If someone fanned the flames and caused a civil unrest, it would be difficult to deal with. Prime Minister Fong, Prime Minister Du, why are the citizens surrounding the baseball field? Fong Xianling said, Your Majesty, it is because today's newspaper did not publish an article by a person named Li Tianshou. The citizens think that the baseball field did it on purpose, so they were agitated and went to surround the baseball field, demanding an explanation from the baseball field. Du Ruhui also stroked his beard and sighed, Your Majesty, we still don't know who this Li Tianshou is, but Zio must know. Why don't we summon Zio and ask if we can print another issue of the newspaper to publish this person's article? Otherwise, if the citizens of Cheng are angry, it will be difficult to deal with. Pai Lupi couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he received the report from the two prime ministers. F***ck, just because the newspaper didn't publish his article, thousands of citizens in Cheng are causing trouble? For a moment, Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The reason why this issue of the newspaper didn't publish Pai Lupi's article was, of course, not because Li Wangyu or Cho Kuan dared not to publish it, but because Pai Lupi didn't write it at all. After the aristocratic family framed Li Wangyu a few days ago, Pai Lupi was in a bad mood and was too lazy to write any commentary. Pai Lupi didn't write, so Li Wangyu didn't dare to ask or urge him. He could only find someone else to write an article and publish it. But he didn't expect that it would cause such a problem. Your Majesty, we should dispatch the left and right golden guards first, lest something unexpected happens. Also, we should find Zio and ask him who this Li Tianshou is. Fong Xianling said again. Pai Lupi also knew that the matter was urgent, so he immediately ordered Mi Tuo to dispatch the left and right golden guards to the Dazhao baseball stadium to maintain order and prevent the citizens from causing trouble. After Mi Tuo left, Pai Lupi smiled awkwardly. Just as he was about to explain to Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui that he was Li Tianshou, a chamberlain came to report that Imperial Censor Wei was asking for an audience. Your Majesty, the citizens are surrounding the Dazhao baseball stadium. We can't underestimate them. Your Majesty, please immediately summon the county count to the court and reprimand them. Also, that Li Tianshou should be thoroughly investigated to find out who he is and why he's bewitching people. It's really abominable. Wei Zheng, the sheep-nosed official, spat at Pai Lupi as soon as he entered the legislative hall. Pai Lupi heard this and immediately stopped his plan to confess that he was Li Tianshou. This sheep-nosed official was stubborn. If he knew that he was Li Tianshou, he would probably nag him for a long time. After all, Pai Lupi was afraid of Wei Zheng. Abandoning Nanshan and Taizong Huaiyao, these two matters showed Li Er's complex feelings of respect and fear towards this goat-nosed duke. Eunuch Wei is right. We should teach that bastard Zio a lesson. If nothing happened today, it would be fine. But if there were any accidents, I would definitely imprison him. Pai Lupi immediately replied righteously and unhesitatingly pushed the blame to Li Wangyu. Your Majesty, that Li Tianshou must also be investigated to find out who he is and whether there are any hidden secrets that can't be revealed. Why is he so bewitching? Wei Zheng didn't forget about the culprit who had caused today's incident. Pai Lupi also had the same habit as Li Wangyu. He smiled and rubbed his nose. It should be so, it should be so. At this moment, Li Wangyu, who was galloping towards Chang and City on horseback, suddenly felt an itch in his nose and couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Achoo! Damn it, who's talking bad about me behind my back? Li Wangyu rubbed his nose and mumbled. Naturally, he didn't know that trouble would fall from the sky while he was sitting at home. Chapter 674. After Li Wangyu rode his horse to Chang and City, he saw the thousands of agitated citizens outside the great Zhao batting field. He frowned and went straight to Taiji Palace. In any case, there were already bailiffs from Chang and City as well as the imperial army of the Golden Guards maintaining order outside the batting field. Whoever started the trouble should end it. The damned Pai Lupi naturally had to solve the problem he created himself. Li Wangyu anxiously rushed to Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, and the others had not yet left. They were still discussing whether or not to forcibly disperse the citizens. Pai Lupi was naturally unwilling. No matter what, the citizens gathered outside the great Zhao batting field were also Pai Lupi's fans. Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel proud that so many citizens were causing trouble because they liked his article. However, he couldn't tell everyone about it. This made him feel uncomfortable. It was like a child who scored 100 points on an exam but couldn't show off. This was inhumane. After Li Wangyu entered the hall, before he could even open his mouth to speak, Wei Zheng, the goat-nosed duke, jumped in front of him and started spitting saliva everywhere. County Count Hu, look at what you've done. Right now, thousands of citizens are gathered in front of your batting field and demanding an explanation. Tell me, what should we do? Also, who exactly is that Li Tianshou? Tell me clearly. Li Wangyu was stunned. He unconsciously looked at Pai Lupi. Naturally, he was asking, what's the meaning of this? Pai Lupi sat behind the imperial desk. While no one was paying attention to him, he desperately signaled Li Wangyu with his eyes. Naturally, he was telling him to keep this a secret. Uncle, this isn't very kind of you. Shut up and keep this a secret. You can't let this leak out. Pai Lupi looked at Wei Zheng again. Li Wangyu immediately understood. This guy was afraid of being scolded by Wei Zheng. Damn it, looks like I'll have to take the blame for this. Li Wangyu was speechless. He helplessly cupped his hands towards Wei Zheng and said, Greetings, Duke Wei. I also heard about this matter, so I rushed back to Chang and from Hu County. The commoners are causing trouble. Actually, it's not really considered trouble. It's just a momentary dissatisfaction. It's not a big deal. Bullshit. Thousands of people have gathered in Chang and City, right under the emperor's feet. How dare you say it's not a big deal? Wei Zheng's spittle almost sprayed onto Li Wangyu's face. Facing this, Li Wangyu could only rub his nose in embarrassment and remain silent. What could he say? That this was all caused by the unreliable Pai Lupi? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the people for being too addicted to gambling. *CK, the Tang people really are a bunch of gamblers. Li Wangyu thought angrily, but he had completely forgotten who started the lottery to make money and attract the people to bet. Wei Zheng continued to ask, "Let me ask you, who is this Li Tianshou? What is his motive? To incite the commoners to cause trouble like this, it's really abominable." Li Wangyu was speechless. How the hell was he supposed to answer this question? This Li Tianshou, right? Yes, who is this Li Tianshou? Duke Wei, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I don't know either. This Li Tianshou's article was sent to my residence anonymously by someone. I saw that this person's article was well written, so I didn't think too much about it and had it published in the newspaper. Yes, I didn't think this through. Please forgive me, Duke Wei. Li Wangyu held back for a long time before finally coming up with an excuse that wasn't really a reason. Of course, Wei Zheng could tell that he was being perfunctory. He was so angry that he wanted to blow his beard and glare at him. Pai Lupi could only cough dryly and help Li Wangyu to smooth things over. Alright, Duke Wei, don't worry about this Li Tianshou. This person doesn't have any bad intentions. He just wrote 2 articles, it's not a big deal. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that this person is bewitching people's hearts. Let's talk about how to deal with today's matter. Fang Xianling seemed to have seen something from Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi's expressions. He also laughed and said, "Your Majesty, I think it's better to let the imperial guards and yamen runners drive the commoners away to prevent more trouble." Li Wangyu naturally didn't agree. No matter what, the commoners who gathered outside the baseball field were his customers. If the imperial guards and yamen runners drove them away, they would be resentful and not come to watch the game in the future. He would be the one who suffered a loss. He quickly shook his head. No, the commoners didn't do anything bad. It's unreasonable to drive them away forcefully. How about this? Uncle, please call the 2 baseball teams to the baseball field and play a game. I'll let people open the baseball field and let the commoners watch it for free. After watching the game, the commoners' anger will naturally dissipate. What do you think? Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui pondered for a while and nodded. Zio's idea is good. Your Majesty, let's do it this way. Pai Lupi naturally nodded in agreement and immediately arranged for people to do as they were told. Not many hours later, the county magistrate of Chang and County, Chuizhua, came to report that the commoners who gathered at the baseball field heard that there was a game to watch and that it was free. They all stopped making a fuss and rushed to the field to watch the game. Everyone was relieved. Wei Zheng still angrily glared at Li Wangyu. County magistrate who, don't make such a fuss in the future. Otherwise, I'll impeach you. If something like this happens again, I won't forgive you. Yes, Duke Wei, don't worry. Li Wangyu was speechless, but he could only take the blame. At the same time, he looked bitterly at Pai Lupi. He really became the scapegoat today. Pai Lupi coughed dryly. Well, all right. Everyone, go do your work. Zio, stay. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, and the others got up and left. Li Wangyu looked sadly at Pai Lupi. Uncle, what do you think about this? Okay, I know. In the future, I'll write an article on time for every game report and have Mituo send it to you. Don't act like a little wife. Li Wangyu said, Uncle, these are your words. You can't go back on your words. If something like this happens again, I won't be able to take it. Pai Lupi didn't want to continue this topic, so he quickly changed the topic. By the way, Zio, how is the Hu merchant who was captured and tortured by the bad guys? Li Wangyu glanced at Li Er, knowing that he had a guilty conscience. However, it wasn't good for him to pursue the matter. He could only reply, he's fine now. Lu Shenwei said that he would recover after a few months of recuperation. It's just that his throat was filled with medicine. Whether or not he can speak in the future is unknown. Speaking of Bai Mofo, Li Wangyu remembered that he and Bai Mofo drank in the tavern that day and mentioned the establishment of a trade center in Dunhuang County. He immediately said, Uncle, when I drank with the Chiuzi merchant Bai Mofo in the Hu Tavern, I had an idea. Li Wangyu told Pai Lupi about his idea of moving the trade center of the Tang dynasty to the western region from Cheng and to Dunhuang County. He also analyzed the benefits for the Pai Lupi. The more Pai Lupi listened, the brighter his eyes became. There were almost stars in his eyes. The wine sold in Cheng and for 10 strings of coins. If it was transported to Dunhuang County, it would be 50 strings of coins. Pai Lupi naturally knew the profit. Chapter 675. Before Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui left the palace, they were invited back to the Hall of Governance by the eunuchs. Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs, was also summoned. Pai Lupi invited everyone to take a seat and smiled. Everyone, Zio has a new idea. I would like to hear your opinions. Li Wangyu repeated what he said to Pai Lupi, and the eyes of the elders lit up. However, after thinking for a while, they shook their heads. Fang Xianling said, Your Majesty, Zio's idea is good. However, Dunhuang Prefecture is far away, and it will not be easy to transport all the goods there. Does Your Majesty know how many caravans come and go in Cheng and every day? Zio's idea is equivalent to moving the entire Shi city to Dunhuang Prefecture. How can this be done? Du Ruhui also said slowly, Zio's idea is good, but how to operate it is a problem. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui are right. If we want to make Dunhuang Prefecture the center of trade with the western regions, we can make a lot of profits, but we will need to invest a lot of money. This is not a small amount. Dai Zhou shook his head and sighed. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Dai Zhou were right. There were many caravans coming and going in Cheng and every day. This was the starting point of the Silk Road. If they wanted to move all the goods between the merchants of the western regions and the merchants of the Tang dynasty to Dunhuang Prefecture, it would be like moving the entire Shi city. If so many goods were bought by the imperial court and then transported to Dunhuang Prefecture to be sold to the merchants, the amount of money needed would be too large, and it would be very difficult to operate. Li Wangyu smiled, Uncle, everyone, you're wrong. Actually, there's no need to invest too much into it. We only need the imperial court to issue a decree to open a trade center in Dunhuang Prefecture. Then, we will arrange for soldiers to clear out the bandits along the way, and the imperial court will cooperate with the merchants. They will still do the business, but the imperial court will help them transport the goods. The extra profits will be split between the imperial court and the merchants. In this way, the merchants will be able to earn even more profits, and the imperial court will not need to invest a large amount of money to reap rich returns. Why not? When Pai Lupi heard this, he was quite surprised. How many carriages and horses are needed to transport so many goods between Dunhuang and Chang'an? Uncle, the imperial court can make use of this chance to expand the army. This was the best of both worlds. Normally, the military would transport goods for the merchants and earn rich returns for the imperial court. But once there is a change in the western regions, Uncle, think about it, what can those supply troops do? With hundreds of thousands of soldiers and supplies arriving in the blink of an eye, wouldn't the western region be firmly under the control of our Tang dynasty? Li Wangyu continued, I think that apart from the 22 imperial guards, we can set up another group of troops to be used to transport supplies. They can be called transport troops. Uncle, everyone, think about it. If our Tang dynasty had tens of thousands of transport troops, driving those four-wheeled carriages every day to transport goods all over the Tang dynasty, how majestic would that be? Li Wangyu continued to explain. His plan was to use the four-wheeled carriages to greatly expand the Tang army's logistics and transport troops. The Tang dynasty's territory was extremely vast, but due to the lack of transportation, most of the territory was not developed and used effectively. This was especially so for the western regions, which was beyond their reach. Since ancient times, when China fought wars, it was actually a matter of logistics. As the saying goes, before the troops and horses move, the provisions move first. Transporting provisions from the rear to the front lines was easily hundreds or even thousands of li. One could imagine how difficult it was. Li Wangyu remembered that before he transmigrated, he had seen a China UnionPay advertisement. It was called, The Last Transfer of Funds in the North of the Tang Dynasty. Although it was just an advertisement, it made countless people cry. Li Wangyu was also very moved at that time. The background of the advertisement was that after the Anlushan rebellion, the Tang dynasty soldiers stationed in the Anxi Protectorate were cut off from Chang'an. In history, in 790 AD, the Anxi Biting Protectorate was attacked by the Tibetans. Protector General Li Yuanzhong fought to the death, but he was killed. The 7,000 Tang soldiers of the Protectorate were all killed. From then on, only the Anxi Protectorate was left in the western regions. They sent out messengers time and time again, but there was no news. 808 AD, the last base of the Anxi Protectorate, Jianghu Shizhou City. Outside the city was a sky full of yellow sand and endless Hu cavalry. This advertisement was called, The Last Transfer of Funds in the North of the Tang Dynasty. It described the story of countless people sacrificing their lives to send supplies to the Tang army stationed in Shizhou City. From this, one could see how important logistics and supplies were to the Tang army. At the end of the advertisement was the song, The Bright Moon of the Qin Dynasty at the border of the Han Dynasty. The 10,000 li long march has not returned. But the messenger Long Qingfei is still there. He will not let the Hu cavalry pass the Yin Mountains. The clouds of the Qinghai Mountains are dark and snowy. The lonely city looks at the Jade Gate Pass. The yellow sand wears the golden armor after 100 battles. The Lulan will not return until it is broken. What a desolate sad song of the setting sun. The reason why Li Wangyu proposed to open a trading center in Dunhuang Prefecture and set up transport troops was because he hoped that the scene of a lone army with no help in history would never happen again on the land of the Tang dynasty. After hearing Li Wangyu's analysis, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui all looked at one another and nodded their heads in approval. Ziyu's idea is worth discussing. Your Majesty, the transport troops that Ziyu mentioned, if they help merchants transport goods during normal times and can quickly transport troops and supplies during wartime, it is indeed a good idea. Fang Xianling nodded his head in approval. Du Ruhui and Dai Zhou both nodded their heads in agreement. However, as for how it should be done, they needed to gather all the officials and discuss it. Li Wangyu was a lazy person and would not participate in such matters. He only cared about lighting the fire. As for how the fire was lit, that was not his problem. In short, as long as the trading center in Dunhuang Prefecture and the transport troops were set up, it would only be beneficial to the Tang dynasty. Of course, Li Wangyu was not without benefits. At least, the goods sold by his family's businesses could be sold in Dunhuang Prefecture and increase their profits by several times. This was not a small amount of money. Of course, this matter could not be rushed. At least the officials in the imperial court had to discuss it in detail and come up with a specific plan before it could be implemented. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do, Li Wangyu said goodbye to Pai Lupi and left the palace. He then went to the Shangyao bureau in the imperial city to visit Bai Mohu. Seeing that he was doing well, he felt much better. After comforting Bai Mohu, Li Wangyu left the imperial city and prepared to return home. He had wasted a lot of time in the palace. At this time, the sun was already in the west. Li Wangyu was too lazy to go back to Dingzhou village. He planned to stay in Kaihua Square for one night and return to Hu County tomorrow. His house in Kaihua Square was next door to Jianfu Temple. Jianfu Temple was also a big temple in Chang'an. There were more than 200 monks and they offered incense every day. Li Wangyu naturally did not believe in gods or Buddhas. Although he had inexplicably transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he still did not think that it was because of gods or Buddhas. In his and his beautiful superior speculation, they were more willing to believe in space-time tunnels than gods or Buddhas. Therefore, although his house was next to Jianfu Temple, Li Wangyu had never entered this famous temple in Chang'an. Today, when Li Wangyu went back home, he rode on a horse and slowly passed by the gate of Jianfu Temple. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a figure and could not help but be stunned. Chapter 676. Li Wangyu suddenly pulled on the reins in front of the Jianfu Temple, causing Niu Wu to ask curiously, Lang Jun, is something the matter? I saw an interesting person. Niu Wu, let's go to the Jianfu Temple. Speaking of which, I have never been to the Jianfu Temple before. Li Wangyu said as he jumped off the horse and walked into the temple. Niu Wu didn't understand why his Langjun suddenly changed his mind and wanted to go to the Jianfu temple. But he didn't ask too much and hurriedly called for the troops to follow. The reception monk in front of the Jianfu temple saw Li Wangyu and the others and quickly came forward to welcome them. Ba, this little monk greets County Earl Hu. Does County Earl Hu want to enter the temple to pay respects to Buddha? The reception monk respectfully bowed. Li Wangyu asked curiously, "Oh? You know me?" He immediately realized that he had asked a useless question. In any case, he was the founding county earl of the dynasty and his house was next to the Jianfu temple. Even if he had never been to the temple, how could these reception monks, who specialized in receiving pilgrims, be so blind that they didn't know who he was? "Since you know me, that's great. I'm not here to pay respects to Buddha, I'm here to find someone." Li Wangyu smiled. The reception monk curiously asked, "Who is County Earl Hu looking for?" "This little monk can help you." Li Wangyu nodded, "It's the monk who just entered the temple." "Little master, do you know who he is?" "The one just now." The reception monk revealed a puzzled expression and thought for a while before replying, "County Earl Hu, that is a wandering monk. He is listed in the temple and his Buddhist name is Wenzai. Is County Earl Hu looking for this master Wenzai?" Li Wangyu nodded, "That's right, I am looking for him." "Little master, please lead the way." Niu Wu was puzzled. When did his Langjun know a monk? Of course, he did not know that the monk Li Wangyu accidentally saw was the same monk who had used a colorful rope dipped in brine to trick the greedy elders of the Li family of Hu County into giving him 200 taels of gold back in the county seat of Hu County. When Li Wangyu passed by the Jianfu temple, he accidentally saw the monk Wenzai enter the temple. At first, Li Wangyu only thought that the monk looked familiar. But when he saw the Buddhist beads the size of a baby's fist hanging in front of the monk's chest, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the monk who had swindled people in Hu County? The thing that looked like Buddhist beads was actually some kind of pill made from ginseng and other medicinal herbs. It was the size of a walnut, and eating one would guarantee that one would not need to eat for a day. Li Wangyu still remembered that day when the monk drifted away. He told the Li clan leader that his Buddhist name was Jingdao and that he was a monk from the Xinghua temple in Duku town in Chang'an County. But obviously, it was all a lie. Li Wangyu was very interested in the monk named Wenzai. He didn't want to catch him and bring him to the authorities, but he was curious that the monk also knew how to swindle people, and how skillful he was. What piqued Li Wangyu's interest even more was where the metal sodium he used to cause the Qingshui explosion had come from. Although Li Wangyu was a bad student, he roughly knew that sodium was produced by electrolysis. This was simply a fantasy in the Tang dynasty. Or perhaps he had guessed wrongly and the monk had used some other method. Ba. County Count Huxian, please follow me. Master Wenzai is currently living in the monk's quarters in the back courtyard. The monk in charge of receiving guests did not dare to tarry. He led Li Wangyu and the others into the temple. As a large temple, the Jianfu temple occupied a large area and had an elegant environment. In the Tang dynasty, these temples and Taoist temples were not only used to worship Buddha, but also many scholars and literati liked to come here for sightseeing. With the Jianfu temple as an example, the courtyard was elegant and ancient trees were awe-inspiring. Famous flowers and rare herbs were planted in the courtyard, especially peonies. The elegant Jianfu temple naturally attracted countless literati and literati to come here for sightseeing, meeting friends, admiring flowers, reciting poems, drinking incense, and staying. It was very lively. It was Li Wangyu's first time in the temple, so he wasn't in a hurry to find the monk. He followed the monk to walk around and have a look, which was quite interesting. Speaking of which, the Jianfu temple was also a famous temple. Li Wangyu remembered that among the poems he had memorized, there were several about the Jianfu temple, including Wang Wei's poems for the temple. At this time, the evening drum in Chang'an city was beating, and the literati, young masters, and noble ladies who were sightseeing in the temple had all left. It was time for the monks to do their evening classes in the Jianfu temple, so it was very quiet. The monk led Li Wangyu and the others to a row of monks' quarters and gently knocked on the door of one of them. Ba, Master Wenzai, a distinguished guest is here. The door of the monk's quarters opened quickly with a squeak. The monk who opened the door was the one who cheated the Li clan elder in the county seat of Hu County. The monk, whose Buddhist name was Wenzai, bowed to the monk with one hand and said, "Amitba, thank you, young master. May I know who the distinguished guest is?" Wenzai naturally saw Li Wangyu and the others behind the monk, but he didn't know them, so he could only ask the monk. "Master Wenzai, this is the County Earl of Hu County. He is looking for you." The monk hurriedly introduced him. Wenzai felt a little strange. He didn't know this young county earl, so why was he looking for him? "Amitba, poor monk is here to see County Earl Wenzai. May I ask why the distinguished guest is looking for poor monk?" Although Wenzai didn't know Li Wangyu, since he was the county earl of the founding county, he naturally couldn't be rude. He could only bow to Li Wangyu with one hand and ask. That day when he cheated in Hu County, Wenzai naturally didn't notice Li Wangyu in the crowd. How could he have known that the county earl who founded the country was looking for him because of that matter? Li Wangyu said, "I have met the master once, but the master doesn't know me." "Oh. There's such a thing? Forgive poor monk for being slow-witted, but may I know when the distinguished guest has met poor monk?" Wenzai asked. Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry. He just smiled and said, "Master Wenzai, don't you want to invite me in for a cup of tea? This isn't the place to talk." At this moment, everyone was still standing at the door of the monk's residence. It was indeed not a place to receive guests. Wenzai had no choice but to whisper a Buddhist chant and invite Li Wangyu and the others into the monk's residence. This row of monks' residences were for the traveling monks of Jianghu Temple. The conditions were naturally very simple.